Academia Month and Research Carnival 2023. So just an housekeeping announcement. So please keep your phone in silent mode, all right? Okay, just a bit of introduction about our morning speaker, Mr. Saif Ismail. Mr. Saif Ismail is a former software entrepreneur, IT consultant and marketing expert with diverse experience in various fields. He founded a successful IT firm fresh from his college days and helped many clients leverage technology to improve their businesses. He later shifted his focus to marketing and branding, especially in the sports industry. He worked as the head of the marketing and social responsibility for the Football Association of Malaysia and learned about broadcasting, TV rights, and fan engagement. He also led the marketing and sponsorship efforts for the World Islamic Economic Forum, organizing international conferences around the world. He was the director of corporate engagement for the Asia School of Business for a few years. Currently, Mr. Saif serves as the managing director of AMRACE Academia. Embrace Academia. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Saif to deliver and plan.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum, and good morning again, I guess. Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for being here. So my name is Saif, as Krishna, is it? Mentioned, right? So so when I was asked to give a talk today, right, by Professor Ong. I think it was in the area of entrepreneurship, right? How do you start thinking about building a business, right? If you are in the healthcare industry, right? So I put together a few slides. The thing is, talking about entrepreneurship is not a single track, right? Most entrepreneurs. Successful ones, because there's a big drop rate, right? End up being entrepreneurs not by design, but over evolution, right? So whatever successes you see in the market actually is a long story. Every entrepreneur would have a long story of it started this way. It went so many ways. We almost died for a while. We lost money, and then we came back and we made money, and we lost money again. And so that's always the story of any entrepreneur that you will, that if you talk to them, there's always this interesting story, right? For any successful entrepreneur, and for other entrepreneurs who have not yet hit the point where they have what I call make it to a certain point, right? So, sorry, I need to find my slides. Is it here? Okay. So before that, let me just start and give you some background to myself, right? So my name is Saif. It's a bit of a unique name. And I call myself an entrepreneur and an intrapreneur. I just did a course on entrepreneurship actually yesterday with one of the faculties here. And the difference between being an entrepreneur and an intrapreneur is that an entrepreneur is where you should start, right? What I gather for those in the healthcare industry, after you finish, if you're a student and you graduate, you will go into the workforce, right? So that's when you become an intrapreneur, right? You are an active employee, which is what intrapreneur means, right? And you amass enough know-how and knowledge of your industry for you to be able to create value around that industry, okay? So that is the purpose of being an entrepreneur. So my skills are basically, I've done a lot across quite a long career. I started as a software developer, small company. We started with 3 people. We grew it to about 25 before I exited that company. And at that time, it was quite a long time. It was the .com boom, right? So maybe the young ones wouldn't know, but that's when we started building websites for companies. So I exited at quite a young age, had a bit of money, and I thought I wanted to work in my passion. So I was an ex-footballer, not very successful. So I went to the Football Association of Malaysia and I knocked on the door and I said, "Is there a job?" And they said there's a head of marketing role. So I just submitted my CV and they gave me the job at a pay cut, which you have to do if you're passionate about something, right? And I ended up working there for about managing sponsorships, marketing, the national team, the national league, and then the broadcast, which is a big area, actually, is where a lot of money comes from. So I was there for 4 years, and then I moved on to the World Islamic Economic Forum, which is a kind of diplomatic mission set up by the country that goes out and talks about the development of Islamic economic nations, right? So, and from there I joined the Asia School of Business, which is a new business school set up by Bank Negara in collaboration with MIT Sloan, right? So that's actually behind Bank Negara is a fantastic big building there. If you have the chance, go. They have an open cafe there. Go have a look. It is, I think, one of the best kept secrets that KL has, right? In terms of bona fide, proper global business school in KL. So have a look. The facilities are fantastic. You can go and have lunch there, actually. So I was there for about 4 years, and I had a lot of exposure to how business school works, right? Being a sister school to MIT Sloan, which is actually the #1 school now in front of Harvard, I got to see the culture of how entrepreneurship is in academic institution, right? So over there, when they look at faculty members, they say every faculty member must be an entrepreneur, right? And I think that's where UM is going now, right? You're moving towards this place where a faculty member cannot just be a teacher, but you must be at least an entrepreneur. You must be enterprising in nature, right? So I think that's where the journey is going for this university, at least. So I was there for a couple of years, had a lot of exposure, and then after that, I decided to leave employment and go back into the business world. So I have 2 businesses now, which is one, the Embrace Academy, which looks at professional education. So the stuff that you get at the Asia School of Business, at MIT, I've taken a lot of that and kind of simplified it for a wider market, right? The problem with these big business schools is that they're very elite in nature, very pricey. So we're trying to take that content and deliver it to a wider audience. Another thing that I want to highlight is Soka Loka. And this is something that I think you guys can look at. So I was in the football industry for 4 years, right? And my contention is that if you are in an industry, you should learn the industry, okay? You should understand how value is created around that industry. So Soka Loka was my response after I left the job in football. What I realized was that there is a problem for young footballers to get recognized, right? Every kid that I know who watches football wants to become a professional footballer, right? So there is a pathway towards that, but there is no tools for that person to become a professional footballer. So what we did was we created an app, right? And it's almost like a LinkedIn for young footballers, right? It's a profile page. You can build your so-called footballing CV and then kind of try to get recognized by academies and clubs and build your way to the maximum point where your career can go to. So that was my response to being in the football industry for 4 years. We built the app. But again, the journey of an entrepreneur is a bit weird, right? I built it in response to the market in Malaysia, but I underestimated the fact that most Malaysians are not really serious in becoming footballers, right? The young ones, they are, parents send them, if you have kids, you send them to academies and whatnot. What happened was that the app, because it's on a global platform, it's on the Play Store, it's on the App Store, got a lot of traction in Africa, right? So in the past few years, we've been getting downloads from Africa. We have 50,000 users in Africa, mostly in Ghana and Cameroon, and because the players there or the kids there are serious about making football an exit for them. That's how they progress. That's their pathway for social mobility. So they are more serious in downloading the app, uploading their content. And this is something that I didn't see. I built the app for this market, and it kind of took off in a different market. But it's moving along there. We have an office in Ghana now, right? We signed with the Ghana FA. So this is what I mean by being an entrepreneur. You kind of work towards something, but you kind of follow the pathway of where your idea takes you, right? So it's just an example of understanding an industry, looking at where the gaps are, building a product around it, right? And then seeing where it takes you, right? So that's just a small example. Sorry, it keeps closing. So let's talk about the healthcare industry, right? So this is the number in 2022. That's 72 billion, right? That's 9 zeros, ringgit in Malaysia healthcare spend, right? A lot of money is spent on healthcare. But this is across the board, right? So in startup terms, we call this your TAM. There's a term called TAM, SAM, SOM. Who's heard of that? No? Okay. So TAM is if you go to any startup boot camp, they'll say, what is the TAM? The TAM is your total addressable market, okay? So this 72 billion is spent every year and it's growing at about 8% per annum, right? So that was 2022. So if you look at that, it's probably nearing 100 billion now. Sorry. Yeah, right. So a lot of money is being spent, right? And if you think about it, it is all business, right? If you work as a healthcare professional, somebody pays some money to get treatment. And if you're a doctor or a nurse, basically you are the product, right? You are the product. So what you need to understand, and I think for everybody in healthcare, is that you are in a good market. You are in a market that has a big spend, right? Some entrepreneurs, they get a bit, delusioned by their passion, right? Like myself, right? I love football, but the spend on football in Malaysia is probably, I don't know, maybe 20 million a year, something like that. So it's not a large enough market, right? But because I'm romantic about it, it's something that I like, I ventured into it. So the good news for you guys is that the healthcare market is huge, right? I think it's 5% of national GDP, somewhere there, right? And it is a market that will stay, right? And it's a market that's growing with high awareness, right? Maybe it's shifting from treatment to preventive now, right? But more money is being spent, right? I have a friend who maybe you guys can call him for a talk. He owns the Afiat Group. Have you heard of this? Olive House, right? So, and he was, I just side story, right? So he was ustad, right? Trained in religious affairs, right? In Egypt, in Azhar, right? Came back and decided, do I want to become a mainstream ustad or do I want to become an entrepreneur? And he said, let me try and become an entrepreneur. So he bought minyak zaitun saja, right? Olive oil, right? From Morocco and started selling door by door, right? That was probably about 10 years ago. Now his business still selling olive oil, with the kind of marketing around prevention. Yeah? You have to go towards a preventive lifestyle, right? So that business does now about 200 million a year, right? And he's not even from the healthcare industry. So there's a lot of opportunity if you want to see the opportunity, right? But of course, there are different skills that is required. So what I'm trying to say is that the good news is that the market is huge, right? What you need to try to do if you want to venture into this is, how do you unlock the value? Right? Where is the value, and how do you unlock that value? Right? And the question that you need to ask yourself is basically, how do I create value? Right? How do I create value outside of my current skill set? Right? So most of you will become doctors, will become nurses, right? So your value is as a doctor, right? You consult and you treat, right? And your value can be either direct to the customer, or you are being, or the patient, sorry, right, to the patient. But the value that you create is for your employer, i.e. a hospital or clinic or whatever that may be, that pays you money to treat patients. So you already know your value when you graduate, right, or after you finish your housemanship or whatever, right? But the bigger question is, how do you create more value, right? And this is the question, if you want to go down an entrepreneurial path, that you have to keep on asking yourself, right? So the 3 points, I think, that people always they always overcomplicate entrepreneurship, right? And this is what I was mentioning earlier. A lot of entrepreneurs end up being successful by trial and error, right? It's not, they are purposeful in wanting to be an entrepreneur, but the end result, right, is usually an evolution of a trial and error. So let's pull up big names like Tony Fernandez, for example, right? When he was, if you ask him 20 years ago, would you be the CEO of an airline company? He would, not in his mind, right? If you ask him 20 years ago, would you be selling nasi lemak, which he does now, right? In his santan shops. It wasn't in his thoughts. But what he did know was that I am an entrepreneur, or I wanted to be an entrepreneur. And even before that, he was working as a record in the music industry, right, as an executive. And he started late. I think he hit about when he was about 40 plus, towards his 50s. If you ask him, it was never purposeful. The product was never on his mind, right? It was, I need to create value, right? And if you read around his history, the whole Air Asia thing came around by chance, right? Air Asia was already a company that was already set up by another group, right, which was losing money. License was there, so he went to see Tun Mahathir at the time, was the PM, and said, can I buy this license over you? And he bought it for $1. That's the famous story, right? And then took the airline from there. So it wasn't like he grew up thinking, oh, I'm going to become airline CEO, right, or create Asia, right? That came afterwards. So just a show of hands to see, which do you think is more important between a product, a plan, and the person, right? So who thinks the product is more important, is the most important out of the three? Show of hands, please. Okay, one there. The plan? Okay, fantastic. And the person or the people? All right. Okay, so this is great. Prof, I guess, right, just now was asking me, can I help you write a plan, right? So we always get bogged down in plan writing, right? You know, what business? Submit lah business plan somewhere, right? For me, being a experiential entrepreneur, I feel that's not right, right? My contention is that the person is more important, right? And if you want to go down this entrepreneurial path, you have to condition yourself to be in that mindset, right? Come what may, right? Because like I said, for every successful entrepreneur, there must have been a journey, right? Every successful entrepreneur at some point mesti, right? In my view, the ones that I've talked to have lost money, have been with a negative bank balance, have been, pulling out their hairs at some point, right? It's just part and parcel of the journey, right? So if you have the stomach for it, right, go into it. But the rewards are great, okay? So my contention is that the person or the people is the most important element if you want to create a business, right? And then there comes this age-old debate of, can you actually teach entrepreneurship or not, right? So who thinks you can? Right. Still a debate, right? I don't think there's a definite answer. There are some universities now that are coming up with a bachelor in entrepreneurship, which, again, I think it's a good effort, right? Whether everybody who takes a bachelor of entrepreneurship will become an entrepreneur, you don't know. But everybody who takes MBBS, right, will become a doctor, right, if you pass. So there is an X element of which you can teach the theory, but you might not be able to do it, right? So the teaching of entrepreneurship, right, is more in the attitude of the person, right? So I want to introduce you to this guy here, okay? So this is Professor Michael Fries, right? He's one of the most senior professors at the Asia School of Business now. He's a good friend of mine. He was from NUS before that, and then he's from the University of Louvain in Germany. So this is a picture of me with him, I think, a couple of weeks ago. So that 116 number, okay, he's not 116 years old, okay? Guess what it is? Nope. So academics, you will be interested. That's his H index. That's his H index, okay? So he's one of the most published academicians alive now at this point in time, right? And his study is in business. You can Google him, actually. His study is between business and psychology. He's a psychologist by training and does a lot of research in business. So he's been doing this work for 40 plus years now. And I just had a chat with him the other day. So he argues that entrepreneurship can be taught, right? Or at least not entrepreneurship. He calls it PI, personal initiative can be taught, right? And his argument is that personal initiative is the precursor to entrepreneurship, right? And over the years, this PI framework is actually talking about being an entrepreneur, being an active employee, right? Which I think is something that, as Malaysians, because of our cultural background, we are more reactive employees rather than active employees, right? If you've worked in larger companies, in MNCs, in global companies, you see a different type of employee with the global, with the MNCs, right? People are more proactive in nature. My work, because I do a lot of training work now, when I work with organizations, we see that not just Malaysians, but Asians by general, because we are more accommodating, we are more respectful of authority, we are more reactive in nature, right? So his work started, actually, he's from Germany. So his work started when East and West Germany were divided, and when the wall came down, when they unified, he saw that there was a problem between East Germans coming into the workforce, right? Because the West Germans were far more productive, right? So his study started there. How do we get this side to become more active employees. And that's where this whole personal initiative framework came about. So I had a chat with him. I've read quite a lot of his papers, and I said, can I use your framework to kind of use it to kind of address the problems that we have? He said, yeah, fine, go ahead. So his framework is basically this, right? And this is, I think, your take. If you want to take anything away today, this is what you want to take, right? So he says that there are 3 things that you need to do to become an active employee, right? And the 3 things are future thinking, self-starting, and overcoming barriers. Okay? I'll go into one by one, but just as academic credit, right? His work is proven. So what he's done is he's gone to a lot of countries, especially in Africa, and he has done control groups where he teaches maybe 20 or 30 people, a group, his personal initiative course, and he takes another group and teaches them basic business courses, right? So your finance, accounting, marketing, right? And he follows the journeys of these entrepreneurs, right, over 20 years. Right? You can Google and read his publications, right? And without a doubt, he concludes that if you have this, you are far more likely to succeed as an entrepreneur than learning basic business skills, right? Because you can hire an accountant, you can hire a marketing guy, right? But you need to have this if you're going to become an entrepreneur, right? Okay, so let's go into this, right? So the first, there's a why in the middle, right? So if you're the why is your motivation. This is what I added on, right? Why do you want to become an entrepreneur, right? And a lot of people, if you ask successful entrepreneurs, they say, oh, it's not about the money, it's about the passion, which for me is not true, okay? It's always about the money, right? What you need to do is align your passion with the money, okay? There's no entrepreneur who says, I want to do this for not getting financially rewarded, right? I want a good life. I want to, right? Usually as you get more progressive or you become richer, then money matters less because you have it, right? So that's why you see all this success. Oh, I'm becoming minimalist. I don't need all this because you already have it. It's a different mindset, right? But what you need to do is align your financial motivations with your intent, right? So in the healthcare industry, what I like is that your intent is very, very clear, right? You come into this to preserve human life, right? To treat people, to make people live longer, right? It's a very clear intent as opposed to any other industry, right? So if your why is well defined, then you need to look at the other 3 areas, right? And we'll start with the future thinking, okay? So future thinking means that you have a goal, and that goal is describable, okay? So just take that in a bit. It's describable. A lot of people, when they say they want to become an entrepreneur, they want to start a business, they can't describe what that goal is, right? And when I say descriptive, it means that you can draw it. Not write about it, but draw it. Because our brain works in images, right? So if, for example, you want to say that I want to be a successful healthcare entrepreneur, or I want to build a hospital, for example, right? Right, and my hospital is unique because it treats certain different things. So you need to be able to describe success. You need to say, my hospital or my facility will be in this area, it will look like this, it will have X number of rooms, it will have X number of physicians, it will have this number, this is the treatments that we do. You must be able to define down to the T, right, what it is. If you cannot, then you don't really have a goal. Right. If you work with what we call vague goals, then you have a vague direction. Right. So when writing a business plan, coming back to this plan, right, always try to describe what success looks like. right, as clearly as possible. And this is also for leaders as well, right? I teach leadership as well. And for all my bosses, whenever they say something, I say, can you please describe what success looks like? And then they're a bit stunted. So we have to achieve this. Okay, can you describe what it is? Right, give me exactly what you want so I can give you exactly what you want. Right, I can work towards it. So a lot more effort in describing what success is very important. So if you can do that, then your first step is there, right? So when you write a business plan, write what success looks like to the point where you can describe it, you can write about it, and you can picture it. If you can sketch it, it's even better, right? Next thing you need to do is to be self-starting, right? And this comes with the component of self-discipline, basically. Once you have your goal, and your goal is well-defined, and success is well-defined, right? You must self-start initiatives and activities that bring you closer to your future goal. Right? You must self-start. Self-start is the key, right? If you are waiting for something to happen, then no. Then you are reactive in nature. So you must self-start every day. Ask yourself, am I doing something? Have I started something that brings me closer to my well-defined future goal here? Right? And if you can do that on a daily basis, right? Every morning you ask yourself, am I self-starting? Did I do something that gets me closer to my goal? Then you will start getting closer to that well-defined goal of yours. And because the goal is well-defined, what you start will be right in the direction of where you're supposed to go, right? Vague definition of success brings vague results. Clear definition of success brings clear results. And starting initiatives and activities towards this will bring you closer day by day, right? So that's part number 2. And the third part is, as you go along, you will encounter barriers, right? Whatever that may be, financial barriers, political barriers, social barriers, whatever it is, right? You want to do something, someone doesn't allow you, you don't have the right people. And so you must have this drive to overcome barriers, right? And consistently be persistent in overcoming barriers, because no entrepreneur ever made it when they saw the first roadblock and said, okay lah, tak payah lah. Right? It's always a journey. It's always a journey. So it's quite a simple model, right? These 3 items, but it's proven through literature, right? That's why his H index is very high. So read his work if you want, but this is the summary of it, right? If you want to become an active employee, if you want to be an entrepreneur, or if you want to become an entrepreneur, this for me is the easiest way to look at it, right? You can read all these other books, thousands of books on, being entrepreneurial and whatnot, but what I can say about this model is because it's it's academic based, right? Then it's proven, rather than a lot of books that you read by entrepreneurs who have become successful and then talk about their success, but that is their journey, right? So I can talk to you about my entrepreneurial journey, right? And I can say, okay, this is what I faced, and this is what I think you need to do. But when I look back and I put it into this framework, actually this encompasses everything. I have a 2-day course on this, right? We can go deeper into each one, but basically this is what is required, right? And if you can keep this at the top of your mind, right, then I think you are on your path to becoming an entrepreneur. But you have to recognize that different people have different strengths. So for me, my problem is in the self-starting part. Okay? I'm the type of person who knows my goal very clearly. Right? I know where I want to go. I know what I want to achieve. I know by when I want to achieve it. I have a very specific idea of what I want. right? I'm not flustered by problems. Every problem, in my view, can be solved, right? My problem is that malas sikit kadang-kadang, nak start tu susah, right? So, but at least I'm aware of it, right? So that's where, for me, my muscle has to be stronger in the self-starting point, right? So everybody is different, right? There are a lot of people who are more apa ni, ringan tu lah, rajin in a way, right? But then maybe they don't define their goals well, right? Or there are some people who define their goals well, are very proactive, but the moment they see a problem, tak boleh, right? So use this framework, and if your why is well defined, which is your why is actually the X, which is not kind of the Y factor. Let's put the Y factor that will push you when everything gets hard, right? That will keep you going, right? Because again, when you talk about successful entrepreneurs, we always say for every successful entrepreneur, there's probably 1,000 who are not successful, right? But success again is a relative measure, right? Who's to say that the guy, the uncle who runs a kedai runcit is not successful, right? He's an entrepreneur. He runs a shop. He makes a good living. He can send his kids to school. His kids go to a university. Jaya, he's fine, right? He might not be a millionaire, but for me, he's a successful entrepreneur, right? Because his definition of success was that, right? And I think a lot of people in the previous generation, their definition of success as a small entrepreneur was, okay, I need to make sure my kids get a good education and have a good life, right? That was their future thinking, right? It's in this day and age where we are more open, we have more opportunity, and we are taught to think bigger, right? So while you define your success, right, try and define it without your own personal constraints, right? You must have that kind of big picture thinking, right? Not to say you cannot be happy with what you have or you have another goal, but if you want to become uber successful, then have big dreams, right? Okay? So, and then we talk about product, right? So the contention just now was the person, right? I was saying that the person is the most important piece of the puzzle, right? Because no business happens without the person, right? And then one person becomes two people, two persons becomes three people, company 4, 5, 6, and you have to keep on adding more good/great people to your team. Great results, simple as that, right? And great people will create a great product, right? So when we talk about product, right, let's just go. There's another concept that you need to take, which is called product market fit, right? Have you heard this? Must have, right? Okay. So the product market fit is basically if you have the right people thinking about creating value, and you have already identified your space, which is the healthcare space, which is this 72 billion ringgit market, right? And just don't take it there. You have to kind of narrow it down, because 72 billion, maybe 50 billion is in the hospital services, right? Another 2 billion is in, 20 billion in pharmaceuticals. You need to go into the details, of course, right? To kind of get where your little market is, right? You don't skip that. But I'm saying you're operating in a wide market. So you need to find your product market fit, right? So the question now is that if you look at these guys, right, is it the person or the product? It's the person. If you ask Steve Jobs, he never knew he was going to create the iPhone. He never knew he was going to create the iPhone. The iPhone is an afterthought after he started business, right? It was never on his radar anyway, right? When he started, he wanted to build what? An operating system. He was a programmer like me, right? And his goal, his why was, I want to make it easier. You don't have to code by line. You can use a graphical interface. That's where it started, right? But where it is now is something that he never imagined, right? Same with Elon Musk, right? SpaceX, Tesla, right? But he started where? Where did he start, you know? Who knows? PayPal. Payment. Still PayPal is still around now. Right. So 20 years ago, he wasn't thinking about building an electric car. He wasn't thinking about landing rockets. He was thinking about how do I solve payment issues, inter-country payment issues. Right. So it's always the person more than the product. Right. And the same thing about Tony Fernandez as well. He didn't know he was going to sell nasi lemak. Right. So do not underestimate your value as the person, which for me is the most important element in this equation, right? But you need to get yourself aligned. You need to understand your why and try and work around that circle, right? But the most important thing is that future thinking element, right? And just talking about future thinking is the story that I want to share. Asians, or not Asians, Asians is the wrong word, Malaysians, right? We suffer from a lack of future thinking, right? And it's not our fault. It's partly due to our culture, which is quite similar, right? But also to our environmental conditions, right? So there's a professor at MIT who's a friend of mine as well. His name is Professor Roberto Rigobon, okay? You can Google him as well. And he does a very good talk on what's the word? So he explains why different geographies act differently, right? So for us, we live on the equator, right? We live on the equator. Our natural environment is predictable every day, okay? The only risk we have when we go out in the morning is what? Rain or not, okay? Who knows how many days it rains in a year in Malaysia? Guess. Or not guess, who knows? Don't Google. Out of 365 days in a year, how many days does it rain? Okay, 100. Anybody else? Okay. So you'll be surprised to know it's 220 days. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that it's going to rain every day when you go out, right? Question is, how many of us carry umbrellas? Nobody, right? Nobody. So we have a problem of we have that is sediakan payung sebelum hujan, which is a nice peribahasa, but nobody uses it, right? So the reason for this is this, okay? Being on the equator, right? Everything is predictable for us, right? Like I said, the only thing we need to think about is rain. The timing is the same every day. Sunrise is at about 6 o'clock. Sunset 7 p.m. Tak lari. Right. Everything is predictable. Therefore, we are not future thinking in nature. Right. You take this to the West, the Europeans, right? Or because they have seasons, right? They are conditioned to think towards the future, right? If you're in summer now, and you have a winter coming up, right? You have to start thinking about, okay, I need to prepare for winter. I need to make sure, and this is sebelum ni lah, I need to make sure I have enough food, I need to make sure that I have the right clothing. So by nature, they are more future thinking by design, by environment, right? And this is something that we underestimate, right? So I'm doing a bit of study on this, and because of our predictable nature, we fail to think more further in the future. Right, so this is something we should be aware of, and try to rectify. Right, and it's something that, like I said, I see it a lot like I said, it's not our fault. It's just how our environment is. Right, but because of this, that part of future thinking in the equation is not really there. Right, and it's very hard for us to define success because we cannot really think. We have more of a day-to-day mindset rather than a future thinking mindset. Okay, so that's a bit of a selling in there. Anyway, so coming back to product, the product is created by the person, right? Sometimes the product is the person, right? And you need to find product market fit. Okay, so the definition of product market fit is this. This is my view of it, right? That you can Google, there'll be a lot of different things, but as of now, what you need to do is find a product that people want. Okay. Before this, it was like a product that solves a problem, right? The weird thing about what's happened now is some products don't solve a problem, but people still want it, right? So find a product that people want, right, in the area that you are operating in. Second point is very important. Make sure you can make a profit and make sure you can scale. Okay? And scale is the most important word here. Okay? It is something that a lot of entrepreneurs forget about, right? So when you have an idea, you have a business idea, you say, oh, I want to create this, right? And usually the idea is valid, right? Because you create something that at least you want, right? The question is, how many of yous are there, right? And this is the same problem that universities face in their research, right? They do a lot of research on a problem, but the solution is, does it have scale or not? Is there enough people to buy this, right? So the volume part is very important. We call it volume commercialization, right? If you cannot have scale, then you cannot build a business. If you have one customer, unless that customer is a giant, okay lah, right? But a lot of people forget that you have to have scale. So when you think about developing a product, please think about how many people want this, right? How many people actually want this? Is there scale to this, right? And then the second part from that is, can I make a profit, right? Again, problem in academia is that, you know, you have a solution, but maybe it's not commercially viable. So that's the second part. And the third part is, which is new, I think, now, but it's very important. You must be able to produce and sell sustainably, because the sustainable nature of the world now demands this, right? So if you produce a product from an unsustainable source, in an unsustainable method, then the market will say no to this, right? So this is where all the ESG components come in, but the fundamental is that it has to be able to be produced sustainably, meaning that you cannot use cheap labor, right? Or you cannot cut down more trees, or you cannot use, right? You have to think of it from the start, right? If you're to make a product that works in our current time, right? And if you have these three, and that little area in the middle there, that's the overlap where you have your true, what I call the true product market fit, right? So, recap, people first, person creates the product, and the person has to have high personal initiative, must define their success, make sure they're self-starting all the time, make sure they, whatever barriers that come, they can overcome, okay? All right. The plan. Okay. So, like I said, a lot of people get it wrong. They want to write a business plan first, right? And over the years, I've written, so I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2002, right? I've written so many plans, right? And I'm not saying that it's not important to have a plan. You need a plan, right? But the plan comes after getting the right person, people or person. The plan comes after thinking about the product. Then you write the plan, right? And the format of the plan doesn't really matter, right? What matters more is that definition of success to me, right? The format of the plan is the implementation part, right? How you do things is the how, right? And the easiest way to think about it, like I said, there's so many different models. You Google business plan template, business plan format. The most practical for me, I didn't put it in the slide because I sent this earlier, is what we call a business model canvas. Right? If you've seen that, just Google it. That's the easiest way. It's just one sheet. There's boxes in it. It tells you what to think about. Right? So that is probably the easiest, fastest way to get a plan together. Right? But the reality is that great people make great plans. Simple as that. Comes down to the person. If you don't want to write it yourself, get somebody to write it. Right? Pay money. Right? If you don't have the money, write it yourself. Right? In the age of the internet now, right, you can get ChatGPT to write it for you even. Right? If you prompt it well enough. Right? But ChatGPT can't create a product. ChatGPT can't find that true product market fit. That is on the person. Right? ChatGPT can write your plan. Say, oh, I have this product. I'm selling to this market. I want you, please create a plan. Even prompt it properly, it will come out right. So great people make great plans. Like I said, take a step back, look at the product. Before that, look at the person, right? And the reality is that how you define success as an entrepreneur is what matters, right? If you must have the why, right? Because like I said, the journey of an entrepreneur is not easy, right? The journey of a successful entrepreneur is never easy, right? If you don't have the stomach for it, stay in employment, right? Or become an active employee, right? Work in your organization, practice your entrepreneurship to the point where you think, now I'm ready to come out. Right? Use your current job or as a stable base for you to practice. Right? Or if you are a gambler, go out all out. Right? Whichever way, the most important thing, please define your success to the point where it is describable. Where the point where you can write about it, you can feel it, you can touch it, you can image it. Okay? And the rest will fall into place. That's how I see things. Okay. So time is short. This is like a crash course, I think. Right. There's a lot of material, actually. I've tried to kind of dumb it down into a few slides. So basically, what you need to take away is this and this. That's all. Right. And it's all in the doing after that, right? In the consistent persistence of never giving up. Because in the journey of an entrepreneur, right, if you give up at some point, then you become a statistic, right? You become a statistic, right? Another thing that I would say, if you want to become an entrepreneur, is find good mentors as well. Okay? Because you need to learn and leverage off people who have done it, but don't be too what's the word? Too taksub around them, right? Because we have this problem as well, right? So the thing about entrepreneurs who are successful, they will say that my way is the way, right? This is how you should do things, right? And in my view, that's wrong, because their journey was their journey, right? That's why I think the academic approach is more sound. This is an academic approach to becoming an entrepreneur, because it's fit for all purpose. As opposed to if you talk to Tony Fernandez, right? He will say, oh, you should do this, because that was his story. It's not your story, right? You can extract the good things, but don't follow. So find good mentors to leverage off, to get ideas, to leverage energy off, right? Have a good support system as well, because there are times when it's very, very lonely, right? Family, spouse, friends, whatever, make sure they support you in this. Don't do it alone, right? And try to practice this framework, plus finding that true product market fit. And I think you will be on your way towards becoming a successful entrepreneur. So I think that's it. Are there any questions? Do we do Q&A? No.
All right. It was such an interesting talk from Mr. Saif. All right. Any questions from the platform?
Yes.
Thank you for the very interesting talk. Yeah, I have two questions. The first question is, I think that along the entrepreneurship journey, it's very difficult, right? And then it's just had a roller coaster up and down. So what's your advice for us to keep ourselves motivated? Yeah, that's the first question. Second, it's very difficult to grab people to work together. So what's your advice for us for that? Thank you.
So motivation is a fleeting commodity, right? Sometimes you feel good, sometimes you feel bad. Sometimes you want to give up. But the difference between motivation and inspiration is very important, right? So motivation. Let me think about this. Motivation is external, right? It's triggered by something. Okay? So I can motivate you, right? If you're feeling bad today, if you're feeling tired, I say, hey, let's go out for a jog or let's do something, right? And I can motivate you. But it's reactive in nature, right? Something happens for me to be motivated, right? What you want is inspiration, it's internal, it comes from you. That's the long-term thing, right? So even if I'm not around to motivate you, right? Even if your family is not around to motivate you, support is different. Motivation, support is different. But you must be internally inspired to do this. That's why the why will keep you going, right? So define your why well, right? And to keep motivated, keep in good circles all the time, right? Keep in good circles. I have this other theory of mine, which I call the theory of movement, right? Even if you're in business, what I say is always be in action, right? Don't stay at home doing nothing, right? So for me, if I get asked to come to a talk, I'll come. If I'm free, I'll come, right? If I'm free, I'll come, right? And I always say to anybody, my staff, anybody, if you want to see me, if there's a window in my calendar, I'll come and see you. As long as logistically it's not difficult, right? So always be in action, right? Because that keeps you motivated. We are humans. We are bodies of energy, right? And we are energized by others as well. So being in action keeps you motivated. Being around people keeps you motivated, right? But when all that goes away, it's your internal inspiration that keeps you going. The reason why you want to do this keeps you going. So that's my take on motivation, basically, right? Okay, for good people, right? Good people are hard to come by, yes, right? But I think good people, there are a lot of good people who we do not spot. Does that make sense? A lot of good people. When it comes to human talent, human development, you have to extract it from people, right? So with my company, my staff, I try to look at the good in people. I try to extract the best. It is an effort. But you cannot expect the finished product, right? So the people who work with me have worked over years, right? They become good because we work well together and we have invested in each other to make sure that we get good outcomes, right? But if I were to work with you today, I don't know you, you don't know me, we don't know. You can say I'm bad, I may say you're bad, right? But getting good people along board is first looking at their core, try and assess them on this, right? And then making sure that you can work together, right? Because it doesn't make sense that they are not any good. Everybody wants to do good. Everybody wants to progress. Everybody wants to be excellent, right? But you have to work together. So unless you get a total, and it happens as well, right? In my case, we've hired people who cannot do the job. But actually, it's not people who cannot do the job. It's people who don't want to do the job ultimately, right? Unless it's a technical field. So if you ask me, I'm not an engineer to do an engineering drawing. Of course, tak boleh, right? But apart from that, take the technical part apart, right? It really is about working with the person until you get to a point where that person is good with you and you are good with them, right? And if you cannot do that, change, right? The basis is that you see eye to eye, your whys are similar, right? And that future goal is shared, right? Then the people will become good. Because if his orientation is different, if his future goal is not your future goal or your company's future goal, then that's where problems come. So I think that's how you get good people around you, right? Everybody, in my view, is good in nature. You have to find the goodness in them, right? But make sure that you are aligned in your goal, right? And another point is this, another failure, right, is a lack to communicate your goals, right? When you're in a leadership position, when you're an entrepreneur, you assume people know what's in your mind, okay? And the best leaders, the best entrepreneurs are ones who can not only describe their success, but can communicate their success to everybody so everybody is clear. That's why I was saying when I was in the workforce, when I had a boss, I always asked them, what does success look like? And they always get stunted because kenapa Mamat ni asyik tanya, what does it look like, what does it look like, right? But for me, if you are clear with me, I can give you what you want. Right? And this is actually the essence. As leaders, as managers, we always underestimate our role in making sure clearly what the people that we work with, that we are clear with them in what success looks like, right? So maybe that is something that you should look at. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Oh.
Any more questions? Yeah. Let Prof. Hayat go first.
Hi.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum. Very interesting talk, and I can see myself fit into this. However, as an academic, we rely on grant from various grant providers who insist on the business plan
Okay.
when we submit our proposal.
Okay.
So how do we have, I'm sure at KPT there is a majlis Timbalan Naik Chancellor who can make a difference to this. So how do we convince the grant provider that the business plan should come after the grant is awarded?
So you can't. There's a process. There's somebody else's process, right? So what that is a barrier for you to get to where you want to go, right? And so basically, while being an entrepreneur, you yourself and you as an organization can be an outlier. You can be a bit of a rebel. You can do your own thing, right? So if I say that I don't like business plans and I don't like, for me it's not important, it doesn't mean when I want to submit a loan application, I go to the bank and say, no, you just use this lah, right? I'm the person, you invest in me. No, you have to follow what they want because they have process, they have their frameworks, right? So when it comes to compliance, right, kena ikut. True. So if you're not willing to play their game, since they have the money, then don't play with them. The fact of the matter third parties, things that you are not in control of, right? You have to follow. So I'll give you an example. When I was set up my first business, right? SME, this is back in 2002, right? Small company, biggest problem is cash flow, right? Because you're a services company, you do your work, you bill the client, but in Malaysia, billing cycles are 30 days, 60 days, right? But salaries must be paid on time, right? Lambat sehari, bising lah. So I need capital, right? So we have to submit at that point at SME Bank, all this, right? And the amount of paperwork that it takes to submit this, right, is silly, right? And as a new business, they say, oh, you need to have 5-year track record before you can apply for money. It's always a chicken and egg situation. So as an entrepreneur, you get very frustrated, right? I'm trying to make things work. I'm creating employment. I'm doing all these things, right, which is in line with the country. But you're making it so difficult for me. So I have 2 choices. One is comply, hire somebody, or take some time to EC everything to the T, right? Even if the borang is, it's a compliance, you fill it to their liking because they have the money, right? Or you have another choice. You say, I don't need this. I'll find another way. I'll overcome this barrier in a different way, right? And after I thought about it, I don't want a loan, susah. I thought about it, right? It's borrowed money. It will still get, I still have to pay back later, right? It might get me into trouble. So what do? I look for equity partners, right? Get some investors to come in, friendly people who have a lot, right? But they want to be involved in my business. Okay, it's better. Solves the problem of financing, right? Had to go out there, mingle a lot, be in action, find the right people, talk to them. But for me, it's easier than filling in this form, right? So that is the solution. So like I said, it's a barrier, it's a problem that you need to solve. So if you want to play with them, you have to play with them. If you want their money, ada 10 borang lah isi, right? Kena fly lah. Okay.
Hi, sir. Thank you for the inspiring talk. I just have questions for you. You talk about your journey developing as a founder for the Soka Loka apps,
Yes.
right? Can you share with us that journey as a founder for that? And also, you also mentioned that you actually worked as the head of marketing in one of the football associations before being an entrepreneur in developing the apps, right? So what was actually in your mind when you want to develop the apps?
Okay.
You know, was it like, is it part of you like thinking, if I'm not in these organizations, what else can I be? And that actually drives you your entrepreneurship journeys.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
So for this, we just came in and put back. So I used to work in the Football Association of Malaysia, right? Before that, I was a failed footballer, right? Minat main bola, main sampai state, semi-pro. Realize you're not good enough, so you kuburkanlah your dreams of becoming a pro, right? Then I went into entrepreneurship for a while. I made a bit of money, enough money to not care about money for a while. Then I joined the Football Association, and I went in, just for those who just came in, I knocked on the door, I asked for a job, they gave me a job, right? But I had to take a really big pay cut to be there. So while I was there, my why was my own story of not being able to make it as a footballer, right? I actually always thought I was good enough, right? But I didn't have the avenue to get to the pro because there was not enough clubs around. You can main politik, you can kenal some datuk, whatever lah, right? That was my kind of gripe with the system. So when I went in, I tried to change the system from within, right? And what I realized was that a lot of money is being spent, and this is true for all, it's a bit off tangent, but this is true for all sports organizations. Money is allocated towards elite performance, right? Not towards the development side, the grassroots. So while I was there, I was advocating for more money to be spent in grassroots, to create more academies so more kids can play football, blah 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 blah. Susah, right? Because at the end of the day, kalau national team kalah, semua kena marah, right? So the money naturally goes there. So I was there for almost 4 years, and I learned how the industry works, right? Because you're inside, you know where the source of money is, you know where the source of power is, you know how the levers, where all the levers are, basically, right? So when I left, and that was out of frustration because you couldn't do much there, right? I decided, okay, I'm going to disrupt this industry by creating an app, right? Because if you can't work through the politics, technology can cut through, right? So we built the app, and the purpose of the app was simple, is to allow a good player from anywhere in the country to be recognized. You don't have to be in the system, right? Because the system is so small that kalau you tak masuk sekolah sukan Bukit Jalil or sekolah sukan negeri, you won't be picked up. But if you're in, I don't know, in Hulu Terengganu and you're good, the app will help you get to the point. That was it. That was just the kind of why I wanted to do this, right? So we built the app to do that, right? And of course, you have to spend time and money and whatnot, right? Right. But like I said, what I didn't see was that there was no scale in it in Malaysia, right? And it comes back to this PMF, product market fit. There was no scale, right? Because the number of kids who actually want to become professional footballers or parents who want to become, is not that many, right? A lot of people play football, but they're not serious. I sent my son to football academy, but if he said that I want to become a professional footballer, tak payahlah, study lah, right? That's what parents do, right? And that's why, without our intent, it became very big in Africa because it's on the App Store. Anybody can download globally, right? Because the kids there are serious about it. So you can download the app, you can look at the feed. It's full of kids from Africa uploading their feed on or users from Africa, basically. Because the PMF, the product that people want, is more relevant there than it is here. Right. So now, like I said, we've opened an office there. We're going to start monetizing from that market, right? So that's the journey.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sahif. So, because of the time constraints, so we need to end the session today. So give a round of applause to Mr. Sahif.
Thank you.
So to appreciate your presence, so we would like to give you a token of appreciation. So I would like to call Prof. Ong on the stage to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Saif. All right. Not forgetting to tell, so we have a number of activities going on at the center point. So we have a health screening booth, we have a dental screening, we have a hearing test booth, exergaming, optometry, and many more. So please visit the booth when you are free. And also we're going to commence our next sessions around 10:30. Right? So we have a bit of a break for I think about 10 minutes. And please back to the auditorium for the next talk. Thank you. Dr. Sai, just leave it. Okay, just look. No, I think yours is. The one you sent me email. Sure. Ruby. Yes, maybe. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, they will switch. So they will switch automatically. Yeah. So now, because we have a YouTube live, so people watch the backdrop now. So once you started your talk, then we will switch to the presentation. They will see you and your slide. That's fine. I think. Yeah. Just use yeah, even or you can scroll down like this. Okay. All right. A very good morning again. Thank you for joining us back. So we're going to start the next talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Jasli Aziz. So I want to give a bit of introduction about Dr. Jasli. So Dr. Jasli has established himself in the field of biomedical science and immunology. He's a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Dentistry, University of Malaya, where he has focused his work on unraveling the intricate connections between oral health and overall well-being. As the General Secretary of the Malaysian Society of Oral Microbiologists and Oral Immunologists, MySoMOI, he aims to also spread the findings in the field beyond our university and to general population. His research spans across the realms of molecular biology, microbiology, and immunology, with a particular focus on elucidating the molecular and microbial associations between periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis, exploring immune responses linked to periodontal health and disease, and fascinating world of bacteriophage populations dynamics in the oral health and disease. Please join me in welcoming our speaker on stage to present his talk on the impact of oral health on systemic disease. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Krishna, for the introduction. So before I begin, can I just get a rough estimate, just a show of hands, how many here are from medical, faculty of medicine, medical background? You got a few dental background. I know we got a few. Oh yeah, our new postgrads are here. Welcome. Faculty of pharmacy, is anyone here? No, okay, so mostly medical and dental. Okay, so the reason why I asked is because when we talk about health, usually we and people outside of academia, people outside of healthcare, we all tend to have our own associations that we make. So when we talk about health, some people may think about obesity, some people think about cardiovascular health, some people think about diabetes, mental health. So there are many different aspects of health, many different layers of health. But despite this, all these different dimensions of health, they are actually related. All right, so in our body, we have our skeletal system, circulatory system, pulmonary system, digestive system, and everything. So we learn about these in class separately. But in reality, when it comes to healthcare, everything is related. We can't really look at one particular aspect of health in isolation. And that also goes for oral health. Okay, so just like I'm sure everyone knows driving in the Klang Valley, if Federal Highway is jammed, for example, if there's a big accident there, it's not just Federal Highway that's jammed, NKVE will be jammed, NPE will be jammed, KESAS will be jammed. So when one system is affected, there's a very good chance that every system will be affected in one way or another. So that's what I'm trying to deliver here today and share some findings, not my own, but from the scientific community in general, on how oral health can impact systemic health. So one of the things that I think many people overlook is that our mouth is actually the biggest opening into our body from the environment. So usually everything that goes into our mouth, food, water, even whenever we breathe in and out, we always have additional stowaways that come along with whatever it is we're ingesting in the forms of environmental contaminants. We also have bacteria, viruses, right, all kinds of different stowaways. So because of this, all these things that come into our oral cavity then have the possibility to spread to the rest of the body. And this is why we can see that oral health is actually tightly associated to systemic health. So whatever happens in the oral cavity, it's not isolated and it doesn't just stay in the oral cavity. There's always a chance that whatever happens in your mouth can also affect the other systems of your body. And so I'll be focusing particularly on the oral microbiome, on the microbial aspect of it. Okay, so possibly most people here know, but the general population may not know that we actually have more than 700 different species of microorganisms just in our mouth. Okay, we have our tongue surface, tooth surfaces, we have our gum surfaces, we have the pockets in our teeth, pockets in our gums. So all these different surfaces are homes to different kinds of microorganisms, and collectively they form our oral microbiome. And this collection of species, they are polymicrobial in nature, which you can guess from the 700 different species, and they form a structurally and functionally organized matrix, which is known as our dental plaque. So this dental plaque is also known as a biofilm, where we have different layers in the structure, all with different nutritional components, different pH, different oxygen availabilities, and all these different environments lead to the formation of colonies of different bacteria and different viruses. So naturally, in healthy conditions, these residents of our oral microbiome, they protect us from invasion, from invading microorganisms that can cause disease, known as pathogens. And this phenomenon, where the residents in our oral microbiome protect us from invasion, is known as colonization resistance. So just how we would defend our home from intruders, or how a nation would defend its borders from invading forces, the organisms in our mouth also do the same by protecting us from pathogenic infection. But sometimes that doesn't fully pan out, and so we do, on occasion, suffer from invasion by pathogens. And this invasion can disrupt the homeostasis, or it can disrupt the balance in our oral microbiome. And this disruption is known as a microbial dysbiosis, or a microbial shift, where the oral microbiome shifts from one in a healthy state to one which can be pathogenic in nature, one that can cause disease. And so whenever this dysbiosis happens, leading to an oral disease of any kind, this oral disease will then lead to physiological changes, immunological changes, and so on. And these changes can leak out from the oral cavity and contribute to the formation or the increase of severity of existing systemic diseases, or it can even lead to the formation of a systemic disease. So talking about different oral diseases, here we have three of the most commonly known, or perhaps even three most common types of oral diseases worldwide. Of course, we have oral cancer, where the World Health Organization reported in 2020, a few years ago, we had almost 400,000 new cases and just under 180,000 new deaths from oral cancer in 2020. Caries, much more prevalent. About 2 billion adults worldwide suffered from caries in the year 2020, and half a billion cases involving children. Periodontitis, which is an inflammation of the gums. This one perhaps is a little less known compared to oral cancer and caries, but it is not any less common in the global population, where we have about 1 billion cases of severe periodontitis. And now you'll note that I mentioned the word severe here, and that's because periodontitis has several stages. Even gingivitis is considered a form of periodontal disease. So gingivitis, mild periodontitis, they all can lead to severe periodontitis. And in the year 2020, the World Health Organization reported about 1 billion cases involving adults. So for the purposes of this short talk, I will be focusing a lot more on periodontitis and how it leads or how it is associated with systemic health for several reasons. So firstly, periodontitis, it is an infection-driven chronic inflammation. Infection-driven meaning that one of the main components of periodontal inflammation is bacterial in nature, or even viral in nature. And it is one of the most prevalent oral diseases worldwide. If you consider the milder forms of periodontitis, gingivitis, and the severe form, you'll see that it is very prevalent. So even bleeding gums when you are brushing your teeth is an early sign of periodontitis, or it's an indicator of periodontitis. And usually, whenever we talk about an association between oral health and systemic health, it is usually in relation to periodontal health. And I will just explain why in the next slide here. So if we look at periodontal health and any other dimensions of systemic health, we will see that there are several different links between the two. So periodontal health and systemic health, they tend to share several different risk factors. We can also find associations between the two in the form of oral bacteria. So while these bacteria may originate from the oral cavity, they can also be found in systemic health. And also a cytokine reservoir, which are basically proteins that control and modulate inflammation, among other things, in our system. So one of the layers of systemic health that are affected by oral health or periodontitis is cardiovascular disease. So cardiovascular disease, as we all know, is a very wide range of diseases associated with the heart. And our oral cavity, or what happens in our oral cavity, can actually affect cardiovascular health. So as you can see in this example here, this paper, which was from very early, just this year, periodontal disease associated with the risk of cardiovascular disease independent of sex, a meta-analysis. So there have been a lot of studies which have associated periodontal health and cardiovascular disease. And several of the findings from these papers, I've shared some of them here. So for example, periodontal pathogens, in other words, the pathogens which can lead to the development of periodontitis, they can cause platelet aggregations which can lead to thrombus formation. So thrombus is a blood clot. So we have found, not we, but the scientific community has found that the pathogens which are responsible or contribute to periodontal health can also lead to thrombus formations, which can lead to cardiovascular diseases. Another one is periodontal pathogens can also be found in atheromas, which are fatty deposits in our blood vessels. And lastly, bacterial LPS. LPS stands for lipopolysaccharides. So these are basically virulent factors from bacteria which cause disease, they can stimulate inflammation, and this inflammation could also contribute to any pre-existing cardiovascular diseases. Periodontitis and diabetes is also a very common link which has been studied in the past. And it's not just one way, meaning it's not just periodontitis which leads to diabetes, but it's also the other way around. It's a two-way street. And this summary from that paper shows how several components of periodontitis, for example, you have your risk factors in smoking, and you also have your subgingival biofilm, which is the microbial colonies in your subgingiva. They can lead to dysregulated inflammatory responses and also an increase in pro-inflammatory cytokine secretion, as well as matrix metalloproteinases. So these can also contribute towards diabetes. Similarly, diabetes also has several of its own risk factors and indicators which contribute to this inflammatory pathway, which can then also contribute to periodontitis. So it's a two-way street between periodontitis and diabetes, showing once again how oral health has a very strong influence on systemic health. And lastly, focusing on the research that me and my colleagues have been doing in the Faculty of Dentistry for a while, linking between periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis. So you can see from this first paper here, periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis, one aspect of health that we don't often think about is quality of life. So quality of life of our patients can be affected negatively depending on their oral health, periodontitis, and it can also be exacerbated if they also have rheumatoid arthritis, for example. Of course, there are also several molecular associations, salivary and serum cathelicidin LL37. So these can also be associated to both periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis, and they can also contribute to the severity of both. Several other mechanisms, for example, the concentration of metallothionein and zinc. They can also be involved in inflammation, contributing to several diseases, including periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis. And if we look at the literature, we'll find that several papers have actually linked periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis. It's not really something new. It's been studied for at least 2 decades already. But because we are constantly unveiling new associations between the two diseases, we have grounds for updating what we currently know between the two, which is why we can see this paper published just 3 years ago. And taking that into mind, I would like to highlight this paper published in Nature just a few years ago, talking about the links between periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis. The etiology of RA is complex, and the list of molecular pathways linking periodontitis to RA outstrips our current knowledge. So even though this area of research, periodontitis and rheumatoid arthritis, even though it has been studied for at least 2 decades, we are still uncovering new associations between the two diseases. And this is something that I think can also be applied to other associations between oral health and systemic health, not just periodontitis and RA. So a couple of key takeaways that I would like to share before I end this short lecture. We need to constantly remember, and we also need to increase the awareness of people outside of healthcare, that oral health and systemic health are constantly related. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was in the Faculty of Dentistry in NUS, National University of Singapore. We went there with our first-year students, and their Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Associate Prof. Dr. Wong, he gave us a lecture on preventive dentistry. And so to start his lecture, he asked our students, why do they think preventive dentistry is important? And so, of course, our students, they gave a few expected answers, saying that it's better to prevent than to cure, Economically, it makes more sense to prevent disease, so you don't have to treat it. For example, caries, periodontitis, and everything. But he was looking for one specific answer, which none of the students were able to give. And what he was looking for was that preventive dentistry is not just about preventing about preventing oral disease and maintaining oral health, but preventive dentistry is also important for maintaining systemic health, for maintaining bodily health. So even though the students learn in class specifically about preventive dentistry, in the wider scope of healthcare, preventive dentistry is also important to maintain bodily health, systemic health, not just oral health. Which leads to the final point that I wanted to ask everyone to take away, the importance of maintaining oral health to maintain holistic health. So it's not just to prevent caries, it's not just to protect your gum health, but it's also important to maintain systemic health as well. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening. If anybody would like to learn a little bit more about the research that I'm doing, you can visit my website. I'm also quite active on social media, and these are all work-related accounts, so no politics, no pictures of cats or food or anything. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jasli. So now we open the floor for the questions. Any question from the floor? No?
I'm okay, no questions.
All right. So please reach out Dr. Jasli if you have any burning questions that you want to ask him. All right, so let's move on to the next session. So we're going to have another engaging session, which is the forum from the Faculty of Dentistry. All right, I've forgotten something. So I call upon Dr. Jasli to pass the token of appreciation. So I Dr. Chia, on the stage to pass the token of appreciation to Dr. Jasli. Right, thank you, Dr. Jasli and Dr. Chia. All right, so let's move on to the next session, which is the forum session. So the topic is emerging trends, challenges, and opportunities in the interfaculty research. So I would like to call the moderator, Professor Dr. Tariq Rahman, the panels, Professor Dr. Sargunan Sokalingam, Professor Dr. Ratna Devi, and also Associate Professor Dr. Pauline Lai on the stage. Oh, I didn't see. All right, let me give a bit of introduction about our moderators and the panels. So Professor Dr. Muhammad Tariq Rahman completed his BSc and MSc in microbiology from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, MSc PhD in biochemistry from Catholic University Luan, Belgium. He worked at the University of Fukai, Japan as a Center of Excellence researcher in the field of neuroscience from 2004 to 2005. In addition to his research publication, Prof. Tariq authored Healthy Living in Islam, a post-mortem perspective, and has been the lead editor of Immunology of Dentistry, published by Wiley. All right, let's move on to next panel, Professor Dr. Sargunan Sokalingam. So Professor Sargunan is a senior consultant rheumatologist at the University of Malaya Medical Center and professor at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya. After obtaining his MBBS from the Manipal Academy of Higher Education in Karnataka, India, Dr. Sargunan served as a medical officer at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia. He went on to receive his specialty training in the internal medicine at UMMC. He remained at the UMMC to teach internal medicines and rheumatology before completing his fellowship at the St. George Hospital, University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia. In addition to his work as a lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine, practices at UM Specialist Centre. The next panel is Professor Ratna Devi. Professor Ratna is currently a professor of periodontology in the Faculty of Dentistry, University of Malaya. She obtained her dental degree and periodontology specialist qualification from the University of Malaya as well. She has been a principal investigator in various research projects pertaining to periodontal systemic relationship, in particular periodontitis associations with diabetes and rheumatoid arthritis. Move on to the next panel, Associate Professor Dr. Pauline Lai. So Dr. Pauline Lai is an associate professor from Department of Primary Care Medicine, University of Malaya, and adjunct professor with Sunway University. She graduated from Monash University, Melbourne, and obtained her doctorate from University of Malaya. Dr. Pauline is a nationally and internationally renowned for her research in osteoporosis, medications, optimization, and e-health. She currently collaborates with the Faculty of Dentistry on 3 projects and supervises dental masters and PhD postgraduate students. So without further ado, we would like to commence the forum session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishna. I should give him thanks 2 times, one for introducing me and other for introducing the panels. Normally, a moderator has to introduce the panels, so please give him a big round of applause. And for the panels again, right? This is Prof. Ratna, my right-hand side, Professor Sagunan, and Professor Pauline. They are the 3 distinguished panels are sitting with me. I am a bit nervous sitting in front of them, and I have to moderate this session, right? So and they are, dentists and medical doctors, and I'm not. And the main purpose of these and objective of this particular forum is that we shall discuss about the trends, challenges, and opportunities, emerging trends, challenges, and opportunities in terms of the interfaculty research. I see many young generations are sitting in the audience. So for all of you, if you listen to all those expert panel members with us, I'm sure that you will get some valuable information that you can lead your future career path based on the suggestions and information that you'll get. So as you see that, as you heard that we have these 3 keywords in this particular theme that we have, which is trends, challenges, and opportunities in interfaculty research. Mainly we shall focus on, and I shall request our panel members to focus on the research going on between the dentistry and medicine faculty of the University of Malaya. And then from there, we shall proceed to ask them some more questions so that they can give us a deeper insight in those areas. And then we shall take home the message with us. I'll begin with Prof. Ratna. If you can, enlighten us with what do you think about the ongoing and emerging trends, which are for these interfaculty research going on in this in faculties.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Tarek, and very good morning to everyone. So I think this is a very, very interesting topic for our forum this morning. And having been given this topic some time back, I actually looked into what has been happening. And what we realized is we are coming from 2 different faculties. We have the Faculty of Dentistry and Faculty of Medicine. But we have been doing a lot of research on our own. But what we understand is we are looking at research from the same person, the same body, It's just two different faculties looking at research on the same body. And what's been very interesting to find is that I think over the years, there has been actually a lot of research that has been done collaboratively between the two faculties. And I think what I would like to talk about today is the types of research that has been covered. I think if we start from going back to what Dr. Jazli has talked about just now, the oral systemic link and how infection plays a big role, the type of research that has been coming from our faculty, and I think quite a few of us have been involved in oral health systemic research. We've done quite a bit of research, starting off with the relationship between diabetes and periodontal disease. Diabetic clinic way back with Prof. S.P. Chan when she was around. And we moved on after that to obesity research, which is still ongoing, and I think there's a lot of future research being planned with, again, the diabetic clinic as well as sports medicine. And what is very much in my current research now is the ongoing research with rheumatoid arthritis. So we've been working very well with the rheumatology clinic group, and we've had quite a few research grants in this area. So moving on from periodontal research, there has been also quite a bit of research with the geriatric group. So a lot of ongoing research between our group in the dental faculty with the geriatric group, I think in particular Prof. Sharul Bahia, and they've been actually working quite a bit on, how oral health is actually so important in the way people manage their systemic conditions. And again, this oral infection, as what Jazli has mentioned, the oral infection that's present in the oral cavity, it sort of gets to the systemic circulation through the same circulation that's going on in the periodontium, gets to the rest of the body. You have the bacteria getting into the circulation, the inflammatory mediators getting into the circulation, and you also at the same time have bacteria that may be ingested and getting into the gut barrier and causing some changes there, which may also influence the systemic circulation. So that would be where geriatric dentistry comes in, geriatric and dentistry come in together. Other research that has been going on was also research that was done by Prof. Tesanti from the molecular microbiology section with our team from oral pathology, oral medicine. So they've been looking at candidiasis and how it can alter the microbiome in the oral cavity. So if we were to look at how important having a compromised oral health would be on suboptimal nutrition, and it would then also alter food choices, how our patients, the type of food they eat. There again, there's a lot of research that has been going on, again, between Prof. Sharul Bahia and our team in the dental faculty, headed by Prof. Jacob John. There has also been some research going on with the nursing team, where they have looked at oral hygiene care by nurses caring for geriatric inpatients. And this has also been spearheaded by our Dr. Jessica Francis from our faculty with Prof. Sharul's team. So if we were to move on to look into how research has helped in improving quality of life, the research that has come from our side has been research pertaining to craniofacial and reconstructive surgery. So this techniques, craniofacial surgery techniques, has been used to treat urgent, life-threatening conditions, as well as important quality of life reconstructive procedures. And this area of research, again, has been collaborated very effectively between the dental team and the team from various teams from Faculty of Medicine. We've got the neuro team, ENT team, oculoplastic, pediatric genetics, pediatric respiratory, anesthetics. So a lot of collaboration has been going on in this area between our people, Prof. Dato Zainal, Prof. Firdaus Hariri, and the rest of their team members with the Faculty of Medicine. Moving on to obstructive sleep apnea. So there's been research being done in this area between our team, Dr. Lau Minak, and her team of people with the ENT group again. So they've been looking into mandibular advancement appliances as well as maxillomandibular advancement surgery. So this is ongoing. I think it's still very current, and a lot of results we are looking forward to getting from this research. With regards to, again, how we get to improve quality of life and how we come in this area. So a lot of research has also been ongoing with NPC, nasopharyngeal carcinoma, and this is with the ENT team again, and this has been spearheaded by Prof. Ian Patterson, Prof. Yap Lifa, and their team with the collaborators from the ENT group. Some little research also has been done on oral bisphosphonates and its relation to ONJ, and this is with the pharmacy team. So we have our people from the dental side, Dr. Jessica again, with working along with the team from pharmacy. So when we move on to looking at how therapy from the oral side, oral therapy helps with quality of life. So we've got this very important research that has been conducted on dental stem cells, and this has been spearheaded by Prof. Nohayati, who's here, and she's been working very well with Prof. Tengku Kamarul and their team from Nosrel. So a lot of previous research has been done, and a lot of publication has also come out from this research. Other aspects of oral health therapy, which is ongoing, is also looking into natural products and how our research on natural products has been done by the team from Prof. Wan Himratul's team from dental side with the molecular medicine group, and they've looked at protein expressions on early plaque colonizers. We've also had research, or rather it's something that's still very current, it's sort of in the process, and this is on the use of probiotics as an adjunct to periodontal therapy, and I think this research has been spearheaded by Dr. Chia with people from primary care medicine. Prof. Pauline is one of them, and I think the list goes on. We've also got health economics, so this is a very new area of research that's been ongoing with our team from community community health dentistry, and they've been working along with people from SPM, and they've been working on modeling and natural economic burden of periodontal disease in Malaysian scenario. So in this team, we've got Prof. Noor Intan, Prof. Sharida, Dr. Ainul Haniza, and they've worked very, very closely with Prof. Ng Chiu Wan. So this is just some of the many, many researches that has been ongoing. There's been a lot of collaboration here between our faculty. And I think we look forward to having more collaborations, and our researchers are from the dental side are ever ready to work along with the medical.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Ratna. I think we got a very good idea that how many different disciplines from these two different faculties can come together, from the quality of life until genetics. So everything from social science perspective to the clinical parts, and of course for your basic science, everything can come in the consideration. So that particular those examples that you highlighted, I think it's very important for all of us, the audience, who are young generations, young researchers. You can think about your future, future research plan, that how you can bring dentistry and medicine together. So this is a good idea. So some questions, from your, I just picked up a few things. You have mentioned about a number of research projects which are going on. Is there any idea that how many research projects have been completed since the beginning of this faculty, which I believe started in 52 years ago, right? Yeah. Last 52 years. Do you have an idea that how many research projects are there?
Thank you for your question. I think that's a very pertinent question. I did try looking for this information myself, but unfortunately, when I asked the faculty, they don't really have this sort of database, but I think that's something that we should probably look into starting. I'm not sure from the Faculty of Medicine whether there's such a database that actually looks at such collaborative research. But at the moment, from our faculty, I think that's something for us to look at.
Right. I think this is a very important thing that perhaps in our RMC, Research Management Center, from our faculty and also from medicine faculty, you may consider to create a database, because this will give an idea that where we have been working together more effectively and more productively, and how we can make a future plan. So that might be very useful. There are a few things, while talking, I was searching in the internet, that rheumatoid arthritis and the periodontitis issue. So what I found is that the earliest paper was somewhere in 1987 or 1986. So since then, people are talking about there is a link between these rheumatoid arthritis and this periodontitis. But the number of periodontal patients have been increasing and increasing.
Well, I think, thank you again for the question. The link is still, I think there's still a big search now to see where the link is, because if I'm not mistaken, and Prof. Sagunan is here, so rheumatoid arthritis is actually a chronic, it's an autoimmune disease, and it's sort of related to altered human responses.
In terms of social impact, Prof, in terms of social impact, that these research for last 30 years, did it really change our healthcare system? Did it change the policy making?
Well, so that's the idea behind the research that we are doing. So what we are looking at is how, we know that rheumatoid arthritis itself can be very debilitating, and what we would like to do is providing, looking into whether just by providing something as simple as periodontal therapy, which is just scaling and polishing, deep cleaning, just as simple as that, and would that actually help in the controlling of the parameters that are present for rheumatoid arthritis, and if that actually works, then that probably may be a big role that we can come into play by reducing the number of medication that they are taking, the type of medication they may not need to take as much or as many, because by doing our little therapy that we are doing, which may not be as expensive, you get a better quality of life for these patients.
Yeah, okay. One last question from me, and then I shall invite our panel members here to their insights on this topic. The question is related to the research project, that you have highlighted a number of projects there. I know research is a collaborative effort. I mean, both sides, medicine, dentistry, has to work. But in pen and paper, there will be one PI, principal investigator. So in how many percentage of the research collaboration was led by medicine faculty members or led by dentistry faculty members? Is there any particular statistics or data? Is it a 50-50? Is it 100% from the dentistry?
I think the idea is we come up with an idea. It can be either one of us.
Right.
So the idea comes up from the medical side or from the dental side, and then we start talking.
Right.
So the important thing now is how we know the right person to talk to.
Right.
So there must be some link there that we find the right person to talk. Either we are introduced by someone or we really know the person. And then once you start talking, you sort of develop the idea and come up with a common...
Yeah, this is wonderful. I think this is, again, coming back to the audience, the young generations, that you can see that you can have some idea, no matter where you belong, is it dentistry or medicine. So you can find your partner in the medicine faculty or vice versa, and then you can, initiate your research projects accordingly. It doesn't matter really who is as a PI in the pen and paper, but the idea coming from both sides needs to be executed. That's the idea. So may I, come back to Professor Pauline, that if you want to add anything in terms of the trends, emerging trends, ongoing trends, or past trends of research between these two faculties.
Hi, Tariq. Thank you, Professor Tariq. I just wanted to add on to what Prof. Ratna said. I mean, how did I end up working with Prof. Ratna? It was because in one of my conferences when I went to Australia, I met a fellow pharmacist, I'm a pharmacist by background, who does a lot of work with dental. And I invited her as a visiting professor here, and it was during COVID time, and we actually had webinars. And I didn't know anyone from the Faculty of Dentistry at that time, so I wrote to the Dean of the dentistry, and I said, I'm inviting this speaker. Can you encourage your faculty to attend this webinar? And everything was online. So I never saw any faces. I never did any face-to-face contact. And so people came online, but Prof. Ratna couldn't come because she had teaching that day. So, but we recorded on YouTube, and I think you watched it on YouTube. Then she contacted me and she said, I would like to do some research with you. And that's how it started. And that's the beginning of a really good relationship that we've had in the past few years. So I like that very much.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah.
So this is how may I know who was the dean at the time?
Who was the dean?
Who was the dean at the time that you wrote to in dentistry?
In dentistry, who was it?
Is it Prof. Sabri? Okay.
Yeah.
So he's already student vice chancellor at this moment.
Oh,
so
nice.
all the deans that we had, they are really, really encouraging the research collaboration all the time. Thanks to all our deans, and thanks to your initiative as well. Professor Gunan, you want to add anything in terms of the trends? In terms of the trends,
I think there are quite a number of things I want to add on, but probably I'll add it to what I'm going to speak in the 10 minutes that I have. You've actually given me so many points that I'd like to particularly add on, and I'm actually waiting for your, quite excitedly waiting for talking about trends, because she talked about all the available the research that is being done, and there seems to follow a particular pattern. So when I know what the trend is, I can come up with something.
Okay, all right. So then I'll move to Professor Pauline, that if you want to talk about since you have started from your own initiative, collaborative research between the faculty and medicine, perhaps you have faced some challenges, or if you can highlight some of those things with us. Yep.
Thanks, Professor Tariq. Okay, one of the challenges that as a group, our research team experienced was that when we do any research between dentistry and medicine, we have to get ethics from both sides. So already UMMC ethics, you're 100 ringgit poorer. Dental actually followed medicine. They say that we were making money, so they started charging for theirs as well. So they charged 100, so you'll be 200 ringgit poorer. That's one challenge. So, and that's for investigator-initiated research. If you have industry-initiated research or sponsored research, that's 1,000 ringgit. Okay, so beware, guys. Now, the second thing is that patients who come to the clinic to see people like Prof. Sargunan, they're interested in seeing him only anyway. So when you actually approach participants and you say that, look, I'm from the Faculty of Dentistry or even any faculty and I want to do some research with you, everybody's going, what are you trying to sell me? Okay, so especially if you don't have name tags, so that's really important. The other thing is that people from dentistry can't access our EMR. Okay, and all our records are actually in our electronic medical records. You want to know what the patient has, what disease, what stage of rheumatoid arthritis is, and don't tell anyone, but I used to give people my password, but now I can't. So now the principal investigator has to actually register the postgraduate dental or undergraduate dental student or as a research assistant. Why research assistant? Because dental students don't have credentialing, and UMMC requires all healthcare professionals to have credentialing. And so, in a way, you're reduced to a research assistant status. So that, I think, is quite sad because there's no set pathway. The next point is, in order for any dental research to work in a clinic setting or in a ward setting, you need a faculty of medicine champion. So the clinician is better a clinician because the clinician is the boss of the clinic. He or she has to set the tone in the clinic to say that, introduce the dental researchers to say that these are my research team. They're going to come in to collect data to the nurses, because the nurses, I tell you, they are the bosses there. They don't like you, you're gone. Okay? They will make your life hell in the clinic or in the ward. Right. Now, the other thing also, another important point about the nurses is especially like the diabetic educator nurses. They are already specialists in their role, but are they aware of the bidirectional relationship between periodontitis and diabetes? I don't think they are. So when patients come in and they treat their foot or they do the fundoscopy, and if they smell halitosis, bad breath, do they know how to advise them to go look for the dentist? So educating nurses is also, I think, very important. That's about it from me.
Oh, yeah. I think the first thing that you highlighted, I personally also felt the problem with that, ethics approval, the cost, writing into faculties. We have our ethics board chairman from dentistry faculty sitting here, Professor Adinar. If I may invite you at this point, that if you want to say something about it so that we can have some kind of peace in our mind that after this forum we shall have some discount or some waiver. Prof. Adinar, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the, the BUS chairperson for Ethics Committee, Faculty of Dentistry, UM. I think the idea about charging comes because we have to be sustainable. We don't get funding from the faculty anymore. And we need, when we invite the people to come, especially the public representatives, we have to pay them. We have to pay for the lunch and everything. That's why we start paying. We start charging, and I think it's a good move because though you're 100 ringgit poorer, but I think the academic staff pay more attention when they're submitting their ethics application because they know they're going to be poorer another 100 ringgit if the application got rejected. I cannot promise any reduction. Probably.
We are good.
We are going to continue to pay unless
So
Prof. Chai got something else to say. Prof. Chai? Tak there. All right. I'll leave it like
Okay.
that. Okay,
All right,
thank you.
so take home message for us that we have to pay. Is it good or bad? I don't know.
I totally agree with you. I don't say that we shouldn't pay. I'm just saying that we are 100 ringgit poorer. I agree that we have to pay a certain extent because we do pay more attention to our application.
Right. Okay. Professor Gunan, you want to add something about this bi-directional relationship that Prof. Pauline just mentioned, that, for example, whether our nurses know what to do. So how do we really educate them? Or is there any mechanism that we can really, come up with?
It all boils down to preparation.
Right.
Yeah. So it's really important to know what you're dealing with in the first place. And I think I'll just edge into what I'd like to talk about in the few minutes that I have, because there are a few components here. In fact, I think maybe I can start with what you've mentioned. So when we know what we are dealing with, it's a lot easier. So you have a functional unit, which is a clinic. Now, this clinic happens to be there because the university runs a service. And this service is service to the public. So that's it. And the rest of us are just watching like eagles, looking at the lake and looking at all the fish and trying to get that fish, right? If you are not there as the eagle, life on that lake will still go on as usual. It's because of this research tradition that we have, which is absolutely fundamentally necessary. Now, if we approach that and didn't know what we're dealing with, so for instance, there are so many clinics here, and there are people who run the clinics, and usually, I agree, the nurses are our main people that we go to. Without them, we don't exist. So therefore, they have a degree of control. But if we have approached them earlier, if they know what is happening, so that they know that in a busy clinic, when they have multifaceted approaches, they are able to deal with, okay, so we know that you are coming, okay, we've already prepared for you, or we know where to send you. So I think it'll be a bit easier. So it all comes down to preparation, which is easier to say. To do it is very, very, very difficult. And I would say that in future, one of the things is just to actually just assess. I want to use the word battlefield, but no, it's not a battlefield, really. This is something so necessary for our progress and evolution as an academic center. I totally agree with you about the charging for the ethics. At one point, I think it was free. I still remember. And, all hell breaks loose, and the quality of the ethics approval, the things that are typed in, they shouldn't have been there. There are people who do not know, like filling up a form for the very first time. Again, there's no preparation. When you want to fill up any form, and I'll mention two. One is your ethics application, and second is your grant application. These are not forms that you fill up just simply and give it. There are people reading this who are trained to go through every single line, every single sentence that you put in. If you mention the hypothesis should have actually been something that has been discussed, and we are reading that. So you probably need about 1 month, I think. For those of you who've written grants, you probably need 1 month to prepare a proper grant application. They even have courses for that. The same with ethics. It's all about showing respect to the people who are going through the application, because the time that is taken, the energy that's put in, the discussion that goes in. There are members of the public who are coming in and saying, yes, you're calling some of us to do this research. What is this all about? So all this has to be made clear. So I believe that the word that I like to use was sustainable. This has to be sustainable, and I believe that the measly sum of 100 ringgit should probably cover all the costs that are necessary. So I think I'm supposed to talk about the opportunities. I think so. Many of you know that these are the Nobel Prize season. Yeah, so they've announced the winners for the medicine and physiology, and it's no surprise. It's the people who found how you are able to look at the nucleoside base pairs and modify that, and then you can get your mRNA vaccine. All vaccinated? Any non-vaccinated people here? Yeah, so, okay, that's fine. And then there's also the very exciting research that's come out. Now, this is for physics. And if you followed it, you'll see that today, we now have the ability to look at atoms and electrons going through changes in real time. You heard what I said, right? Atoms and electrons, right? So the electron cloud, what it's doing, we can actually take photographs of that, because they develop what is called the atomic laser, or the attolight that they call it. Now, why is this important? It's physics. Do you think this has anything to do with us? It does, because now you have a new diagnostic tool that can look at the development of a disease from the molecular changes that happen. Now, we know about genomics. Prof. Ratna alluded to that, the genes study, right? So we have genomics today. And very excitingly, what we are doing, what Prof. Ratna has initiated is, what I'm going to talk about next is the important word for most of you very young people here, is collaboration. You cannot do it yourself. There's no way that you can sit in a lab and sit down quietly and do it. Maybe Nikola Tesla did that, yes. But it didn't end well for him, right? But if you look at what's happening right now, you have to collaborate. And therein comes the opportunities. So we have now an entire spectrum. On one hand, you have genomics, basic sciences, developing medicine, diagnostics, therapeutics, and, as Prof. You had mentioned, societal impact. So you have a whole spectrum. So when I started medical school, at that time we were just hearing about this word called cytokines. That time there was interleukin 1, interleukin 2. Today I've lost count of the number of interleukins that we have. Now, why are these important? Is because cells, tissue, molecules talk to each other. There's a language that's happening. There's a communication that's going on. Every single one of us sitting here, there's a staff meeting going on at the same time. God only knows what they're discussing, okay? So you have to collaborate. So I'll talk to you a little bit about this with rheumatoid arthritis and why oral, the oral, I would say, biostrata, if you can call it, is so important. Exciting research has come in to show that the presence of these microorganisms in the oral cavity have a significant development, pathology that kind of development, and in fact, even influence the disease. It could be a very severe disease. Now, is this a shot in the dark? Is this all fluke? Actually, it's not, because in rheumatoid arthritis, and I would say that I think, Prof, you know quite more than me actually, when you talked about looking for shared epitopes. Now, shared epitopes, I mean, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit complex, but hear me out. So shared epitopes are essentially something that you find in your genetics, your HLA DRB1, position 6, in that chromosome. There's these 5 amino acids. If they're present in this particular subset of people, they are going to get very severe forms of rheumatoid arthritis, possibly. But not just that way. If they happen to have the bacteria somewhere in the oral cavity, now their risk goes up. They may develop anti-cyclic citrulated peptide or rheumatoid factor. They may develop it. Now their risk goes up even higher. And then one day our friends start smoking or vaping, boom, they get full rheumatoid arthritis. Do you see where I'm coming from? So at any one level, any one of us can choose to be, I want to look at the genomics, I want to look at the anti-cyclic citrulated peptide, I'd like to look at the apoptotic model. And then, now I move into what we are talking about, the gut-brain axis, gut microbiome. So is that familiar? Is everyone knows about this whole gut microbiome thing? You're familiar with it? So if not, now this is like a lottery ticket that you're going to buy that's got all the right numbers. If you try to put your career into the gut microbiome, I think you've conquered so much of it, right? So I'll talk to, and Prof, you've also mentioned about working with the geriatrics team. So we do know that the oral, the biology or the microbiome in the oral cavity itself could probably influence the formation of neurofibrillary tangles. So I wonder, are you doing work on Alzheimer's, the development of Alzheimer's? Because there are quite a few, so there are quite a few papers that show that it's perhaps what's in the oral cavity that can actually maybe trigger or influence the evolution of Alzheimer's in the brain. Can you imagine the scope of that? If anyone is particularly interested. So that's my final point, hopefully, which is one reason why if you give me the microphone, this is where the problem starts. I do not stop. I don't know where this thing
I shall stop you whenever the time overs.
Yes,
don't worry.
Yeah. So it's all about collaboration. You need to collaborate. And there are so many things happening right now. You're all young people. I'm very excited for you. It's a great time to be young because the information that is available out there that you can pick up, form a hypothesis, say, can I do this? Right? So Pauline mentioned about it, about industry. So this is one which is going to be a little bit of a problem, therapeutics. Now, therapeutics is almost always industry, unless you're doing investigator-initiated trials. The problem with therapeutics is what industry has got on it, which is why it's very expensive, because they are looking for, it's a two-word thing, profit and margin, profit margins. So you cannot run away from that. Today, you need to make money. If you're not making money, I'm sorry. Forget it. Whatever you're doing must have a financial angle to it. Yeah. So the important point to understand here is that it's all the subjects that are available. Choose your interest. What is it? Do you like to study about microbiology? Like Prof was an expert in microbiology here, and because you know now how the virus just is almost like World War III, or was it 4? I can't remember. So it was almost like we're in a world war. How your microbiomes, how the pathogens could actually change the evolution of life, right? So maybe that's your interest. Or to some of you, you're more into chemistry and physiology. So physiology is still an ongoing field. We are learning new things about the brain. I think we are learning new things about circadian rhythm. So some circadian rhythm is in 2017. They were awarded the Nobel Prize for that. So there is a long list, a list which is much, much bigger, much voluminous than what we had in the 70s and the 80s. And I think you need to use that. And you can even do a simple Google. So what research do you think I want to do if it involves 1 and 2? Now you have what? This ChatGPT. Huh? Yes. And have you tried ChatGPT version 4? If you're in the university, if you've got a university access, you can just go into Bing, use your university thing, and you can have ChatGPT 4. It is amazing what you can do with it, right? All you need to do, put in the right search words, and you say, I only want 200 words. 200 words, you can prepare your grant application. Sorry, I didn't say that. It can prepare everything for you. So those opportunities are there. So to summarize, collaborate, look at the fields that are available and use technology. So be careful with therapeutics, but I think so much is on to diagnostics. And I feel very sorry for you. Are you involved in social impact studies, Prof?
No, not really. Not
Oh,
really,
okay.
yeah.
I feel sorry because the social impact studies people are the ones who have the key, but they hardly get any funding. So yeah, so that's one thing that you can look into. And finally, I don't have time to talk about this on methods of trying to get funding. That's a whole field. On
I think
we
shall talk about it. But I have picked a few things that you mentioned. It's very encouraging that so far there are 2 Nobel Prizes which are declared, right, for this year. One is in physics, another is in physiology. Physics for the electron dynamics and the physiology is for the RNA vaccine. The question I'm asking is not for him only, for all of us. How many of us are willing to have a Nobel Prize for Malaysia in next year, next few years, next decades? How many of you are hoping for a Nobel Prize coming to Malaysia? Can I see you raise your hand? Are expecting? None of you expecting to have a Nobel Prize in Malaysia coming there?
Prof. Ratna wants to raise a hand.
It's not. I'm not telling you that you will get the Nobel Prize, but you are hoping that Malaysians will get a Nobel Prize in soon. Is there anyone here? Sure. So raise your hand. All of we are wanting. So related to that, I'm going to ask a question to Professor Sagunan. That the research idea that we are having in terms of the collaboration between medicine and dentistry, how many unique ideas are there? Or are we copying some concept which are done somewhere else? So how many unique ideas we are creating every time we are applying for a grant? For example, rheumatoid arthritis and periodontitis. When you talk about this research, some people 20 years ago have talked about cytokines, and we are still applying for research grant talking about the cytokines. This is nothing new. Conceptually, this is already existing. And this kind of research, if we have prevalence, epidemics of this kind of research, it is not going to lead us to have a Nobel Prize. That's what I think. So what do you take about it?
So when we, so there is Nobel Prize, which is research, and it is exemplary research. Out of perhaps 10,000 research with their results and so on, they choose one. So what's exciting is all that 9,990 are as important and as impactful. It's this one that they believe is going to make a change. And I remember, I mentioned it, but Alfred Nobel is the guy who invented dynamite, kaboom, so yeah. So there is that element of I'll say a bit of drama, but a little drama is always nice. A little drama is nice. You saw Javan?
No.
Yeah, fantastic movie. Yeah. I was watching, it was amazing. That's why I thought a little bit drama is nice.
Prof. Sagunan is far away from all of our...
Okay. No, yeah. Why I say this is because you need to know what it is that you want to do first, that you are interested in it, you have, Confucius said that if you love what you do, if you love your work, you never have to work a day in your life. Mm. So you must be really interested in it. You're not doing it because, oh my God, I have to do this, I have to do that, my KPI, KPI, No, you really need to like to. Don't force yourself. You love it. You're doing it because in your heart, you just like it. So this is a question that you may have. And I think one exciting tool, or one exciting study is if we can identify from the molecular level right up to the development of this, we can chart the pathway starting from the organism, what are the proteins in the organism, and then molecular spectroscopy to look at what's the molecular process that goes in. So you can start, like the Krebs cycle, right? Or the hypoxanthine uric acid access. From point A to the final point Z, if you can identify, map out the whole thing, guaranteed you'll get all prizes. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So are we interested? Do you want to do it? Isn't it? Yes, the work is hard, but if you're interested, and these things take time. That's the other thing, which is unfortunately a very, very difficult concept. And of course, the other biggest thing is funding. And I'm sorry, I when you look at all the great research that's coming from the West, yeah. Not saying this on East, Japan and China especially, oh my God, I get scared every time I look at their posters. They have funding money is going into these research.
Yeah, I think I shall take one of the key words that you just mentioned a few minutes ago, that electrons, the physics, right? We are all about physics. So to my questions to Prof. Ratna is actually, I'm not sure how relevant it will be, is that as a dental lecturer, faculty member, what do you think about that teaching or enlightening our students, both from dentistry and medicine, to know about the physics? For example, when I worked in Japan, I saw that medicine students, they had a course on plasma physics, but I don't see it whether it is here or not. So how relevant it is, how important it is for them to learn the core physics and chemistry to basically flourish in the career.
That's definitely very important. I mean, we do cover quite a bit under basic sciences for the dental program, and I'm sure it's like that for the medical program as well, basic science. I don't know how much of...
Not physics,
but
we're all biology.
Physics is not there, physiology is there, no. Physiology is there.
My question is not about the physiology, anatomy, biochemistry. It's about the core physics, core chemistry. Because if we do not understand core physics and core biochemistry, that's my understanding, that we basically cannot understand the fundamental of science, and we cannot come up with the unique ideas, right? So, all of you can make a comment. Professor, also you can make a comment if you're interested.
I think something to look into. The curriculum is going through reviews all the time, so we can actually give our input here.
In the pharmacy curriculum, definitely physics is not one of the core basic sciences. Absolutely not.
Right.
But there is so many things that are coming up new today that we didn't learn in the past when we were undergraduates. So yes, I think the curriculum has to be reviewed as we go along. But the other thing that I want to learn, as in the curriculum, is that interprofessional education should start from undergraduate level to foster collaboration, and to actually get into the undergraduate's mind is that working with fellow dentists, pharmacists working with nurses, doctors, dentists, is part and parcel of healthcare.
Right. At this point of this discussion, the forum, may I invite some questions from the audience? Is there anyone that will be interested to ask? Any questions to any of your panel members?
Before that, Prof, when the thought wave calls,
yes,
so we have a fantastic biomedical engineering team that I am sure they are waiting for us to actually communicate with them, our engineering faculty as well, and also the science faculty as well. So take for instance an MRI. The way an MRI works, I don't think a doctor is the one who figures it out. It has to be a doctor or a dentist who figures it out. It has to be someone from physics, yeah. So it's the concepts that an MRI uses just amazing. So that's one. Medical diagnostics is one where they work very closely with other members of the science spectrum. Yeah. So.
Right. Okay. Anyone from the audience? Make a comments, questions, or any remarks, any observation? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself. There is somebody wants to talk.
Hello, I'm Dr. Nadika from Department of Nursing. Yes, as you said, the bosses of the hospital, or the words. Yes, I agree with you actually, Prof. Ratna and Prof. Sargunan. Yes, the nurses in their undergraduate curriculum, so it is very less concepts included related to the dental health. Yes, I agree with you. We are talking about the oral health, oral hygiene, oral care, and everything, especially the nutritional deficiencies, which is related to the oral health. So, but the researches which is related to that concepts are very less, especially now, undergraduate students as well as postgraduate students. So I take this opportunity to convey this message to the department and the students to encourage to get into this concept and try to develop, as you said, some the hypothesis which is possible. If I listen to this talk and according to my knowledge, so the many research possibilities are there. The quality of life, we are talking every day. So related to the patient's health, well-being, and prevention, as well as restoration of health. The quality of life is number one. And I just want to remind, not only the nurses are not only working in the hospital. We have set of nurses working in the community setup, community health nurses, where we talk about the prevention a lot. So the elderly people, I mean, we are having the clinics, so a lot of elderly people are coming and we are taking care of them, especially the oral health. So I think there's possibility to come in. But I just want to ask from you, Dr. Sagunan. So you said that nurses are not much aware about this relationship between that periodontitis and this, rheumatoid arthritis, and they are they can give the health education to the patients, but they don't know the relationship between that. So do you have any idea or any program to empower those nurses? And if you can arrange something, I can give some fuller support from the Department of Nursing. Can, give our students, or send some students to participate that program. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a brilliant point, Nadika, that you brought up. I just want to highlight that this is a developing field. Many things that I think I'm struggling with when you look at the science of all of this. Right now, I think what we are doing is still on the diagnostic level. Once we've diagnosed it, once we know the actual existence, for all we know, another study comes say there's no link. I don't think that's going to happen, but it is possible. It is. We have to look into all possibilities. So once we've actually established the link, and we've established how it affects our patients and what are the implications. If there's presence of these organisms, if there's presence of an infection, is it going to make the disease worse? So definitely trying to get that information to the patient and the public will require the help of very trained nurses who actually have better reach to the patients than doctors. Doctors, we are just at few minutes, right, the points and all that, but the person who's ongoing has to be. So this is something we look forward to developing, a sort of a curriculum or a syllabus that we can someday pass on to everyone. Yeah. And yes, very much invited to join in the research as well. Yeah. So, yeah, Prof.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, please, Prof.
Okay, thank you for your comment just now. I think just to go back to how this relationship between research and societal impacts, what is very, very much established with oral health and systemic disease is the interrelationship between diabetes and periodontal disease. So we actually did a little questionnaire to all the family medicine specialists working in Ministry of Health. This was a few years back, and we asked them, not only family medicine specialists, but also the healthcare provider, the medical officers who are working under them. So the questionnaire was basically on their knowledge, attitude, practices on this interrelationship. And the feedback we got was, they were quite a sizable number that knew about this relationship. How by doing something for your periodontal disease, you can actually help with the diabetic control. And the answer we got about, why don't you refer your patients to the dentist if you know that there's such a disease? The answer they gave was, it's not in our CPG, the clinical practice guidelines. So they follow very closely to the CPGs for diabetic management. And we were very, very happy because just after that, it has now been included. So in their CPG, the latest updates on the CPG for type 2 diabetes management, doing a referral, a periodontal, or rather a dental referral is one of the things that they should do for any new patients. And something that they also have it as one of the things that the diabetic educators should be also looking into, the education given to the patients, the new patients that come in. So I think that's where societal impact comes in, how it has then become a policy. So all this actually goes back to the policymakers, how they take into, they accept the findings and then they make that into a policy. And I think at the end of the day, that's what the practitioners will be following. And it will be good for the patients, isn't it? The patients are there to benefit from this.
I think, Prof, in relation to her question, if I may add one more question for both of you from medicine and dentistry. Do you add nurses as a co-researcher in your research grant, or do you have any provisions for doing it? Yeah, nurses.
We can, if we, I think.
I mean, have you done that before?
We have had researchers in our faculty.
Right.
Dr. Jessica has been doing something with the nursing staff for geriatric clinics, so it has been done. Right. There's a lot of scope actually for us to expand.
Right. This is what I think you can also consider, and you can tell your staff that they can embark on the research projects from medicine and dentistry, and they can become part of the research. And this is how it may increase. Right. Any more questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Okay, hi, I'm Tuan Sin. I'm a postgrad student in Department of Orthopedic Surgery. So just a question, because when I'm doing my research, I've encountered problems, I think in my group also, because now we're having multi-omic analysis for our project. However, in our department, we don't have this type of knowledge or collaboration with, for example, Faculty of Science. They have more advanced knowledge that can actually help with our research. So I'm just from as a student, how we can able to initiate this type of collaboration with other faculties that can help with our research. And also for now, I'm seeing there's more collaboration at a project level, but I feel if we have team, as a team, if we have this type of research collaboration, definitely will be better. So it's what is the challenges or opportunities to have this type of team collaboration? Yep, thank you.
Any one of you wants to address this? Yep.
You're an undergraduate or postgraduate?
Postgraduate.
Okay. Usually, if we want to work as a student at student level, if you want to collaborate with people from other faculties, it's usually your own friends, you stay in the same college or anything like that. So people who actually stay at home, this is from my own experience, okay? People who actually stay at home with their family and they don't stay with other students, they don't tend to collaborate that much because they go home. But people who are in the same college and you make friends, and then you know that so and so is from this faculty and that faculty, that's where you find your jalan, your collaboration. However, if that does not help, what I suggest is that you talk to your supervisor, because usually your supervisor at supervisor level, we get to know people from different faculties and they'll put you in contact. So with my research, I never do research alone. I always collaborate, and depending on my research topic, I will collaborate with medicine or dentistry or nursing or even faculty of computer science, law. And so then I make connections, and if I don't know connections, I'll ask my colleagues. So that's so that you can do the same thing as well. You can also ask your friends. That's my suggestion to you.
Prof, you want to add anything? Suggestions or?
I suppose this collaboration would also come from your supervisors, so how they sort of collaborate with their colleagues. Because there again, I think the other thing about opportunities for collaboration would be you get better grants, and this would be what we have seen from our own groups that have collaborated with the medical side. They've had very good FRGS grants, the fundamental research grants. They've also had TED1 grants. So these are the types of grants that you can get more money. Of course, you won't get what you're talking about, like what you see in China, but at least there's some money there to do something. So it's all very competitive, these grants. And coming up with a collaborative idea, the chances of you actually getting the grant is much higher if you were to, if compared to doing it solo and you're just doing it within your own group. Yeah.
I find that if you want to work with other faculties, so the Mail has access. So almost everyone has Mail. Do you have Mail? You do, right. So mail, if you look at it, there's actually quite a number of emails asking for anyone's interest in researchers, and many of them are research assistants looking for a post. But having said that, so almost everyone has mail, one. Second is you can go to Expert, or you can go to individual faculties and look at who is in that list of people. Then check their research profiles in See, all this is there for a reason. Check their research. We can do background checks on anybody, right? Nowadays, isn't it? Huh? It's scary, isn't it? You just try and Google your name and see what happens. Or ask your friend to Google, hey, what you find, take a screenshot and send you. You'll be surprised, right? So you can do Expert. In Expert, then you might find someone who probably has similar interests, then initiate a meeting. And these are the days of Google Meet and Team and also Google Docs. So Google Docs is very useful. Say, I'm starting Google Docs, give your hypothesis and give what are the basis for your study, what you're hoping to do. And then slowly you can build your network, right? So that's one way you can do that. And I truly, truly encourage that. I think a lot of work done in the orthopedics, you have your bone bank, and you talked about the multi-omic studies. So you can work with the others. Just give a word out of, this is what I do. So that's why, social media has a lot that's useful. People use LinkedIn and so on, but specifically, I don't know if there's anything on research that people say, I'm doing this research. Nowadays, everybody talks about...
You can use ResearchGate.
ResearchGate, right. I was about to say that, ResearchGate. You can go into ResearchGate, which is very, very user-friendly, in my opinion, more than Publon's. That one's weird. ResearchGate is really useful. So a lot of people talk on that side. Create a good ResearchGate profile for yourself, and before you know it, people are trying to contact you.
Right, yeah.
Mostly asking for free copy of your paper.
I would like to have one more question, and then I shall invite someone very special in terms of successful records of research collaboration to give her insight in few minutes. But before I invite her, I would like to have one more question from the audience. Anyone? Dr. Chia, I can see that you are smiling. You want to ask a question? Prof. Please, if you have a comment, please. There's over there.
Thank you. I was not expecting to give a comment, but because Chair was asking, I will. I think you have been stressing the word collaboration. I think that is the word if you want to, be successful in research. The younger generation of people who are here, I would say when we look back, 30 years or 35 years of our career, that is the collaboration which made us little successful than others. So therefore, I think that is the way forward if you want to do collaboration. Always remember and be convinced that few brains are always much better than one brain. So therefore, if you want to develop any research idea to next level, I think you need to have collaboration. Collaboration. That is the success. I think all the elderly people who are here will agree with me. If they are little successful today, that is not because of their brilliance, individual brilliance. It is because of the input coming from others as well. So therefore, I think the first thing youngsters should look for is collaboration. So that is the way to success. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Tilak. I promised that I would like to invite somebody to talk about her insights in terms of the research collaboration. I'm sure that many of you know her. At this point, may I ask Professor Hayati, who has been a successful research collaborator, and in bringing collaboration between medicine, science, between universities, between different nations, and whatnot. I know her for at least last 10 years, and I saw how many projects that he's a matchmaker. In terms of the research collaboration, I said that she's a matchmaker. So let me hear from you for a few minutes, Prof. Hayati, what do you think? Please, can you give her the... Yes.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Tariq. He likes to put me on the tight spot every time.
Is that true?
No. Okay, as Prof. Tilak mentioned just now, the keyword is collaboration. But before collaborate, we need to network first, and that I will bring you to the lecture shortly. Just to share with you, I started my career as a lecturer in this will tell you how old I am, in 1987, 86, 87. And I was stuck in the Faculty of Dentistry for 20 years. And not to say stuck, but not knowing anybody, just people in the faculty. And I was to the point of going to resign, and the dean told me, no, you cannot resign. I end up shopping every sale I was there, and until I start collaborating. The first thing was I asked myself what I want to do. Then I have a friend, Prof. Zamri at that time. He's very also, shall I say, keen and excited about working with others. So only then I told him that I want to work with palm oil. Then I decided to do the composite in dental restoration, palm oil, then start going to nanotechnology and things like that. And it has been enriching. And yes, the word is collaboration. And only after that I found no more go shopping. Until I have to give all the shopping as the wedding presents. So no more shopping, and then only found myself as a researcher. And I'm also very, after that we expand and also then start working with Prof. Tariq. And as Deputy Dean for Research at Faculty of Dentistry at that time, and when University Malaya formed research clusters, I was one of the person who was so excited about research cluster, because this is the platform that will open up opportunities. Because then we get to know people who stand up at the first cluster meeting to say that, what's wrong with what we are producing paper? I'm sitting in my lab. Then I stand up and I said, no, I all opt for research cluster. So that was then I understand social science, and I think for whatever that we're talking today, to make the behavior change, we need to collaborate with social science. Right. Social scientists is key for us. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Hayati. Yeah. I'm not sure whether I should disclose that how keen you are still in shopping in different cities.
No, that's my favorite pastime.
I used to go with her in
to release stress.
Okay, to release stress. Yes. All right. I was thinking about what Professor Saguran just now mentioned about this Confucius statement that when you do something, you love it. I'll tell you one short story, and then we shall go for another round of discussion. When I started doing my postdoc in Japan, in Fukui University, I was doing an experiment with a pregnant mice. So I had to operate, make a surgery, and take out this embryo from the uterus, and then inject plasmid in the brain, in the lateral ventricle of each pups inside the uterus. And then you have to electrocute them so that the plasmid will be taken up by these growing neurons. So all these experiments, I have to anesthetize the animal, inject all the plasmid in 10 to 12 pups, which is under microscope, and give an electric impulse using leg. So, and everything has to be done in half an hour. So during this half an hour, your eyes, your hands, your brain, your legs, everything is engaged. That's so extensive experiment that I've been doing. And when I was doing it for successive 2 months, every week I operated more than 3-4 mice, but I failed. Successfully, I failed every experiment. So I went to my supervisor, I said that this is not an experiment anymore. Then he closed his logbook or whatever that I was maintaining, and he said, Tariq-san, love science. if you can love science, you will succeed in this experiment. And believe it or not, from that point of day, next week I become successful in that doing experiment. So what I'm trying to relate with what Professor Sagunan just now mentioned about the Confucius, and relating my personal story, that whatever you do, the key word is collaboration, that Prof. Tilak and Prof. Hayati was mentioning, and all of we are mentioning about it. But behind that collaboration, the core concept of doing science is love science. If you do not love science, if you do it for the sake of KPI only, you will not go far. You will come up with a number of publications in your CV that your number of publications will increase from 100, 200, and 300. But in the end, you shall not see the light of science behind it. That's what I feel. So love science and have collaboration. I would like to spend last few minutes of our forum on this concept of love science. So may I invite Professor Sagunan first to talk about it? Yes, a little bit of it, and then I shall invite the other panel members as well.
So I think that everyone here is interested in the opportunities that are coming up. I hope you can take a leave of what Prof. Tariq has just said, that if you're going to do something that's really dull and boring because you have to do it, then probably you're going to get burnt out. And we've all come out of COVID, and it's really, really important to know how personal interest, dedication. I know you talk about someone who's being very dedicated, someone who's like, yes, we'll do this, and it is so like, how do you say, so spirit and all. But it only comes from whether you like it or not. You have to like it. But obviously, you have to remember that nothing good in this world came from being easy. Denzel talked about that. It's like, if it's hard and you work on it, plus you like it, then yes, you will get success. All right. So it's not an easy path. It's very, very difficult. As Prof gave you a brilliant example just now, I would have just shut off and go back to Kuala Lumpur. But you decided to carry on. So that's pretty amazing. That you actually had the spirit and the drive to go on. And we all get fed up. We all get at some point, why am I doing this? But if you see the bigger picture and understand that, our Indian culture, suffering is part and parcel of life only, If you're having good every day, at the end, sorry, you're gone somewhere, right? So some degree of pain and suffering is okay. And I guess that's what research is all about. All those people who are out there, getting getting the financial benefits of your research, they went through hard time. Yeah, so there will be some rewards coming in some way. Maybe if you don't get the recognition, you don't get the prize, you get a nice fat check, or get a nice bank balance. Yeah, that'll be good.
To the postgraduate students, this is what I tell my postgraduate students. How do you decide on a topic, and how do you love your topic? Because what you do as a, not so much master's, but PhD student, is going to be your life. So if you read something by when you're doing your literature review and you're falling asleep, please don't choose that topic, because you're going to do that for the rest of your life, okay? But if you read something and you say, hey, this is something that interests me, this is something that I can do, and you're going to put your next 3 to 5 years, depending how fast you do your PhD. Once you get your PhD into that topic, when you go for interviews at any university, they're going to say, what's your PhD topic on? Oh, it's on osteoporosis. Oh, so can you give this lecture on osteoporosis? Can you do this? Can you do that? It's all going to be on your PhD project. So choose wisely and choose something that you love for the rest of your life.
So I actually echo what the other two panelists have mentioned. So it's all about being passionate with what you want to do. You are going to live, breathe, eat your research, and you need to be really happy with what you're getting yourself into. And someone mentioned this thing about the 3 C's for success is concentration, consistency, cooperation. So being, with what you're doing, you have to be really there, and the passion actually must be there for you to make sure you reach the end, and you want to get to the end. Yeah, so all the best to all of you all who will be going into your research collaboration.
All right. I think we are coming towards the end of our forum session, and before we end, may I have one last question, very important question that if anyone can ask me or ask the panel. this session is supposed to be interactive, so only it's not only for listening from our side, but also from your side. I'm encouraging young generations, postgraduate students, to ask anything. Nothing is stupid to ask. Anybody? All right, it seems that nobody is interested. Everybody is hungry for the lunch. All right. Krishna, you want to ask?
Yeah, Prof.
Yes, please.
I have, from my own experience, talking about, the old and new era and the new gen students. So I'm not sure whether they have the same endurance that, we had those days. I'm not that old though, but, you had a 3 times failure. So I had more than 50 times failure when I was doing my PhD.
No, not 3 times, 2 months.
2 months, okay.
Every week, 3 times.
For me, it's like almost the first year of my PhD, the objective I totally dropped off because, I end up failing every time, more than 50 times, I would say. It took almost 1 year. But whether the new gen students have the same capability, endurance to go through this kind of failure, and they, I feel like, they just want to ask your opinion whether they tend to easily give up with their studies, and what is your opinion? What is your suggestion?
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, Dr. Krishna. Let me again give you another example from my personal life. When I was doing my master's in biochemistry in Leuven, in Belgium, I had an advanced biochemistry course. So the course outline was not a syllabus, it's not topics. It's from a book from page 1 until page 280. That is the syllabus. So I have to read everything. And then I have to sit for the examinations. And then before I went for the examination, the examiner, the lecturer, he asked me, did you memorize the structure of amino acids? Did you memorize the structure of nucleotides? I said, no. So if you do not memorize it, do not come and sit for this exam. Then I asked him that, why is that? So if you have to memorize it, if you can memorize it, then you know whether you can develop another molecules in future or not. It has to be in your brain. It has to be in your blood. If you cannot memorize things. So this is what he said. So anyway, that's keeping this story apart. Then I was teaching biochemistry in other universities I was teaching. And then I again asked questions about, structure of amino acids and so on. So students failed. And they complained that Prof. Tariq is asking questions about which is involving rote memorization. And I have, this particular student, he said that I attempted to write that structure 3 times and I failed to reproduce it in the examination. So I was interviewed along with the student and my supervisor, head of the department. So students complained that I wrote every structure 3 times and I could not memorize it. And then I looked at him and I said, I wrote every structure 50 times before I could memorize it. So this is the endurance that we had. And this is the endurance that I had for my students. How do we relate it? Is it because we are pampering them? Or is it because they are being pampered? If I criticize my students in his or her thesis, which is full of red colors, he or she becomes very upset. He thinks that, oh, this supervisor is he's very negative-minded. But for my thesis, my supervisor edited 6 times, and every time is full of red colors in each and every page. And I was never frustrated. I never complained about it, because every time he gave me a correction, I feel happy. This is the thing that I want to tell the young generation, that if your supervisor abandons you, do not correct your thesis, you are the loser. If your supervisor makes hundreds and thousands of corrections, even with the negative comments on it, you are the gainer, because you know how to learn. You are correcting your mistakes. So coming to your point, I do not know exactly what is happening with the new generations, why they are so complaining about it. Are we pampering them? Most possibly we are. Most possibly we are, in every way possible. There's another story I would like to share and then finish this story at the forum for today. That when we are attending a thesis defense, invariably I see here in Malaysia that we start with this praising word. which we call a motivating word. Oh, you have done an excellent work. You have done a very good job. And then we start evaluating them. For God's sake, this is an evaluation. You have been motivating them when they're working, not during the evaluation. Because if you have 5 students and you motivate one student with a great word and you do not motivate the other students using the equal words, you are basically making an injustice. So in the evaluation, be straightforward and be neutral. You do not have to motivate students during the thesis defense, but this is what we are doing invariably. And in 5 students, 10 students we are facing, you are evaluating in the same sitting, we are not using the same motivational word for each and every student. We are using differently. So when they go back, they discuss, oh, okay, they like you very much, they don't like me too much. But that's not the reality. We like all of them. So it is not an advice, it is not a suggestion, it's a practical reasoning that we have to be neutral when we deal with our students. We can deal with them as a human being to motivate them in every way possible, and we have to do that. We have to deal with their human aspects of it. But in terms of learning, training, gaining skills, we also have to be very strict and is having the principles for it. All right? I think we are finishing the forum. Do you want to add anything? Prof. Pauline, Prof. Sagunan, Prof. Ratna? All right. Please give a big round of applause for the panel members. And with that, I would like to thank the organizers to have this time for organizing this forum. And I hope that you had a wonderful time with us, with the sharing session, and you all will benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Tariq. So I guess we had such a wonderful session. It's a mind-blowing. Even I, too, into the discussion, I've forgotten about my MC job. All right, anyway, I would like to call upon Prof. Adina on stage to give a token of appreciation to our moderator and the panels. So I'd like to call Prof. Sagrunan, yes, as the first panel for this session. Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to call Prof. Ratna. And finally, Prof. Lai. And I would like to call Prof. Tariq, who have conducted the session very well. Thank you. All right. So we're gonna start with the next session. All right, we haven't finished yet. So now we're going to move on to another important lecture. All right, I would like to call Prof. Hayati. Before that, I would like to give a bit of introduction about Prof. Hayati. So Prof. Dr. Nur Hayati obtained her BDS from University Malaya, later her MSc in Conservative Dentistry from London, and PhD in Dental Materials, Newcastle, in 1984, 87, and 95 respectively. Her 35 years of clinical practice has been interspersed by teachings and learning, research, and management roles. She's currently contract professor at the Faculty of Dentistry, University Malaya, and the director of National Cheng Kung University Overseas Hub. She served as Dean Faculty of Dentistry, University Kebangsaan Malaysia between April 2020 till April 2022, prior to which she was at the University Malaya for 33 years, where she served as the head of Department of Conservative Dentistry and Deputy Dean, Development, Research and Innovation at the Faculty of Dentistry. And in 2013, she was appointed as the Dean of Health and Well-being Research Cluster, where she facilitates an interdisciplinary network of researchers in a broad range of research areas and innovation. Her research interests include biomaterial, regenerative medicine, and dental educations. As a dedicated teacher, she involves herself in dental education, research where soft skills, reflective teachings and learnings, and clinical competencies are amongst the area of interest. She often takes time to reflect and engage in endless discussions to make interesting and learning interesting and fruitful for her students. With that, we are very glad inviting Prof. Nur Hayati to deliver her talk on the art of international academia, networking, and research collaboration.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Thank you, Krishna, for that kind introduction. Okay, today, as I think it's not. Okay. So, just now when Prof. Tariq invited me, this is what I'm going to also talk about. So the forum transition very well to this lecture, and I'm happy to see many of you here, still here, and would be interested to listen about networking and research collaboration. So happy Academia Week. So this is Lazy Susan or Unlazy Susan, posted by a lecturer from New Zealand on Twitter to talk to demonstrate the job of a lecturer. So it's very daunting, and if you want to take the career as an academic, you better think many times. However, it is not that difficult if you know how to collaborate and network. So these are the, I think we also have to do other than service administration, right? So at first I wanted to edit this and put administration, but it's too difficult. So I've decided to just leave it as it is and just acknowledge her. So let's go to networking. What is it? So there is actually a very there's a difference between networking and collaboration. So let's talk about networking first. It's action or process of interacting with others. Yeah, networking involves establishing and developing long-term relations of mutual benefit with people and helps you to advance your career and give you access to more opportunities. However, collaboration, is the act of working with another person or group of people to create or produce an output. So if you are not working with them, not producing output, you are just networking only, getting to know people. Involves actively in sharing ideas, resources, and so forth, and often emphasize teamwork, communication, and synergy, and also could be achieved by individuals working independently. So this is collaboration. So networking is actually very different from collaboration. So if you look at it from the nature, purpose, and focus, networking is building a broad and diverse set of contexts. Interaction can often be transactional or short-term, and individually oriented, seeking to expand their personal network for personal or professional gain. Whereas collaboration is a combined efforts to achieve a specific outcome or complete a task. Typically involve more sustained and ongoing interaction with a shared objective, and inherently collective to achieve a common purpose. So therefore, networking is go wide, collaboration is go deep. Just like your FRGS is knowing how to go deeper and understanding things. Okay, so this is the difference, the main difference between networking and collaboration. We can know a lot of people, but not necessarily we are collaborating with them. Yeah, but by knowing people, there is the opportunity that will open the door to collaboration. So networking or making friends. So networking is more like making friends. We are networking now. We are getting to know each other. Yeah. So begin organically, similarity, curiosity, create connections, give and be willing to receive, consistency over intensity. That means you all the time communicating. Yeah, keep your communication. But the differences is ultra intentional in the objectives. That means making friends is you don't have real intention, right? But you just wanted to get to know each other and things like that, and identify the people that support specific objectives. So some people may think that networking, is it really, is there the necessary evil or essential good? Some people may think that I'm being opportunistic. That I'm being opportunistic. That's why I go and try to get to know someone. Yeah. For example, if I am at a conference now, yeah, if someone is presenting at the end of his or her presentation, if I have interest, I will communicate with the person. And for example, now I want to get to know Krishna. The moment he give me his name card, my mind already start churning and say, what can I get from him? What can I do with him? How can I benefit from his expertise? These are the things that I already start thinking how. But sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah, sometimes. But I also now, as a contract professor, as I grow older, I find pleasure in making that connection. I find pleasure in the joy of other people. So I may not work with Krishna, but if I know someone else who I said, oh, actually there's this person, can you get in communicate with him? And I give the name card or so forth. So this is where over the years, not only for myself now, I find a great pleasure in also connecting the dots and matchmaking people. Yeah? But the essential good of networking is building a professional network, create and build the opportunities for yourself, advance career based on merits and qualification, and it should be a pleasure, not a chore. Okay, it should be a pleasure and not a chore. Yeah. So just take an example here, networking in academia is just as important as it for careers in industry, because in the industry maybe because you want the businesses, right? But it is equally as important, and scholars are connected and collaborative, enhance their chances in progressing further and faster in their academic career. Not only that, you will then try to address more interesting and more pressing issues and addressing real problems, not just in your lab. Yeah. So as I told you, when I was a young lecturer, it was okay for some time, but after a while, it became quite depressing. Yeah, to just be doing things on your own. Okay, so this is what networking is. So platforms. Yeah, platforms for networking now is a lot. So casual contact at networks, like here, we have the Health. We can meet people. Some people come and they just go. They don't talk to others. But maybe you are shy. But maybe when you go to the poster, you try to create conversation and see what are the interests. Yeah? But now online, social media network, LinkedIn, ResearchGate, yeah? And also professional association. So when we take the opportunity, when you go for conferences, to identify who you think you want to meet, because you know the speakers, right? And one thing that I have never done my entire life is when I want to go for a conference is ask for who else are going. I never ask for who else are going. I just interested and I just go. And if there is someone else going, then it's also nice. Otherwise, I will go just by myself. So, but not many people are like that. So it's good to be focused in what you want to do. Yeah. So network is about sharing and not taking. Connect with people authentically, even if you don't need anything. I think people can see whether you are sincere or not. So just be yourself and don't worry about what other people think. Some of us are very shy. Maybe what do they think of us if we say something that is not right? No one judge you. Don't be afraid. Yeah, and then find people who will strengthen your network. If you are interested in digital technology, for example, then you find the people that has common interests. Yeah, so identify what you need and what you can give. So if I see Krishna's, sorry Krishna, I'm not trying to pick on you, name card. So I will also start thinking, what can I contribute to him also, so that we can collaborate. Yeah, take advantage of mentorship program or even virtual and maintain quality over quantity. Smaller group is also better than big group, but you do not take the opportunity to use it. So just rules of interaction. Yeah. Never confuse networking with old boys network. Networking in academia is not just like the old boys network where you go to the golf club and discuss about things. No, it is about serious talk and have academic discourse. Embrace the concept of giving and taking, as I mentioned just now. Take time to get to know each other. Set clear and realistic target. Don't leave it to chance. I'll give you some examples later. Concentrate on common goals. Don't focus only on highest level contact. You don't, if I want to work with Nosarel, for example, if I want to focus on Tengku Kamarul, he is very, very busy, right? He's not even here most of the time. So I may ask for other researcher, his postdoc, or his RO, or other lecturers who are in his group. So that will also bring a lot of common discussion and so forth. And work on communicative and social skills, learning by doing. I think all the rest is just simple. I think all of us know how to be polite and how to not antagonize anyone. Yeah. So we are okay. For Malaysian also especially, and any other ethnic groups, I think we know how to treat people. So again, I just want to highlight here that gone are the days that academics spend their time hidden away from their office and labs. You need to go out. However, Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Dentistry is very far from the main campus, right? It's very difficult. And not all of us are like the Dean of Faculty of Dentistry, Prof. Zamri Razi, who are very extroverted and will go and mingle with people. But I guess we just have to be a bit more extrovert if we are introvert. So if we are shy, it's very, very difficult. Yeah, you need to get out from that cocoon. Yeah. So how to survive? This one is for introverts. Okay, I just give you tips. Yeah, introverts. If you're introverts and you go to academic conferences, so stop thinking about networking, but sharing and learning. So if you have interest in that speaker, what he taught, just note down a simple question. Also is okay. You just want to get his attention and talk to him, and give your name card or something like that. Yeah, and then realize that you have something to bring to the table. You know that you have something to offer. It's not that you're just going to say hi. Yeah, you ask questions. Yeah, develop your networking. Go with a colleague. So if you are shy, maybe you go. If I am there, you can come with me because I am tak malu langsung. Tak malu langsung tu apa cakap Melayu? Muka tembok. No, I'm not shy at all. I'm very happy to meet. So sometimes when I go with colleague, I even bring them along and introduce to the speaker and to whom I know. So it's very good, and overcome your fear and smile. Yeah, smile. If you think you don't have a good smile, come to the Faculty of Dentistry. We'll sort it out for you. So the normal, the new normal is also this. We use the high tech. Maybe you can just email first, have an online meeting first, and do things like that. Be clear what you want. Do your homework first. This person that you want to get to know. So like Tengku Kamarul always told me, we have to CSI that person. Yeah, so we need to understand what is his interest and then you can meet. Yeah, don't take any rejection personally because most of the time they don't remember. Yeah, so don't worry about that. So I just give you an example of a networking platform. I think just now Prof. Sagunan mentioned ResearchGate, which is very good. Yeah, so the art of building network. Yeah, step by step. I think maybe we never realized that actually we network at home. Right? We network with our friends at the department, family, conferences, yeah? Then we look at same interest, different expertise, stay connected. Okay. See, so now, build your relationship with your families. So sometimes we are lucky, we meet our partner who are in the same area. So we can, or maybe our brother and sisters who are working in different areas. So, like someone told me, exploitation starts at home. So, exploitation starts at home. So, my husband is a radiologist. So, when I first, I didn't know what to write. When I just become a lecturer, he said, oh, why don't we look at all the dental processes that if somebody can swallow and write a paper. Is it, you can see or not in the radiograph. Okay, so and then this pea in a pot, the 3 peas in a pot, my sister happened to be Tariq's wife and my other sister. So she is an expert in assessment. Whenever I have a problem in statistic, I will call her and I am the elder sister. Do you think she will say no? No, she will answer all my calls. Yeah, if not, I contact the husband. And then all the my other sister, this younger sister, she's a home baker. So to help her, I order all the cakes for my meetings. So all my collaborators are very happy with all the cakes. So this we build relationship with your own family also. You know, it's very good because it's, I think it's a healthy relationship because you can discuss work, you can, other than discuss about the kids and what the mother-in-law does and the sister-in-law does, you know. So, but those are the things. And then at the department, build relationship with your friends, colleagues, and students. Don't forget to network with your students also because usually as teachers, our students are going to be far and achieve even more than us as teachers, right? So we need to keep that network with colleagues and friends, yeah. I don't keep my network very much with my school friends, but some I do. That when my mate went back for COVID, because of COVID, she got stuck. So one of my friends helped me to bring her back also. So that's networking. So now, look at this Google map. Where is the Faculty of Dentistry and Faculty of Medicine? Here, right? And where's the rest of the people in this university? It's somewhere there. We hardly meet them. And we need to meet with the social scientists. We need to meet with the chemists. We need to meet with the engineers. But we never have the opportunity because we are busy ourselves. Right? We are busy ourselves. So you just have to make an effort. Yeah. And I was at UKM for a short while. Also, we were here and everybody else is 30 kilometers away or 20 kilometers away, and we just, dentistry is just there by itself. Okay, so I just share with you this, some old pictures. So from 1987, after I finished my master's, for 20 years, I never knew anybody else other than dentistry people. And as I told you just now, at that time, I became so disillusioned and my paper keep on being rejected because the facility in dentistry wasn't up to mark, up to the best technology, for example. So your paper, the literature is flooded with this. So your paper is rejected and so forth. Only after I become Deputy Dean for Research, because I attend meetings in the university, that I got to know people. That I start to know, and also of course Zamri really will pull me and say, come, let's meet this person, let's meet that person. Yeah. Then I work with Prof. Gan from chemistry, Wan Jeffrey from chemistry, Rosdi from Sirim, Prof. Rafiq, who is in UTM, now is a professor in UM, the late Sharifah B, and even Dato' Hamdi himself. So we started to work together, and only after 3 years, then after this I stopped shopping, okay, I got no more time for shopping. So after that, I became the cluster dean, and I start to get to know more people. And from material science, I start to move a little bit to biology, stem cell, where Prof. Tariq came to join us as a co-researcher initially, and then joined us, and then work with another scientist from industry. Yeah? There are many more people here that has contributed to my success story and my career, and how it has enriched and also make me who I am today. And then up to 2000, so you can see that my development is quite slow, right? So when I was asked at the interview, why didn't you ask professor earlier? Why do you have to wait until this, how many years? So I of course, we also, because of our output, but also whether we are comfortable to shoulder that title, right? So I said that I'm happy now, so that's why I'm applying. So after that, because I work in nanomaterial, work with Prof. Gan, work with Wan Jeffrey, so I started to learn nanotechnology and all. And interestingly, I lead the nanotechnology research together with Harvard. Never in my dream that I will be collaborating with researcher in Harvard doing nano particle delivery, but believe me, it is for lung cancer. It has got nothing to do with dentistry. But because of that, maybe knowledge and all, and also management and getting people together. And after that, I start working also with more younger people, and also Prof. Wong here. There are so many others that I cannot put on this slide. Yeah, but for until 2003, it was very, very. I was very unhappy, and after that, and now I think is the time of trying to network people, trying to look at who are the possible industry person to work together with our researcher. So because of that network and getting to know, we managed to get the Erasmus grant. This is the nanomite. The nanomite grant was very big. It's about 2.5 million a year for 5 years. So it's very good. Actually, it's 5 million a year for 5 years, but 2.5 from ministry. And also we did work with people in Cambodia to try to help them to understand and move into research. So these are the things that I've done. And remember, when you go to conferences, I know you want to visit the place. That's why you choose Barcelona next year. We are going to choose Barcelona for IADR 2024 because we want to visit Barcelona. But at the same time, not just that, right? You have to network also, get to know people. And this is a very, very good platform. Conferences is a very good platform. That's why university don't allow people to go for poster, because their understanding is you put the poster and you go sightseeing. No, but we have to tell them that we also have poster session. We have poster chair. We have to tell them that we don't go there just for visits, right? And one of my friends, now a good friend, is now the president of the IAD, International Association for Dental Research. So still keeping in touch. We were doing our PhD together in Newcastle. And also during conferences, I try to look for my young colleagues. Because I know at that time Zeti was presenting. Zeti ada sini. Zeti, husband dia ada kat sini, dia ternampak. Yeah. So I try to go and see her poster, try to see what she's doing and make network, because I never know her before. but I knew that she's a lecturer at University Malaya. And then old friends, keep in touch with old friends, yeah. And again, with old friends and new friends, yeah. And also, this is a very historic meeting. I worked together with Dr. Vijay, who was at that time in Stemputic, and we argue about the stem cell from the children is from, he said extracted, I said exfoliated. We don't extract, it exfoliate. So he doesn't believe me until we published some papers, but I insisted we must put the word exfoliated and not extracted. Until one day we went to Zeti, do you remember this, in New York? When we met Grontos himself, right? And I asked him, tell him, is it extracted or exfoliated? So he said it's exfoliated. Exfoliated means it come off by itself. Extracted means we have the act of extraction. Yeah. And also had the pleasure to meet Arnold Kaplan, H index of 87, now maybe 90 plus. He is the father of mesenchymal stem cell. He coined the word mesenchymal stem cell. So this is, if you want, at that time he offered me, if anyone you know wants to come for a course, please introduce him and I will not charge him anything. But he has to pay for his flight. So this is all network and opportunities that we'll get. Yeah? And Josh Huang and also Alex Fox from, and leveraging on conference leave. Whenever I go to conference, I will ask the dean, can I take a few days to visit this school or this school or this school? But I only want maybe accommodation. I don't need any stipend or something like that. But you take the opportunity to leverage on your conference leave, yeah. And also network at trade, yeah. And I must tell you, my role model, although he came late, I didn't realize that Professor Joe Brain is something that I emulate ever since I'm young. From Harvard, that my project. So we had, he came to Malaysia also, we invited him. And at this symposium, he was there. He even talked to this caterer who is so interested in Harvard. So he doesn't choose who he wants to talk to, or he make himself to the level that he's happy to Joe's retirement, 50 years of service at Harvard in 2021. This was during the COVID. So he was very young, but now, of course, has aged, yeah? But we keep in contact. So now I also am the director of NCKU National Cheng Kung University Overseas Hub in Malaysia. And at the hub, we have an office at engineering. So if you are interested to work with Taiwan, and especially National Cheng Kung University, please let me know. Yeah, please let me know. Our tagline is connect, create, and collaborate. Yeah, so this is where I am now. So recently, I went to Seoul National University, just to share with you on a networking and collaboration visit. So it was on the 1st and 4th September 2023. I think now the dean has decided that you have to go and create connection and things like that. But of course, I also share with other researchers to do this. So what did we do? Together with the Deputy Dean of Research, Prof. Adina, yeah, we prepare for if you are embarking on this sort of visit, prepare prior to the visit. Talk to them, tell them what are our interests, see whether we can match. And then when I was there, meeting with the dean and also a few researchers, we agreed on co-authorship for publication, co-author and guest editor for a dental education book, which the chief editor is Prof. Tariq, and student program. So what were the things that I do? You see, what did I do when I come back? Because sometimes people say you visit but nothing come out of it, right? So what we do is I already send email or electronic handshakes to the people who are express interest. do the handshake with them, dissemination of proposed initiative, and also now Jacob is here. We have met to do one dental education manuscript for comparative prosthodontic curriculum. So many others that we can do. So if any of you in dentistry or medicine need some link, I'm very, very happy to link you up. So this is just one example. We have been to a few places, and these are very, very important for our visibility and also our profile and so forth. Yeah. So these are the art of networking. I think actually I can share you the slides. I already put in PDF, but I've removed all the photos, my personal photos. Yeah. So so at the moment, this is my network. This is my network that I have built from 1987. But not all I collaborate. Some are just friends, some are just Christmas cards, some are just Happy New Year and things like that. But not all I collaborate. Yeah, but some are industry. So what are the fruits of this effort that I've done so far? So I am a member of the research group REDREG, Regenerative Dentistry Research Group. And there's only 9 of us in there because we are not a very big group. So recently, the Deputy Dean, Prof. Adina, decided to have a SciVal workshop that all of us have to be there to do this SciVal workshop to see where we are and are we all. So among these 9 researchers, from 2013 to 2022, we have come up with 200 articles. Yeah, articles. In here, we collaborate with Tengku Kamarul, we collaborate with Dr. Selvi at Molecular, we also collaborate with other people at other universities, also co-author with University Reading, Swansea, and so forth. So our field-weighted citation impact is 0.92. The best is 1. That means your article are being cited and visible to. So when we look at, I am not trying to show anything, just an example, because I network and I collaborate. Because of networking and collaborate and also hard work, yeah, talking and getting things together. I am one of the top researcher for the group together with Prof. Tariq, and Arif is a new researcher that has come into our group. And if we look at the group scholarly output, this is the number, and this is our citation, yeah, for the top 10%, and top 1% is only in 2016. So we hope that we will continue to do this. For your information, I retired and went somewhere else, and I came back to serve in. So our international collaboration, the 9 researchers, including Prof. Tariq here, yeah. Who else is in it? Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Zeti Adura is also in our group. Yeah. So from our international collaboration, our field citation impact is 1.22. That means it's beyond 1. That is the world average. So that means that our paper are visible, and we are a group to be reckoned with for our research. And if we only collaborate nationally also, we are not too bad, but institutional collaboration also, working with each other, also we have shown that our work is recognized. Yeah. So last 2 slides, I think. Networking for collaboration. Yeah. Planting seeds is easy. It's very easy to network. Just hello here, and then give your name card, and then when you come back, you just email. Yeah, don't forget to email them when you come back. I was here, there, take a photo. Sometimes when you need something, you can send the photo. Sometimes people forget because there's so many people to remember, right? So you just remind them. Yeah. So planting is easy, but what we need is this good foliage. Of course, we want the carrot to be bigger, but for collaboration purposes, it's consistent watering, sustaining the network, then only you can get the collaboration. Okay, so it's I love the carrot analogy. Somehow carrot seems to work with me. And our dean asked us to come with mottos. Every dental lecturers have to come with mottos, yeah? So my motto is know your aha moments and don't let it slip away. So you have to know what exactly you want and go for it, yeah? And with that, don't forget networking works best when both parties benefit. So think about what you can contribute. So network and collaborate. Thank you. And this is my email address. If you wish, sometimes I do take time to respond, but eventually I will.
All right, thank you, Prof. Hayati, for such an interesting talk. So now we open the floor for questions.
I think clear, very clear. They just need to shake hands with each other now.
All right, so then I assume that the talk was very clear. All right, I would like to call Prof. Fadinar again on the stage to give a token of appreciation to Prof. Hayati. All right, excellent. Thanks, Prof. Hayati and Prof. Adinar. All right, please stay back. So we're going to have our lunch talk. We'll be presenting by P Crops. So the lunch is ready outside there. So please pick your lunch, and you can have your lunch here itself. But please collect your, the rubbish and put it back, or disposed correctly. Thank you. I need to see the post. I share you this. So please grab your food, and you can have your food inside the auditorium.
Okay, so in order to do that, so that you place the top four, okay? All right, so you can put the USB in there. And we have to stress these. Okay. But nothing like very short and sweet like that. So we'll miss the people. This is one person. Yes.
Where is the fish? They luckily asked the leader to go and print it out.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, supporting the father of me. We enter with everything.
Yeah, have to always.
Oh, shh. Prof, I don't think I sempat tukar itu slide lah. Can use okay. Because send to my. Have you shoot because?
Yeah, we've already uploaded the one you sent earlier. Put that the morning one, so not the one
you sent to my email.
Because it's just the animation. Because sometimes the words come out and not the title.
Okay. So do you want to run through the slides? Just yeah, of course, yeah.
It's okay then.
Okay, your
Krishna, KRISH, and underscore 82 at um.edu.my. Yeah, TRISANE_. All right, perfect.
So you are 3 years younger than me. I'm 79. The last one of the night 79. Okay. Send it.
What is it? The slide.
This link. Now they are using link to download the file.
Where's the file here? Is it?
It's already in your download file. You go and check in your download.
Oh, you should show the download sign here. Is it this? No. IT, tolong saya download the file.
If cannot, then just use the original file. There's some just minor changes on it. You just use back. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think they have a firewall or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, license agreement. After downloading, I see.
No. Maybe our system.
Then never mind, use back the original slide. Because it's, I think because you sent to me on WhatsApp, so I want to transfer from the file from WhatsApp.
No, what about, yes, I mean, even this morning also, that one's there.
That one is there already.
All right, never mind. They will use the old file. Thank you. It's okay. The old PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah, can you just run through the
Just now the agreement. Okay. Form.
yeah, okay.
Open it.
Okay. Okay. Probably on this slide. Sure. Sure. I just run through this. This is okay. It's just that okay, this is fine, isn't it? What is not fine is okay. Okay, this is good. Okay. You see, this come out first, then only this. But it's fine lah. I just tell laju. So how
press
do?
2 times.
Yeah, I just press 2 times. So how do I escape? How do I escape?
Right click. Right click. Right click. Right click.
Right click.
Right click.
Okay.
And show.
Okay.
Then you go back to the first slide.
First slide. Sure.
Okay.
All right. All right. Sure. Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. While everyone's, we will going to make a start soon, so just let the ones who've come in to sit. And before we have to talk, I would like to introduce our speaker. She has come from UKM, Professor Dr. Nur Filza. She has been, she's basically the professor of genomic medicine and leader of gut research group at the Faculty of Medicine at UKM. And she has well established a lot of clinical trials using probiotics in digestive disorders. And her talk today is actually going to be on probiotics and inflammation enhancing recovery for patients. And without further ado, Prof, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all. And I was told that there will be a YouTube online as well. So hello to the YouTube and also any kind of the social media that you are actually watching. So my title of talk is on the probiotics and inflammation enhancing recovery. So based on the National Health and Morbidity Survey 2019, 1 in 5 of people who are more than 13, they regards their health as not healthy. So why are they having this kind of having not healthy? Those that are not that were sick is actually more than 50% did not seek any advice or treatment from the healthcare professional. And was some of them, 22%, they are actually self-medicated. So they are actually took medicine without any advice from the healthcare professional. And about 16% are actually get advice from their family and friends, and even 11% are actually taking it from the social media, from the internet, from the, sometimes the messages or any pamphlet that they get from the healthcare. So, but based on this survey as well, as you know that more than 50% of Malaysians are either overweight or obesity, and more than 53% of this Malaysian has abdominal obesity, and 1 in 3 of this, of our population have hypertension, and worse is 1 in 5 has type 2 diabetes. So what is the unifying theory of these chronic health diseases or the non-communicable disease in Malaysia? So we thought of that, and we thought that inflammation is the key finding of the underlying theory of this chronic health disease. So diseases that, so there are 2 types of inflammations, as you know, the acute inflammation and the chronic one. The acute one is not worrisome because you can also counteract it with the medication. But what is really worried is the chronic inflammation, because it occurs when the inflammatory response is persists for a period of time, and normally it's a long period of time. So what does this chronic inflammation do? The body will probably perceive that it is continuously under attack, and because of that, your immune system will actually react to this signal, and that will actually cause, it promotes the systemic chronic inflammation. So there are many factors that also contribute to this chronic inflammation, that include your environmental factors as well as your lifestyle, your diet, your exercise status, and so on. And what is more worrying is the more than 50% of the mortality in Malaysia is actually attributes to the inflammation-related diseases. So that is actually the facts that I would like to tell you today. But what is more worrying is inflammation is the classic, is a fundamental of obesity and type 2 diabetes, which is the 2 important conditions in Malaysia that really affect our population. So once someone is obese and having a sedentary lifestyle, they will actually trigger chronic low-grade systemic inflammation. And that will actually trigger a range of the immune cells mediator that include interleukin-1 beta. They can also disrupt the adipogenesis. They can also cause the insulin signaling pathway disruptions and also glucose homeostasis that would actually lead to various diseases, and also lastly the lipid and cholesterol metabolism. So what is the final bit is actually patients will develop insulin-resistant type 2 diabetes, dyslipidemia, and atherosclerosis. So these are the conditions. Actually, the baseline is actually chronic inflammation. So what control the chronic inflammation? As I said, the dietary and environmental and lifestyle as well. Diet, of course, diet that actually rich, like berries, you got eggs, you have the green veggies and tomatoes, beans, and so on. And these are very rich in anti-inflammatory properties. So, and also, diet that have a pro-inflammatory properties, which is majority are westernized diet, which is like red meat, processed meat, fat, and refined grains and refined sugar. So our group, the gut research group, actually we did an association between obese diet and the risk of colorectal cancer. And from our study, we see that if someone with a risk and then you are obese, you are actually have very high pro-inflammatory cytokine in your body. That's include interleukin-1, interleukin-6, 8, and TNF-alpha. So what is the role of the gut microbiota in actually controlling this inflammation? So you know the diet just now, and now we move on the role of the gut microbiota. So the idea of the gut microbiota was started more than 2,000 years ago by the ancient physician Hippocrates that says all disease begins in the gut. And this theory is actually still remains good and still remain accepted by, because you know that you are actually sharing your body with more than 100 trillions of bacteria and many other microorganisms. And this microorganism is actually live within you, but 70 to 90% of them are a good bacteria. That's a good thing. More than these bacteria are about more than 1,000 species, and about 7,000 to 9,000 of them are different strain. So and all the time we are actually living with them, and this is called mutualism, which is actually good. But not only that, not only bacteria that I mentioned, you do have yeast and then viruses, fungi, protozoa, and others, microorganisms, small ones that are less important in our small intestine and colon. But you don't have to worry, because all these live bacteria or organisms are not bad, and some of them are quite benefit for us. So what are the functions of this gut microbiota if they are living? So there are two types, whether they are metabolic roles or they are protective. Of course, they are, their role is, of course, that they digest various type of the food that you eat. So for the food metabolism and digestion secretion, they also regulates many metabolic function, and finally, they are also involved in the biosynthesis of vitamin. In the protective role, they are protect against the bacterial toxin. They are actually protect against any pathogen, and finally for the maturations of the immune system. So basically, these are the general roles of the gut microbiota. So what happened during you are sick? So what happened is that there will be an alteration in the balance between the layman term as a good and bad bacteria, or harmful bacteria and not harmful bacteria. And this term is called dysbiosis. So if you have dysbiosis and then you got sick. And also, not only you want a balance, you want a variety of them. So as we getting older, our food change, or our food choice are become less. So you become less variety of bacteria that living within us. So less diversity is not good, as well as the metabolites, which is actually the byproduct of the bacteria that act on the food that you eat. Like now you are eating, there's bacteria that digest the carbohydrate, there are bacteria that digest your oil, bacteria that digest your vegetable. Different bacteria have different role. But all this will lead to diseases that are related to nervous system, from the top to the bottom, respiratory system, digestive system, and of course the metabolic disorders. So one solution that can improve this gut dysbiosis, of course, the probiotic. So people are talking about this probiotic many years ago, and they promote symbiosis, which is a balance between the good bacteria and the bad bacteria. They actually encourage the good bacteria to grow within the small intestine and the large intestine. So basically, in a healthy healthy person, you got a balance of 85% of the good bacteria and you have about 15% of the bad bacteria. You don't want to get rid of the bad bacteria at all. You don't want it to be really clean. So it has to be a balance of that. So you know that the intestinal tract is actually the biggest immune organ that actually regulate inflammation, because you know that the function of this intestinal tract, that you know that is extract energy, is for the nutrient absorption and also remove the waste. So whenever that this immune organ that is actually lies there, you got so many immune cells, either a non-hemopoietic cell like the Peyer's pages and all that, and also hemopoietic cell. You have the macrophages, T cell, and so on in the gut. So gut is the largest. So if you can actually manipulate the gut immune system, you can actually help to regulate inflammation. So you know that from this picture, we do have Peyer's pages in the gut, which is part of the gut-associated immune response that is actually developed any appropriate response if you have any insult from outside or inside, and you have a villi for the nutrient absorption. And these are very, very important if you can actually help for the bacteria that in relation to this organ in the gut, you can actually regulate the inflammation. So how do they do that? So as I know that most of you are from surgical background, so there are, oops, sorry. So how do you, okay, I go. So you know that everyone knows that the infective agent is actually promotes or trigger inflammation. We do have non-infective, such as surgical procedure. Surgical procedure are the potential triggers for the systemic inflammatory response syndrome. And what happen if someone having this, they will have, they will have endothelial dysfunction, they will have pro-inflammatory cytokine that is elevated, highly elevated, and there are many others that also cause the systemic inflammatory response syndrome. So another thing is that from the literature recently, they're talking about post-operative systemic inflammatory dysregulation. And this review were talking about the pathophysiology of the immune imbalance contributing to the increased risk of the complicated recovery. And that is actually, the underlying is, of course, the chronic inflammation. So these are some of the examples of the surgery that has been discussed. And why reducing inflammation is very important for post-surgical recovery. So I know that some of you are from the dental, so like surgical removal of the impacted teeth. From this paper, they conclude that inflammation increase bleeding as well as it can delay wound healing. Of course, in the paper, they also elaborate, depends on the age, the pre-existing health condition, and so on. But what is more important is that you have to prepare the patients before they undergo all this kind of surgery. All right, so leaky gut is actually a condition whereby you probably have heard about leaky gut, whereby this increase is actually referring to an increased intestinal permeability. And increased intestinal permeability, it can lead to, you can actually cause the bacteria or toxin or metabolites that is not good to be leaking into the circulation. So what happens is that when someone having that, you actually lead to chronic diseases and delayed. So leaky gut is actually not a diagnosis as it is. It is actually it means increased intestinal permeability. So when you have this leaky gut, your tight junction are not functioning well, and that will lead to unhealthy gut. Yeah. So unhealthy gut causing inflammation and changes in the gut flora or dysbiosis. So this is a picture of the normal gut on the left side and inflammation on the right side. So the normal gut has a very tight junction which is actually no gap between the epithelial, the enterocyte, and if inflammation, there will be a gaps and a hole in between, and that will affect the intestinal permeability. And so the harmful substances will then escape into the circulation and cause disease. So what is the effect? Of course, you got a digestive disorder and other health condition. So these are some of the clinical markers from this paper saying that some of the major and the minor operative procedure will trigger pro-inflammatory cytokines, which is actually promotes the production of various like interleukin-1, 6, 12, 18, and so on. So there are two in this paper. They mention about two markers that is important, interleukin-6 and C-reactive protein. Talking about this systematic review, saying that these two markers are actually correlate well with the outcome of the patient post-surgical. And TNF-alpha is another major mediator of inflammation. It's talking about the dental as well. Some of the papers are looking at the TNF-alpha and receptor in the saliva itself. You can actually measure that. It's easy, very easy. And that is another marker that you probably can use. And also, oral wound healing. Okay, this paper actually is talking about the option other than their oral glutamine that is being used. They said that probiotic has the potential to actually influence the immune regulating factors such as kappa B, nuclear factor, as well as they can modulate the inflammatory mediators such as the cytokine, interleukin-1 beta, TNF-alpha, and so on. So these are some of the benefits of probiotic in the oral wound healing. So this paper talking about explore the role of intestinal flora in enhancing recovery after surgery. And from this paper, the main conclusion is that if you restore your gut microbiome to become a very healthy gut microbiome, it could be a complementary approach to enhance the recovery after surgery. So as a consumer, we sometimes find it difficult to choose the right probiotic, right? So because there are a variety of products in the market, you don't know the quality. There are conflicting claims. Some of it claim that they are actually act various diseases, and there are different regulations that regulates this probiotic use. Yeah, but from 1973 up to now, there are about more than 260, more than that, probiotic in the market, and not all probiotic are the same. These are some in the pharmacies. And choosing the right probiotic, you have to think about these 6 important things. You need to know the strain specificity. Look at the label, what kind of strain, dosage of the probiotic, whether they are viable, safety, quality, and finally, it has to have a clinical evidence. Okay, we go on to finding the right strain. So look at these are important because you have to know which strain for which disease. So the majority of the probiotic that being used as well globally are actually coming from the lactobacilli species and bifidobacterium species. If you look into the complete name from a product, you should look at genus and then species and then the strain. You should know. And then you can actually look whether they are single strain or multi-strain. If they are, majority of the clinical trial now are using multi-strain because it shows that multi-strain are more effective than the single strain. So a more favorable and a diverse, there are many clinical trials have used majority of the probiotic, and you have to actually look into that carefully. The second thing is the quality. So what quality that you are looking at? So if you use probiotic, they are actually in the form of not kilogram per milligram or whatever, it in the form of CFU, colony forming unit. So majority of the clinical use is about 2 to 100 billion CFU of the bacterial strain in a probiotic. But actually, the best thing is actually to check the manufacturer whether they are actually having whether they follow the good clinical practice or the good quality control of the good laboratory practice regulation. So if they follow that, you know that the quality is still good. So sometimes they think that the dosage, the higher the better, but it's not true. So you have to look at the clinical trial that being used. So always consider the quality against the quantity. And of course, this paper is actually looking at the quality. Okay, what else that's other than the dosage? You have to know that probiotic has to go through your mouth and then into your esophagus and stomach, which has about 1.5 to 3.5 pH. And some of these probiotic will not survive. So this paper is actually looking at the lactobacillus and bifidobacterium for a period of 12 weeks. And then they measured before and after in the stool, in the fecal. And they found that these two are significantly still viable at this dosage, and this dosage are actually directly correlated to the transit time of the bacteria strain in the they can survive and reach the small intestine and large intestine, which is actually good. So you know that probiotic also in the form of granules and also in the form of food, yeah. So in the pharmacy, you can see that, like food in the form of drink and so on. So they are formulated and look at the dosage. Not only that, look at the strain. And also, you look at the common allergen. Normally, the probiotic supplement, they don't use like soy or gluten or wheat or dairy. But the food, they normally use this just to make sure that you are not allergic to it. Sugar level is another concern. People are not taking the food probiotic because they normally add sugar. So the supplement, they are less sugar. And then you have the bacterial viability and survival. So food, normally if we purchase the probiotic food, what I notice is that people purchase it and then walk around the mall, and then you are actually exposed them with a different temperature, and that will actually kill the live microorganism. Whereas the probiotic supplement, they are actually more stable. You use the just room temperature water, and then you just add, and then that is the only time where the live microorganism will be activated. Of course, the clinical evidence, look at the probiotic, whether they have a clinical trial done or not. So probiotic must be proven based on the mode of therapy. Probiotic that are being used to prevent disease are not the same as the treatment of the disease. And then viability, effectiveness, safety, and so on has to be, you have to bear in the clinical trial. So find the probiotic that are clinically tested. So that is actually important. So you have to know that if they are using multi-strain, so look at the clinical trial that use the whole strain and not a single strain. It has to be like that, yeah? So choosing an appropriate product for your patient is very, very important, because from this study, there are 3 factors that are talking about, again, the mode specificity, whether there are strain specificity, and disease. So not all disease, as I said, use the same probiotic. So example of the evidence-based probiotic, of course, from the HexBio product. So how we end up with this, because we want to check which probiotic that fulfill all the 6 qualities that we want. So that is where we end up find this HexBio. They are in the form of microbial cell preparation, combination of the 3 lactobacillus and also 3 bifidobacterium species. And this HexBio are backed by 20 clinical studies. So it's not only our group. I think University Malaya, University Putra Malaysia, University Science Malaysia, they are all in here. So they are actually have used this product for their clinical trial. But what I'm going to stress today on the clinical evidence of using anti-inflammatory effects of the probiotic. So we use actually randomized placebo-controlled trial for all the patients, where the patients and also the investigator are not being exposed to content of the placebo or the probiotic. So as I said, the multi-strain probiotic, and here we have 30 million CFU that contain Lactobacillus acidophilus lactis and also Cassia. And Bifidobacterium, you have longum, you have the Bifidum and infantis. And this, we did a clinical trial using 1 sachet twice a day. For instance, in the case of post-gestational diabetic, we used 3 months. For the colorectal, post-surgical colorectal cancer, we use 6 months. And non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, we use 6 months as well. And there are cases of the, I think some of these clinical trial done elsewhere, not our group, they used pre-surgical and critical illness. To share with you the publication related to the anti-inflammatory effect of HESBio, what is amazing about this is that post-surgical, a month after the surgery, we put them on the probiotic, so their duration of the stay in the hospital is much less. Not only that, they reduce the pro-inflammatory cytokine in the patient, which is. But what happened in the placebo, the cytokine is significantly increased. So not only probiotic is safe, we got some resistance from surgeon because they thought that probiotic is not safe. But from our study and I think elsewhere, probiotic is actually safe for colorectal cancer, or even the who actually underwent the surgery for colorectal cancer, and or also chemotherapy. So patients with constipation, we have tried patients with like wound breakdown and all that, we actually use this as the precaution for them to actually less complication. So another study, but this is not our study, they are also looking at the colorectal cancer patients on chemotherapy, and this supplement is just for 4 weeks, and they look at the level of interleukin, TNF-alpha and C-reactive, and they found that, of course, the patient post-intervention for the probiotic is significantly reduced by 39%, and for placebo is increased by 99.7%, which is actually interleukin-6 marker is quite consistent in this study. So non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is another thing that we are actually focusing on. We are actually testing the gut-liver axis. We thought that whatever happened in the gut would affect the liver metabolism and cause fatty liver. And so what we did is we get the small intestinal mucosal biopsy from this patient, for all the patients, and then pre and post, and then give them the probiotic, and then ask them to eat the probiotic for 6 months and measure various things. So we have published quite recently. So from this, we actually showed reduction in the inflammatory markers measured on the NAFLD patient with HESBio supplementation for 6 months. And it shows that reduced 89% of the interferon gamma, reduced 40% of TNF-alpha. Not only that, we are also looking at the dysbiosis, which means that we sequence the gut microbiota before and after. We also look at the intestinal lining, using the immunohisto, looking at the intestinal barrier protein and so on. We actually, and then lastly is of course the blood for the cytokine. What we found from this study is probiotic supplementation for 6 months is actually restore the intestinal barrier function, which actually it helps in the gapping and holes. It become less in the tight junction and also gap junction. It prevent the leaky gut, of course, and it reduce the inflammatory cytokine as evidence, and that overall helps in the reducing the inflammation. Not only that, we further look at the patients who are at risk of type 2 diabetes. If you look into the journal, probiotic and type 2 diabetes, there will be thousands of papers on that. But what we are actually focusing is people who are actually asymptomatic, they are healthy like us, but they have diabetes during pregnancy. What we did is postnatal, 6 months, we asked them to take the probiotic for 12 weeks, and then we measure pre and post intervention. From this study, amazingly, we can see that 25% of the C-reactive protein is reduced, and interleukin-8 reduced by 39%, which is actually amazing after 12 weeks. So what else? The clinical evidence that probiotic actually enhance recovery for post-surgical and illness recovery. This paper is actually looking at I think the paper from UM, they are looking at the post-surgical complication and they're trying to reduce the complication. What they did is they asked the patient to consume probiotic 7 days prior to the elective abdominal surgery, and time to return to the normal gut and the duration of the hospital stay are the main parameters. So what they found is return to the normal gut functions is actually 31% faster, and then duration of the hospital stay is actually 51% earlier, which is actually amazing. So not only you help the patients to recover faster, you are also increase in the nutrient absorption, increase in the calorie intake, and so on. There are the rest of the good from the good consumption of probiotic before the surgery. It helps for the post-surgery. So these are, another study, but these are actually on the critically ill patients on the enteral feeding. Again, they are taking the probiotic, improve the overall outcome of the ICU patients. Again, they are actually looking the same. 57% are going faster in the return of the normal gut function, and the duration of the ICU stay is 31% earlier. So that is actually very promising result of this probiotic that's being used. So the take-home message here is, of course, the low level of inflammation on a chronic basis can cause disease. That is actually the message that I would like to say. And of course, by manipulating your diet, that helps through the probiotic, of course, because the underlying gut dysbiosis is actually the underlying in many pathological conditions. That is actually happening, and that is the reason why the market for probiotic for the next 10 years is billion. That's the reason why probiotic is actually the good business in this era. So probiotic supplementation like Hexbio, because their strain are quite safe and it's used, and that is actually can reduce inflammation, such as all the cytokines that you can see. And with that, I think, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your talk. Before we move on to the next session, I think they can take some questions. Yeah. Anyone have some questions for Prof? Yeah. Yes, please.
Hi. Okay, good question. Okay, for our study, it's 6 months, depending on the type of condition that we are testing. For post-surgical colorectal cancer, because we thought that we want to see if there is any complication after 6 months, then we just give them 6 months, and then we did not follow up the patient. The reason why, I think the good point is here is, once you, like post-gestational diabetes is only 12 weeks, and then we measure pre and post, what is best is there will be a wash-out period where, you don't ask the patient not to take any kind of probiotic, and then measure again the gut or sequence again the gut microbiota, which is the best to do. But the nature of our grant is just only for 3 years, that you can't do that prospective cohort. But what is best now is actually the best for whoever wanted to do research in probiotic is to follow up them and see when the gut dysbiosis occur again if you are not eating healthy and not exercise. So yeah, so what we did is we did a baseline, and then of course the baseline is haywire. We didn't ask the patients to eat properly or exercise regularly, just do whatever that they want. So we see that if they are not aware that we are actually looking at them after 6 months, they are not taking care of their food and all that, their BMI are the same. So what is worrying here is post-gestational diabetic gut dysbiosis is similar to type 2 diabetes already at the baseline. After 6 months, it reversed. That is from our clinical trial. So let's say after that 1 month, they did not consume any probiotic. I don't know when is the time that the gut dysbiosis will occur again. And they are actually prone to get insulin resistant and so on. So that is actually for the post-gestational diabetes is 12 weeks. Post-surgical colorectal cancer is 6 months, and NAFLD or fatty liver is 6 months. It all depends on the clinical evidence from elsewhere as well. You know, you see other people, clinical trial using a different probiotic, and we want to see whether this strain affects the fatty liver in Malaysia with so many other confounding factors. So yeah, so it depends on which one, but the most is 6 months. Of course, the compliant and all that. But the least is actually 4 weeks. So for our study, we thought that, yes, you should continue because it actually reflects the good symbiosis, because it really shows the I don't have it now, but the pattern of the diversity and the type of the good bacteria is actually similar to the healthy people, which is actually good. So whether they have to continue after that, they should, if they are not having, healthy lifestyle, like, you're not eating well, you're not taking care of your exercise, and also not sleeping well, they are actually makes your gut microbiome really not good. Even if you are taking antibiotic or if you are too hygienic, you actually make harm to your gut microbiome. So yeah, so many other factors, but it's good to have probiotic. That's for I don't know, in the study, in other studies elsewhere in the West, they actually look after 3 months, the gut dysbiosis occur again. These are in the type 2 diabetes. As I said, they follow up the patient, they stopped, and then they follow up the patient. 3 months after that, it's gut dysbiosis occur again, which means that probably the effect is still good for the next 3 months without the probiotic. Then after that, so whether each condition you have to test, but for ours, we did not follow up the patients that long. So yeah, it's only the most is 3 years, because yeah, you have that pre and post.
Thank you for the question and answer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. 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 Yeah, so for ours, we actually we have about 85% that is comply. So some of the clinical trial we have more, 90%, especially those who are really, really sick. But those who are actually healthy, especially the post-gestational diabetes, they are actually like us, they are healthy, asymptomatic, so they are not that compliant. But what I see is that we did not take their gut stool after so we just leave them. We did not take their stool afterwards. But what from our literature, we thought that okay, if you are actually eating right food, like what I said, eating food that are actually prevent from having inflammation, and then you are avoiding food that promotes inflammation, and then you are actually exercise regularly and sleep regularly and on time, that will actually helps in the gut microbiota, healthy gut microbiota. But if you don't have all these factors, and you keep on, like majority of Malaysian, 25% are physically inactive, right? So 25% of this Malaysian, if they don't eat properly, they will have gut dysbiosis. And these people will have low-grade inflammation, and by right, they should take supplement. And this supplement is actually helps in reducing low-grade inflammation that if it's prolonged, it can cause a lot of endothelial dysfunction, haywire of your immune system. And so how long does they take? I think forever if you don't eat properly. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, okay. Single strain is not advisable now. I think the previous study, if you look 10 years ago paper, they are actually focusing on a single strain. Now, people are talking about multi-strain because of the gut microorganism. They are actually living together. Protozoa, fungi, yeast, and bacteria, they are living together. So if you actually get rid of one, okay, that's interesting paper. On people Aborigine, they don't take any antihistamine. So yeah, they don't take helmin, right? So they have worms all the time. What happened to people like us? We take antihistamine quite regularly. It hurts. Actually, it causes gut dysbiosis. So in other words, you don't really disturb so much of if it's already healthy, you don't disturb it so much. So you don't get rid of one just because you want to repopulate the rest. No. So the reason of probiotic initially is just to balance up again. You want to repopulate the good bacteria or the healthy one, and you want to reduce 35% of that bad bacteria. You want to reduce that. So what happened now is it's reverse, right? So probiotic is meant to repopulate the good bacteria again. So that is actually, you don't get rid of the bad bacteria. It has to be there. So yeah, so it has to be, you are actually living with the bad bacteria in there, but it's just small amount, about 35%, which is actually good to have that. You can't be too hygienic. Like now, children are playing in front of the computer and not playing with all this dirty. So that will actually cause problem if they are exposed to this bacteria later on in life. So people are talking about hygienic theory. People are talking about antibiotic that being mismanaged by the GP, all this, that everything is antibiotic. That actually cause gut dysbiosis. And this has been proven in the literature. So yeah, antibiotic and all that. Okay, having said that, in the clinical, probiotic is actually being used in travelers' diarrhea, and also antibiotic-induced diarrhea, and mild to moderate form of inflammatory bowel disease. That is actually proven in the clinical. That is treatment, not prevention. I'm talking about type 2 diabetes is for prevention, so not treatment. I haven't done any treatment yet, so yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, thanks.
It's the same composition. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yes. I think people are a bit, I think researchers, they are a bit worried about the safety. So first, you should try with, first people start with a single strain and they thought that, okay, not that great result. That's why probiotic was not really famous. Now people are talking about multi-strain. So because, multi-strain are more benefit. And then when you say like that, yes, gut microbiota composition, each individual has its unique characteristic. You can't have, but we do have a general gut microbiota. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, colorectal cancer in Malaysia, majority of microbiota is known to have Bifidobacterium nucleatum, for instance. Why is that in Japan, they reported that, and why is it in Malaysia, we also see that? So there must be like a general bad bacteria that always overcome certain other bacteria. It's like a marker. Now people are looking at microbiome marker as a predictive marker for disease. So it's hard because the way we eat and the way Japanese eat are totally different, but there are a general, and people believe that there must be a general bacteria that could be a marker, like our cancer marker. So that's the reason why probiotic company are doing like that. So like Lactobacillus acidophilus, I think you can see that in Vitagen or, in Shirota strain, it's Lactobacillus as well. All these are years being proven to be safe. So people are worried about embark into something that is not safe. And that's myth saying that if you give probiotic to immunocompromised patient, it will cause cancer, it will cause worse. But no, none of the clinical trial shows that. So that's the reason why we embark into a very safe strain and proven clinically. So yeah, we try it on. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so surgery and then 30 days, and then we ask the patient to consume the probiotic, and then we measure pre and post. Yeah, 1 month after surgery, then we ask the patient to take probiotic, and then continue that, and then we measure pre, and then after supplement immediately after they finish their probiotic. Yeah. It's yes, yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, after, yeah. Right. Mm. Mm. Okay, so you're talking about the mechanism, how it helps, right? So there are many postulate. People saying that inflammation are due to the peptoglycan that is actually located at the cell wall of the gram-negative bacteria. If the gram-negative bacteria is actually repopulate, which is actually bad, we don't want it to be too high. So peptidoglycan will be high, and that will cause inflammation. So what happened in lactobacillus species in the probiotic, it actually helps to reduce the peptidoglycan, and that helps That is one mechanism. There also mechanism, probiotic actually maintain the intestinal barrier, as what I said. So it's actually closing back the gap holes, so it actually prevent the leaky gut, and that is actually helps. That is the second mechanism that they thought. So they said it's actually multiple mechanism. The third mechanism is, of course, is a modulate immune system. So the immune system, they are talking about the innate and also the adaptive immune system. So they actually regulates all the cytokine and so on. So if you are saying that, yeah, I totally agree whether you have to give them prior to the surgery or during the acute phase, it's actually the clinical trial has to be there. But what we are worried, because we got so much that time, the surgeon are not really agree with us to give the probiotic because they are worried about the complication. And we managed to actually sit down with them and look at the clinical evidence from published data elsewhere. So that's the reason why the clinical trial finally, although it's only 28 patients, but finally we got that published and really good because we follow up the patient at least 2 years. So, all these post-surgical complications, it's only 1 or 2 patients that develop side effect, but the rest are great. So we are actually, with that, we got quite a number of citation on, and people actually happy with the study because it's just simple thing, but you have to follow up the patients. That's the thing.
Okay, we will probably be starting the next talk soon.
Okay.
So I would like to thank you all for the questions, and I would like to thank Prof. for
Thank you
your
so
wonderful
much.
talk
Thank you.
and engaging with the audience and answering all the questions they asked. Thank you so much. Before we end the session, we would like to give you a token of appreciation. Can I ask Dr. Liu to come on stage to give you that? Thank you. Please do stay on. There's more talks coming up this afternoon, so please stay, and I'll pass it over to the next MC who will share this. Thanks.
thing that all the bacteria do. Yeah. Yeah, the digestive system. So that's why, because the imbalance of the bacteria also causing that inflammation keep on occurring non-stop because of the basic bacteria. So I have to that's why a lot of pharmacy today, I need the best. I say, you know the best. You want to be the best for what? Be the best. There's nothing wrong with it all. You have to choose the one that is best. So they have that kind of concept that nobody can take all the whole garbage collection. No, because it's different. The combination is different. My one using the three level, three. Actually, yes, so we don't talk on other things because it doesn't function. Because it has very she's wrong. Kill. Because my bacteria is not foreign. So this is why the study need to ongoing. That's why you see one seems to be bringing studies for 60 years keep on going on because it's because we have to find out more people because we are at this risk. Actually, we will encourage patient after 6 months to take a 1 to 2 months break and then continue because you don't want the body to rely on something. So this is even we also encourage the patient to take a break. That's why I say the knowledge has been passing on. We are there, but outside the pharmacies they don't have that kind of knowledge. That's why the CMEs
Okay, selamat petang dan salam sejahtera. Pembuka kata lidah bicara. Izinkan saya mulakan acara. Semoga majlis disambut ceria. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Janet from the Faculty of Pharmacy, and I'm honored to be MC for today's session under the theme of Pharmacy Diversity in Advancing Health Transformation. So we have a fantastic lineup of speakers from diverse background and expertise. So first up, we'll have Professor Dato Sri Dr. Azari bin Yaakob, a distinguished figure in the field of medical science. Prof. Azari is a co-founder and the chief medical officer at Caring Up, as well as a senior cardiothoracic surgeon and consultant at Institut Jantung Negara Malaysia. He earned his Bachelor of Medicine, MBBS, from the prestigious University of Western Australia in 1985 and achieved a fellowship at Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons in Glasgow. So without further ado, let's welcome Professor Dato Sri Dr. Azari bin Yaakob to give his talk on medical adherence innovation, benefits for patients and healthcare providers.
How do I change
Yeah,
this?
you can just click on it.
Okay. This,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Puan MC Janet. And it's a privilege for me to give a talk on somewhat disconnected field of my expertise. And you must be wondering why a cardiac surgeon, a co-founder of health tech, right? I've seen, and also old one at that. Health tech usually will be some nerds, some young people who are enthusiastic, and here is a retired person. If you calculate my age, will be a retired person. Be interested in health tech. For one, is that medicine is in current age and in the future. For what I see is that it's more than just the biomolecular and the biochemistry. It's more of a technological advancement. Tech is the greatest world we will see in the next decade or so, that the greatest improvement in medical care would be tech-related, rather than we have reached somewhat a plateau. Yes, there will be some improvement in, for example, cardiology, or in cardiac surgery, or diabetes care and whatnot, but the quantum leap of medical care will be tech-related and big data. So that is where my interest in, and I was fortunate to be involved in this Caring Up. And Caring Up is essentially a data company, health tech company, and it's based in Malaysia. Although we are consistent of international people. Both medical, tech people involving in this endeavor. So basically, Caring Up is about our mission is to lower the healthcare costs for payers with secondary prevention. So the initially is just to put the audience in what's the challenge of medical care now, and ours is focusing on chronic disease. So, sorry, I'm trying to get used to this. Okay, as we know. The healthcare costs globally, including rice, is escalating over time. Yeah, it's escalating beyond the growth of income growth of individual and the GDP. And we would be around the picture of ours, although this is not, there's no Malaysia here, will be that Indonesia, China, and Singapore. The red line, the healthcare costs skyrocketing beyond the growth of GDP and personal income of a patient. So that is the challenge that we are facing in the coming decades. And healthcare costs, as what government of Malaysia are doing the white paper, trying to reinvent and remodel the healthcare system in Malaysia, because the government knows, everyone knows that the healthcare cost in future is going to be unsustainable if we were to carry on like we are doing now. And the payer would be employer, government, family, if they don't have insurance. And the solution lies in the innovation and precise targeting of individual root causes, rather than keeping on increasing, the dosage of medication, adding on medication, without looking at the root cause of the poor control of the disease once patient have some sort of chronic disease. And when we look at the area that we want to focus is this carrying up. When we look at the area that we want to focus, we know that there are health tech that look into behavioral changes, that is prevention, and also there are a lot of techs looking at acute treatment of acute condition, as well as e-health, appointments to get doctors, and so on so forth. But what we see is that the area that is under addressed in terms of health tech is in the chronic disease management. And in Malaysia, chronic disease accounts is an upward trend, and it accounts for nearly 20 to 40%, depending on what chronic disease you have. In diabetes in adult patients, in Malaysia, diabetes incidence is about 20%, hypertension is about 40%, obesity is 52%, and hypertension is 40%. So 4 out of 10 adults in Malaysia are having this. And it's estimated nearly 2 million, 1.7 million people will have all the 3 problems: hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol. So, and the magnitude or the incidence will increase in time. And we have the inglorious, reputation of being the obese nation in this region. So, managing chronic illnesses, and we are focusing on adherence rate, and these are under-addressed, grossly under-addressed by doctors, pharmacists maybe, but they are looking at it, and other medical practitioners, because these are multifactorial, and these are condition non-adherence occurs beyond your eyes. Once patients is been prescribed the medication, or the doctors see the patient in clinic, you don't know what's happened until maybe 3 months or 6 months later, when the patient gets their repeat prescription, or the doctors see them as a follow-up. So there is a gap in what's happening between the medical care, right? So carrying out, addressing this to complete the loop of continuum of care in the chronic medication, that the medical personnel with the doctors, hospital or pharmacies have some insight of what's going on in terms of their compliance or adherence during that time that they are not under your direct vision, for example. This give you, an insight and also an opportunity to intervene during that period. Yeah, and adherence rate in patient with chronic care, and this is consistent in the developed and as well as multiple developing countries, that patients with chronic care have an adherence rate of less than 50%. And also a study done by UKM Pharmacy is also verified that. So locally, the data also verify this poor adherence rate. And what does it mean? It translates to 300% increase in healthcare costs. Eventually, we, the taxpayer, have to pay for it, right? And 200% increase in hospitalization, right? And for insurance company, it would be like a 200% increase in payout. Okay? And an improved adherence rate of about 70%. Yeah, lowers the health costs by 30%. So, from a 50%, for example, or 40%, if we can increase the adherence rate to 60 to 70%, you will be able to reduce the 30% reduction in costs. Either the family are paying for it, or the government are paying for it, or or for example, a hospital like you have an allocation. You can increase your treatment of patient by 30%, rather than if your allocation is so much, you are paying for this much. But if you are able to improve the adherence rate, you are able, by budget-wise, you can improve or treat an additional 30% of the patient in terms of cost. So carrying up, as I mentioned, is innovative, data-driven, and clinically proven. And we are looking at the problem in a holistic manner, looking at the tech as the backbone of trying to solve this adherence problem. And we are using behavioral science to improve day-to-day, and we are empowering. We are looking at the ecosystem of the patient care, and that means in Asia would be the family. Yeah, especially patient with a chronic care. They are elderly, maybe 70. I'm elderly, considered elderly now, beyond above 60. Yeah, my wife and my daughters are the one that be saying, "Are you taking this? Are you So, and there will be an insight. I mean, give an opportunity for real-time insight, near real-time insight, for providers like yeah, like managed care, government, or even insurance company. So, and uniquely clinical proven. I mean, we are undergoing collaboration with Faculty of Pharmacy in and they have made some preliminary studies. I mean, some preliminary studies or results are coming out, which showed very encouraging and verify other studies report that using an app, without a very basic app, without involving the family, it improves about 20 to 30% improvement in adherence, whereas the control group is a decline of adherence of 10 to 15%. I can't remember. I mean, please correct me, Prof. Yeah. So that is a very interesting, and these are our own data, local data. Yeah. And that's what we are. We are, we are data-driven to prove that the apps that we have and what the product that we we produce are clinically proven. So we are looking at it in a holistic manner, and uniquely, it's unique as a clinically proven and holistic approach. We track the medication schedule. Patient put an input to it, or the family member, immediate family member that close to patient can put the adherence, and involves the family. There is adherence app in the West, but it's individual. It's the family do not have an insight or know what's going on with the family. Whereas us, we are taking into account the Asian family values, so such that the family can have a real-time input or monitor the parents, for example, of their compliance, and this can be done remotely. So you may live in Kuala Lumpur, your parents might be in Kuala Kangsar, and you can, and there is an alert to it, and we incentivize patient, and this basically is applying a behavioral science. When with the social media, humans are, is a basically instant gratification. Chronic disease is a long-term disease. If you have diabetes or hypertension, you feel well. Why should I be taking medication? Why should I be taking twice a day? Right? Why should I be taking cholesterol and I have muscle aches and all? Because I'm well. But the consequence of that, if you fail or your compliance are poor, your adherence are poor, are 5 years, 6 years down the line. And what it is, you have heart attack, you have stroke if you are hypertensive. Your kidney function will be deteriorating if you have a diabetes. Yeah, but people do not see that because it's immediate gratification. So we substitute this to points, rewards. That is a instant gratification. So people are getting that kind of thing, and even the family members will have that reward points and whatnot to incentivize them. So to substitute a long-term benefit or long-term and very vague benefit for the patient point of view to an immediate, maybe iPhone or Galaxy or whatever. So that is the thing. And then the other part of compliance is education. And this allow us and allow the caregiver to put inputs into, to remind them and also to educate them. Yeah, there's another resistance of compliance is they do not understand what is consequence of what their disease is. So this is where with the app you are able to push education. And in future we will have a group. Say if you have diabetes, then you might join a chat group or something like that you can freely exchange views, concerns, and whatnot. So, and maybe a moderating person, a medical expert that can moderate this. So these are the things that and making people be comfortable to discuss their problems. So. And then insights, as I mentioned just now, insight would be for the caregiver, the pharmacy or pharmacists or doctors or even insurance company to have an insight of what's going on, and we have an opportunity to intervene, right? So and then you might have an insight of what the demographic or certain type of disease that people are less compliant. So then you may want to have more education in that targeted group. So the possibilities are endless, and this is what is very exciting about employing, utilizing tech. Okay, and okay, and also monitor. So the payer can monitor, government can monitor, the insurance and the employer can monitor. So the the app is named Care8, and it's a mobile app that can be if you want to check on Google, Google Store or Apple Store, you can download that. And for the enterprise, for the institution like then we have the WeCare. This is where the the monitoring is, that you have insights to your patient group. Yeah, and then members will get cash reward. I mean, there is a tier membership. The free Care8 Mobile doesn't have a reward, but then if you are or the institution subscribe to it, like for example, insurance company, so their members can have a reward system, and also more than one family members can monitor. Yeah. So this is what it is. Okay, this is the Care8 that is available on. Is an app that is available on your smartphone, Google or Google Store or the App Store, and this is the Care8 that you will see the statistics and whatnot. Okay, and mind you, for those who are concerned about patient privacy, we are compliant with the Malaysian privacy law. Say for example, WeCare is that the patient have to agree to that you are monitoring your for example monitoring their data, and at any point they can also cancel that. Okay, and to date we have about more than 160,000 downloads. It's not just Malaysia. We have high downloads in Indonesia, surprisingly Bangladesh, Turkey, and whatnot. Yeah. So the notion that apps is only for the for wealthy, technological or advanced country, we find that is of all. I mean, Bangladesh downloading it and looking at it. Yeah. So I think to have again the notion that older people will not be using it, but maybe a good sign or a positive sign of the COVID, that older people are adopting social media and are being comfortable with using social media, right? Facebook are more than 60 people, age of more than 60 years of age, that is their favorite platform, Facebook. Yeah. And older people, I've been told by many people, the children are worried that the parents are staying alone, but the father also said, "Don't worry, I order my meals online by Grab or whatever." So those are the things that things are changing beyond our expectations. So I think it's high time. And I think we are quite positive in that sense, that this utilization of apps like us will be received increasingly. Be positively, the reception will be good among the population in Malaysia, even in the so-called rural area. So we have 160 plus users. We have already signed partnership of more than 2 pharma company. We have more than 5 hospital partnership that we have, and insurance company partnership. We have done more than about 5, and insurance broker. Yeah, we are proud to be and also be thankful to University Malaya for the collaboration. We have the collaboration with the Faculty of Pharmacy. They have the foresight and also the to partner with us, looking at the usefulness of this. And also now we are in talks with Professor Nazira to roll out clinically in some areas that we are actively. So inshallah, we will have that be applicable. So the clinicians, the doctors are interested in adopting this, thanks to the groundwork done by the Faculty of Pharmacy. We have IJN, we have Allianz, Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca, and we are in talks with other companies. Our presence now in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. We are expanding in Africa. Why us? I think, as I allude, will be, we will be improving our delivery of care. It has a better outcome for the patient and for the society. It lowers the cost, by just improving compliance. And here there is a notion, or rather a statement by the WHO, to say that improving adherence is more important or more cost effective than improving therapy. Meaning that an improvement in treatment of diabetes, or improvement in treatment of heart surgery or whatever it is, by just basic thing, improving adherence have more impact than advancement in medicine. It improves customer satisfaction, because patient knows then if patients are being monitored by UH, there is a continuing engagement beyond the hospital environment, right? So that is, and this is where the private hospitals are keen on it. So they retain patient by, engaging them beyond the hospital stay or beyond the clinic, and for the insurance will be a lower claim. So I think I end with that. I think my time's up. I would be more interested in having question and answer. If you have any query about what we are, or even some feedback, will be welcome. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Azari, for your enlightening talk. We will now open the floor for questions. There's mic beside you.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hi there. My name is Amirul from the Faculty of Pharmacy. I just have some curiosity questions that I would just like to ask. So my first question is that this Caring Out app, right? It involves the use of AI, right? Yes. Okay. But I just want to ask, how strong is the AI. Does this mean that it can give the intervention that could save the patient's life? If so, in such cases, if it detects the patient's vital signs are in the borderline, does it overrides the phone that calls the relatives of the patient? And then the second question is that when this app contains the data of the patients, right, does this mean that the data can be accessed by multiple health institutions? Or for say, it will only be accessible by those medical institutions that is partnered up with the Caring Up? That's all.
Okay. The first question is, we do not take away or a replacement for a doctor or pharmacist. We are a facilitator for the doctor and a pharmacist. So we do not say, okay, you stop this, you have to you increase the medication. No, that is not what we are, right? And that the reason being that has a legal implication to it, right? So then you are a medical device, right? Yeah, medical device. So yeah, then it goes to a different, kind of paradigm that is gone. Yeah, so we are an assistant for which, I mean, say for example, the apps can enable for but the biodata to be key in, or eventually will be automatically in, right? And then for subsequent follow up or whatever, the doctor can see the trend and so on and so forth. Maybe there's some alarm to say that, okay, this is high, please seek medical attention. That is as far as we can will do, not that we say, yeah. And as for the medical, the data, there is two types of data. One is very personal data. One is generic data. Yeah, it's a combination data, right? The personal data of a person and whatnot is the person's property, but then if it is, say, is under a certain group of patient, say maybe there is a UM or doing diabetic patient that UM's own patient, then and if the patient consent to it, that the data can be shared with the person in charge of that study, for example, yeah, the diabetic study, then they can access that data, right? Whereas, and then the we care is a general data, not a person to say that, okay, maybe 20% of patients of diabetic are non-compliant, yeah, and they are mainly men, for example, yeah, in your group of patients. So that is a very generic data, but it will not tell you who are the patient is, if there is no consent, right? So there's a two-level kind of data, yeah. So your personal data will not be compromised, and even if you agree to it for a period, and at a later time you decided you don't want to be monitored, you don't want the pharmacy to start calling you, why you're not taking and whatnot, then you can delete you unfriend them. Yeah. So because you own your data, personal data. So, okay, is that okay? All right. So this is.
Good afternoon, Dr. Zari.
Oh, okay. What was that?
I'm Rajat. I want to know, how do you define the success of this app from your perspective? If you have to define a successful app, what will be the parameters for success?
Okay.
And apparently, I'm also one working on this app from Faculty of Pharmacy.
Pardon me?
I am working on this app.
Okay, yeah. I think the success will be of a different, various degree. An improvement from the baseline, that is a success. I think we are looking at a double-digit improvement, right? 20-30% is, but again, and this, if we have a control group, yeah, if say for example hypertension, if there is a properly done, then you can look at the another way, the endpoint of blood pressure versus more escalation of medication. That's another endpoint. The other endpoint that you can look at is financial, health economics, whether a long-term use of this translate to lesser lesser cost to the patient. So there are many angles that you can look at what the endpoint is. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor. And I want to know that you having the 160 plus thousand customers for the caring health, and you are aligned with the different insurance companies. By using this app, is there any increase in the insurance company customers?
Okay, that one, Walter is my, the marketing people. I have no insight of that. I'm a cutting man.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Walter, and thank you for inviting us here to the for this prestigious event. So your good name is, please?
Mahesh.
Mahesh. Okay, Mahesh, yes. With the insurance company, there's a number of ways they're looking on this, and I'll keep this concise because I know we've got another presentation, so we'll keep this to the last question. Now, when we look at the insurance companies, now the insurance companies are using Caring Aid, the application, as in multiple ways of forms. One, they're collecting data on their current population of the policyholders. Some of the policyholders not even aware that they've got a disease. Now, that will allow the insurance to upsell or cross-sell to that. But what it's also doing that for the insurance company, it's allowing them to build data of what's happening generally in the market. Because with the insurance industry, to make it very simple, you buy an insurance policy, you wait, and then you get a claim. How can? Cannot. So what you have now, they have this application with WeCare, they can manage the risk of the patient or the policyholder to saying, look, we can see you're not taking your medication. Can you take it on time? Or maybe there's something else we can do. So that is helping the insurance company to have closer stickiness with the account or the corporate account. But what's most important for, and what will be coming to Malaysia, and we know this for a fact, what's happening out in the West now, they have called inclusive insurance. Meaning, and I'll keep this very simple. I'll use myself. I'm fine today. Tomorrow I get diagnosed, I got diabetes. My insurance premium is going to go from 100 ringgit, 500 ringgit. Who's going to pay 500 ringgit? No insurance company wants to do that. So what happened with the application now, it's be able to provide concise data on if the person is taking their medication. So if you take your medication, I go to the insurance company and say, look, I need insurance. They say, okay, Walter, use this application for the next 6 months, 3 months, right? We will see. If you take your medication on time, we'll give you an insurance policy. But what is happening through the back end of WeCare, it's actually telling the person falling into buckets. Telling, look, okay, Walt, you're actually doing quite well with your medication. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, you're actually at 2. So your insurance is not going to be 100 because you got your diabetes. But guess what? We'll charge you 150 because you're compliant. But you've got to carry on using the application for the rest of the life. So what that is, all of a sudden, it's opening up a new market for the insurance company to say, yes, we can now look at people with NCDs. We can be supportive. We can be inclusive. So asking you a question, this is where the insurance companies are having the uptake. And this is coming to Malaysia. Why? If you look at your cars, they've got the data on how fast you're driving. They just got to do one click. It's my previous life. I can see straight away. You've been driving 160. Next year, your insurance policy is going to be higher. It's unfortunate. It's the reality that we're living. And that's where Caring Up, the beauty of Caring Up is we are a versatile solution that helps HCPs, healthcare providers, to have data on their patients, to make sure they're taking the medication on time, to have their closer patient-doctor relationship, to help the patient. At the end of the day, most important person is not here, is the patient, to get them better. That's what we want, isn't it? Once they're better, they live a longer and happier life, rather than finding out 6 months later they didn't take their medication because they didn't like the color or the taste. Now you got that data. So I don't want to take too much, but thank you very much. Thank you for the great question, and thank you very much. Thank you.
I have
Thank you, Doctor.
one more question, Doctor. And how many medical practitioners are engaged with the Caring App, and how many hospitals in the Malaysia is engaged with the Caring App? Because it's a very important than the customers, right?
No. I think we are not targeting the doctors, as per se, because we are not a telehealth. We are not a telehealth. We are engaging the hospitals. I think there are about 3-4 hospitals now in using it. We are still in that phase of that trajectory. So we are excited to partner with people around. Yeah, and as what basically we are a company that it will improve the ecosystem of patient care. It involves patient, family, provider, medical practitioner, payer, government, insurance, and so on. So everyone benefits.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And finally, I want to give you one suggestion. In my country, actually in Andhra Pradesh, we are going to doorstep and collecting the data of an individual patient or individual people. So if you are collaborate with the Andhra Pradesh government, so after December, I think so, 5 crore people data will be within the government. If I was a medical practitioner, I can open any software which is used by my government. I can see like my father, my mother, whatever, whoever there, I can easily see here what are the diagnostics and everything. So will you are ready to mingle with our government? Is it good to you also? Like.
Oh well, I mean, if you have if you have a contact, we'll be there tomorrow. Andhra Pradesh, yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for your suggestion. Okay. Oh, there's one last thing. Is that okay?
I think we will take this last question, then we will end the talk for today.
Yes, we are compliant with that, and we're also compliant with GDPR. Okay, so as Doctor says, when you get the application, right? Now, when you use the company on the back end called WeGet, it's aggregated. We don't share, you don't see any data. However, when you opt in, when you're being monitored by your doctor, the doctor say, look, I want to monitor you. You get a push notification in the application, which is governed by GDPR and HPI, to say, look, Dr. Azari would like to monitor you. Do you want in? You opt in. That means he will see your biometric data, your name, and all the details that you've populated into the application. And we incentivize you to do that. However, as Dr. Professor and Dato alluded early on, after a while, if you don't want, you opt out. And that's it. And the data is swiped. And if the data is stored, the data is actually stored within country of where you are. So that means within Malaysia. So if we're looking after the Malaysian population, we look after Malaysia. That's in Indonesia as well. Same as what we're doing for Thailand or that for the Philippines and so forth. So data has to reside within country, within the which it cannot be transferred out. So you, at the end of the day, own the data. We don't.
This is one of the earlier thing that when we designed this the app, and what we want to do is that the data privacy is the number one thing that we already take into account. Okay.
Thank you so much, Prof. Azari, as well as Mr. Water from Caring Up. So I would like to invite Prof. Hasniza, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, to present a token of appreciation to Prof. Azari.
Thank you, Prof. Next up is Mr. Asfizal Ahmad, a clinical research professional with more than 20 years of progressive global clinical research experience. He has held several different positions within the clinical research industry in pharmaceutical firm and clinical research organization. Currently, he is the Malaysia country head and line manager of SEA Clinical Team Manager Group in one of the leading global CROs. Without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Asfizal to give his talk on industrial sponsored clinical trial opportunity and challenges.
There's another set of is there any slide?
Yes, of course, we are waiting for the IT, maybe lambat sikit.
Okay.
They are inside. Sorry.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. I think we just need to wait for the.
Sorry, I don't.
So this is the first one. Oh, no. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Your setup number?
Clinical trial.
I think so. This one here?
Yes.
This one here?
This one, right? Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Once again, Assalamualaikum, good afternoon. My name is Asfizal. Basically today I just want to share my experience in this industry, and then just to maybe we can discuss together on how to make sure there's more research coming into Malaysia. So what I'm focusing will be on the industry sponsor research. I believe like Dr. Zahari may involve quite a lot in IJN last time. This is relatively, booming industry, and then is, especially after COVID, I think more people quite well aware of what is clinical research. So just to give you a bit of background on skin, I think quite a number of you quite know what is clinical research, but just to emphasize what is industry sponsor clinical research. In general, it is industry sponsor. Basically, there's a big company, they got money, they sponsor a research for certain reason. There are various reasons, as you can see from here. One of it is product registration. Basically, we got new compound, and the company want to register and market that particular compound. As simple as that. In addition to that, we also got the situation where the industry or the pharmaceutical company want to ensure the group of doctors, let's say we got the drugs that already registered, let's say in states, but in Malaysia not yet marketed, and in the process of registration. So they do have this introduce this small scale study for market access, or just to familiarize the health professional on the compound or these new drugs. Sometimes it's because of the safety requirement. We got the situation where the drug already marketed, but we got certain side effects that are warranted. So certain regulatory authority will request additional research or additional data from this. So then the industry or the owner of the compound end up need to do additional research to collect this kind of data. And of course, we also got what we call investigator initiated trial. It's sponsored by the pharma company, but it's mainly owned by the investigator. So this is relatively, I think, is a quite small number of research under this category. But what I'm going to focus today is on the product registration. So this is where the bulk of activities related to industry-sponsored research. At the end of the day, what we're going to do is basically to ensure the compound that end up going to be marketed and will be used by all the users is safe, in a acceptable quality, and efficacious enough for the intended indication. So that's the main aim of all what we are doing here. It is well-regulated industry. We got a lot of regulations. For instance, I think all of you know about Declaration of Helsinki. We got this good clinical practice. So that's a general, the general guideline that accepted globally. In addition to that, every country do have their own regulation and own requirement. And in the clinical research that we are looking right now is mainly on this clinical phase. As you know, we got the preclinical phase and then clinical phase. And industry normally majorly involved in these 4 phases: phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. In today's session, it's not, I'm not going to go through with you what is phase 1, 2, 3, that kind of things. It's quite, I think it's quite straightforward. You know what it's all about. And in Malaysia, just to point it out, mainly we are doing phase 2 and 3. To a certain extent, phase 1. And right now, we are trying to embark more on phase 1 study for Malaysia and even first in human trial. For your information, right now we got 2 hospital or 2 sites that already approved for first in human trial, Ampang Hospital and Sarawak General Hospitals. And I understand for University Malaya Medical Center, hopefully next year, this hospital also going to be approved for the first in human trial. My point is, phase 1, even though it is small in number, but it's more advanced, where there's a lot more things uncertain. So we need to be extra careful. Quite a number of incidents. Few years back, you can see quite when in the first in the phase 1 facility in the UK, one of the pharma which I work with the CRO that managed that phase 1 trial. It's a biotech compound. It is a biological compound. We introduced this because certain protocol not fully adhered. We end up introducing this compound too fast on 2 or 3 patients, and then one of them eventually, I think, got really, really bad side effect. Need to amputate a couple of arms. I think then they need to amputate the arms of the patient or something. But that's the risk. So for Malaysia, if we embark on this, we do have the expertise and facility, but we need to be careful. Right now, I understand we only got 1 first in human trial recently in Sarawak General Hospital. Even though we got 2 centers that approve, right now the company not confident enough to come to Malaysia for simple reason: we do not have any track record. So this is something that we want to work together with the healthcare professional to bring this kind of trial to Malaysia. So this is the standard life cycle of trial. As you can see, most of us, the trials start with development. In case of the industry compound, for the pharma, they will start with if they heard of a compound that really got good prospect during the preclinical phase, then there will be a strategy, there will be a plan on how to develop the compound, how to market later on, and so on. So, and they will start develop the protocol, secure the fund, and so on. So normally the hospitals will be involved from when we approach you for feasibility, selection, and then performing the trial. So until you will be involved until the database lock. So that's normally the cycle. And for Malaysia itself, this is just general information, as you know. We do have a lot of good facility. Our expert is really good. But you can see, this is the data from the Clinical Research Malaysia Annual Report 2022. From 2012 till 2022, the number of research not significantly increased. It's almost around that, about 180, 200 figures. Same thing in terms of the research in the MOH, also this almost similar, and the figures not much difference in the university. And this is just a percentage where the trial in Malaysia, we run majority, of course, in the Ministry of Health, to a certain extent, also in a private facility. And because we do not have that many university hospital, I think the percentage here may be quite a bit misleading in a way, but you can see where we end up having our research in Malaysia. So now the question is, we got the company got this particular compound. Now how they end up going to decide where they want to run the trial. So every company will have this kind of consideration. First one is concerning regulatory. They got a lot, but so I'm going to focus on a couple only here. Regulatory and commercial consideration. So if they run the study in this particular country, is it going to be, the data going to be accepted? And then the purpose of it, of the data. So initially I mentioned about the objective is either project registration, just market access, or safety reason. So they need to decide this for the acceptability for the new drug application or NDA. So it's not only for US FDA, they also need to consider the data for EMEA and additional countries that do have financial or wealth capability to enforce or impose their own regulation, for instance, China and Japan, where we end up need to do a trial for local population. For Malaysia, it's a different story. We can accept the data. I mean, even if not run in Malaysia, we still accept the data for product registration. For the new drug application, we still are able to review the data, even though we do not have the population for, we do not have the data for Malaysian population. Same thing in terms of commercial interests. If, for instance, like in Asia, traditionally, all the company will end up having a trial in Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, and if you include Australia and New Zealand as part of Asia, in a way, that's the traditional countries on top of Japan and China because of the local trial requirement. Other countries like Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, normally on the second tier. Then other countries for the remaining countries like Indonesia and Vietnam, they're coming up, but that's normally not even on the radar, or they not even consider. And then the point concerning the ethnic diversity, that's sometimes a requirement from the US FDA, but again, certain countries do impose this requirement. Then another aspect to consider is considering operational and financial challenges. About the competitive trial landscape. Right now, if you notice, later on, I will share with you a few more information concerning the most popular trial in the market right now. So normally it's oncology. And at one point it's always NSCLC. When I really work in a project a few years back, there's quite a number of companies working on Crohn's disease for whatever reason. That's really popular. And when I start in industry, a lot of the neuroscience, psychiatric, schizo, depression, nowadays that's not that really popular trial anymore. It is mainly because of, I think, where they end up having a really, really good compound for them to develop, but again, also on the demand of the population. So we also need to look on the prevalence of the target disease or specific characteristic of interest, which varies by region. Nowadays, we do have quite a number of biotech coming up. They do secure a fund, and normally this kind of company, they focusing on specific disease. If they look for the, just to give a layman example, if let's say for the breast CA, they're looking for certain genetic mutation rather than just solid tumor. They're looking for a specific mutation. So that's also the trend coming up right now nowadays. And then in terms of study design, US FDA sometimes really really fond of the placebo control for whatever reason. That's normally quite challenging when we do have acceptable standard of care, but they still require the placebo control. And we end up need to decide where we end up going to select or proceed with the trial. We need to consider the country that will still allow a placebo control. And then certain type of trial, people more fond of really new novel drugs, not just something, same one, just slightly improvement. So this kind of thing also need to be considered. And then for bioequivalence and supportive care, this is not that popular. And normally for the big CRO, big pharma, they're not doing this kind of trial much. And the last point is about the cost. If you run the trial in Japan, it's a lot expensive. One patient or one subject in Japan equivalent to maybe 20, 30 patients or 30 subjects in Malaysia. So like one monitor, clinical monitor, normally you just monitor one site in Japan, whereas in Malaysia, we got one monitor that monitor 10, 15 sites. So these kind of things that need, that will taking, we end up, we want to decide where we will run the trial. And next few slides, I just want to share with you that for APAC, for Asia Pacific and Malaysia included, we are really do have a lot of potential in this particular region. They forecasted our industry will increase, the number of trials also going to increase. And for Malaysia itself, as my point just now, the most popular therapeutic area is oncology, infectious disease, and cardiology. So that's pretty standard. You may ask why. That's because this is all the first world country disease. They're not doing a lot of study on dengue or malaria or whatever, that kind of things, because this is where we got the long-term patient that able to pay. So that's the interest of the company. And that's the reality of life in a way. And then mainly we are running phase 3 study. So if you recall, phase 3 is where most of the data will be used for registration. So this is where most of the study run. And then if you're looking, we just focus on the onco study, on the cancer studies. The distribution in APAC is still relatively low. There's a lot of an opportunity, I may say. And I think involvement, there's an approach now where they want to consider, or certain health community want to consider clinical trial as one of the treatment option, rather than just the circumstance where we just involve the patient in the trial. It is a treatment option. I think it is really good if we look on the certain point of view where the patient will be given really, really good, potentially really good drugs with really well-supported care. Even in the case if patient given placebo, we still monitor the patient. And then there's certain parameter or certain threshold if the patient advanced a certain stage that there will be intervention straight away. I'm not talking about onco, is for other studies, but what I'm trying to say is even if it's a placebo control, it is well maintained. We will monitor the patient properly. And yeah, the patient safety is the main thing that we will not ever compromise. And in terms of this particular region also, we do have a mix of, first world disease, in addition to the third world disease. So these kind of things will bring a lot of opportunity to us. We got quite a number of treatment naive patients. Again, in terms of patient that able or need to pay for the healthcare increase. So clinical trial will be an option, but of course we need to be careful about the compromised group. But all this will bring or will expand the population that able to be considered for the trial. So yeah, I'm not going to go in too much details here, but just to point out, the region, and Malaysia included, do have a lot of opportunity here. And again, if we're looking on the specific mutation or specific group of patients, we do have this kind of patient in this region. But of course, sometimes the company looking for more Western mutation, but again, it doesn't mean we will not be able to involve. I know there's a solid tumor study that my team run now for KRAS mutation. National Cancer Institute end up screen almost 100 subjects. Unfortunately, none of them eligible. So it means, but UMMC, I think they screen about 20, end up managed to enroll about 10 patients. But my point is, it's also an opportunity for the institution to check or to have this kind of data for their patients. For the future study, they can have this in database. There will be future study coming in. So they already got this group of patients, so they can consider for the future trial, because that's not the only trial that they will be having. And then this is about the cost. We are not that cheap, but with the exchange rate nowadays, we're getting really cheaper, a lot cheaper now, which is not really good. But we are cost competitive, I may say, for Malaysia. I don't think this data is a bit outdated in a way, because I think Thailand cost is a bit more higher than us nowadays. Okay, so if we look why APEC or Malaysia in general, we do have a aging population with a lower trial intensity. We got diverse ethnicity opportunity that we can look at. We got experienced people, and then in terms of cost, is relatively very competitive. So that's really good for us. Then how we end up able to maximize and realizing this opportunity. The problem is we not really, when we want to run the trial, even in a company, we need to bid, or we need to make sure the trial end up in certain country. So we need to have this cooperation from the healthcare professional, because to give you an example of my company, when we want to, we got this particular study, then there will be a decision where we end up going to, which country we end up need to approach. Normally, this recommendation will be given by the what we call therapeutic expert, and this therapeutic expert mainly expert or the senior doctors from US or from EU, from Europe. And if they do not know about us, they're normally not going to recommend. They don't have much confidence. That's why end up the trial will be in South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and not in Malaysia. So if you're going to attend the medical conference, reach out to all these key opinion leaders, discuss and share. It will help us to bring more trials in Malaysia. Then about the feasibility, that's important. When people call you to ask on certain information, really appreciate if you can help us. Sometimes information required is quite fast, the turnaround time. Another important aspect is about the activation timeline. That's the timeline between the site selected until we're able to initiate and activate the site where you can start run the trial. Normally, it takes, I don't know, for Malaysia, it's now between 6 months to 9 months. I'm still wonder why it will take that long. If we can, in US, you can run a trial within a month. So that's something we need to change to a certain extent in terms of getting the contract with the institution, with the pharma to be finalized faster. So this is wish list that able to make our country more attractive. Same thing about regulatory and ethics, and I pointed out about budget and contract. Then move on about study recruitment. That's basically pretty straightforward. The institution need to have a proper database. The problem, the problem is sometimes we do not have much information. When the pharma, or when we start the recruitment, when we reach out to you, the industry reach out to you to ask what's going on, where is a subject coming in to be considered, the standard response is no suitable patient. So this kind of response not really sufficient, because people will start panicking. We do not know what happened. So we really appreciate if we can have a bit more concrete information. We check. I mean, if the institution got database, then a certain approach been taken. For instance, we got the list of patients from the outpatient that you consider. Because this kind of information, we track all. At the end of the day, we track all this. If we got recruitment track record, of course, we will approach you. Same thing right now. What happened if we want to bring the study in Malaysia? UMMC always the first choice, because you have a really good track record. But same thing, once something happened and you in the blacklist of US FDA or something, that also going to be communicated around the industry. So it's happened. Of course, it's very important to do this properly. This is really, really strictly regulated industry. So I think the quality for Malaysia is always good. So we need to continue on this one. And other than that, in terms of recruitment, just to point out, engagement with the advocacy group, that kind of things, I think we need to do more. We do have, like, for instance, we got the lupus, for instance, if you want to run systemic lupus study, we do have the advocacy group for lupus patient, but I don't think we maximize the potential to bring the patient in. I think it's maybe challenging. The mindset need to change a bit, because if we can bring more studies, we can just imagine Singapore got more studies than us. Why? So because normally sometimes they do have a bit better way of tracking their patient that's suitable for the trial and bring the patient in. And then, of course, at the end of the day is to maintain the quality, because normally we want to start the study as fast as possible. Then we want to have the recruitment as fast as possible. After that, we focus on quality. There will be audit, inspection. Again, if we're not doing this properly, it is quite well obvious when we have the inspection and audit, and it will backfire to us to a certain extent. So I think we have a lot of opportunity. We do have a lot of expertise. We need to work together to bring more studies into Malaysia, and hopefully we will be able to work a lot more in this country. I think that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Asfizal, for your sharing your insight with us today. So we will now open to the floor for questions.
No question?
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Asfizal, for the nice talk. Just want to get your suggestions. So I know if it's industry-sponsored research, the cost will be quite high. So sometimes we put it under investigator-initiated trials. So is there any mechanisms the ethics committee will look into this? I mean, because if it's industry-sponsored, there will be a different way, and investigator-initiated is a different.
Yeah, investigator-initiated trial is totally different thing. It's basically the doctors will have the protocol, the design, everything. Just the fund will come from the industry. And normally you need to propose this to pharmaceutical company, this you're going to do this, blah blah blah, and if they think it's in line with their marketing strategy or with their development, they may agree. But it depends. Normally, it's not really. It's a like compound in phase 2, phase 3. They will never allow you to initiate your own trial. But normally, the established product, if you want to look on certain specific population, which is not listed under indication, they may agree. But normally, you need to basically you secure the fund from the farmer. Yeah.
So it's not phase 2, phase 3. It's established product.
No, normally not really. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if there's research run, if you got a compound, like for instance, UMMC got a compound, and you want to run the trial for phase 1, 2, normally you will not approach big CRO. You normally will approach a local CRO for the simple reason it's just too expensive. Really ridiculously expensive, I may say. And then the trend nowadays, if you, like, let's say, you haven't got a compound that you want to develop, you normally can secure a fund for phase 1 or 2 max. But after that, the financial risk is huge for you to embark to phase 3 and above, even registration. Even biotech company, they will run the time up to phase 2. Then they will start collaborating with a pharma for phase 3 and above. Or big pharma will buy the company. If you look at the COVID-19 vaccine from Pfizer, it's the same thing, because the company that basically developed the compound, do not have the financial capacity to market and expand. So they work with Pfizer in order to develop that for phase 3 and eventually market the compound.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hasfizal. So we would like to... Prof asked. Okay, last question. Okay. sorry.
Nak balik ni hujan.
Thank you so much, Cik Hasfizal, I think, for a wonderful talk. I just have one question, actually. So it's also related to Dr. Bahar's question. So, I think for us researchers, right, in the universities, we're actually doing a lot of research. But I found that it's quite hard to actually get funding from pharma. I understand the directions of the company, of the pharma. They really want kind of like a proven compound and so on and so forth. But how to actually go along for this IIT, for pharma company to support investigator-initiated trial, which I think there's a lot of intellectual here in the universities, but it's just that because this is also questioned from other faculties, they have a very good compound and somehow or other maybe it's not up to preclinical trial, right? So that's the thing, like, how actually pharma industry can support more on investigator-initiated trial, because as you said also, it's up to only phase 2, and then even if it's successful, it's very hard to go because of the huge funding needed.
If you got, I may say, I think looking at different situation, because if you got really novel compound, you already developed to phase 2 and you really got really good result for phase 2. Normally, you do not need to even approach the company. The company will approach you. So that's fact of the case. And normally at that time, you need to can discuss either that will be a cooperation, you will have certain percentage, or you sell the compound altogether to the pharma. Because the risk of developing the compound from phase 2 to 3 and the success of phase 3 is also huge, because not all, if you got 10 compound end up in phase 3, maybe only 1 or 2 successful, 8 scrap after few hundred millions of investment. So I may say, if you go lucky enough, really good compound, and up to phase 2, the company will approach you. If you're looking for pure investigator-initiated trial, it's more focused on the established compound, as I said. It's not really novel compound, unless you develop the compound from the beginning with the pharma. I think in Malaysia case, we may looking for our small pharma like Dua Pharma or that kind of things. If they willing to spend that much money to develop that novelty. But again, up to phase 2, Dole Pharma or whatever pharma company in Malaysia will not able to afford the financial risk to venture to phase 3 and above. It just is huge. You may spend $2 billion for nothing. Repurposing, you mean new indication? That's possible. That's also the strategy for most of the pharma to extend the patent right anyway. But it depends on what compound. Because if you look at the biological compound, it's not repurposing, it's just a new trial. But if it's a normal standard compound, you're looking at new indication. I do not want to be skeptical, but I think if it's really financially viable and they can bring a lot of profit, the farmer will initiate themselves rather than the university. So yeah. Yes.
Some people because there is a play game there actually, because I am from the industry, I know previously. So usually they look into the profit perspective, especially repurposing drugs, because I know altogether a new indication definitely it will be a new initiation of a clinical drug. So for the repurposing drugs, they know for example, if you tell the indication, then automatically they know, so they will initiate the trial. So there is a confidentiality also involved in that. So how do they approach what is there?
I mean, it's my personal opinion, I may say. Because we need to look at the compound itself. Is it still under patent? Because if it's not under patent, it's free for all. So what's the point of the pharma to venture to that? If it's new indication, if they can apply for new patent for that particular indication, I think they will go for it. But if they're not able to hold the patent after that, there is no reason for them to invest. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay, so they punch tablets in billions
Uh-huh.
across India, especially I can take from the country, India. India also produced very molnupiravir and favipiravir for the treatment of COVID-19. But after the vaccine has come up, then slowly, it's up there. Actually, they were being using for other virus, ALA. Actually, it is prescribed for ALA. So later it has been, tried to COVID-19. Again, the data is very limited, so only 5 days, after 5 days, toxicity levels, the doctors prescription to prescribe the drug further to proceed for the category 3, 4, 5 patients.
I think I think the farmer will evaluate that in terms of. Frankly, I do not have the answer for you because it depends on the strategy of the company itself. And then looking at like India case is different because India can, because patent protection is for India is slightly different way you're treating that, isn't it? Because the WTO regulation for certain countries is slightly different. But if we're looking for the big pharma. The main purpose is to market in the country that they can make the most profit, and all that. Patent protection will come in place. So I think it's case by case. Anyway. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have one more last question from Dr. Raji.
Yeah, sorry, one last question for me. Yeah, you know the current trend of doing clinical trials now, right? Especially in Malaysia. I just want to get your opinion because I've been advised by somebody from UK, a colleague from mine. You know, to do clinical trial in Malaysia is very, very costly and it's hard to get funding. And we have done up to the preclinical, and they have suggested me, you know, advised me to send to NCI, you know, in NCI in US. So they said you don't have to pay anything. After they do the screening, surely the big pharma will come to you. So I don't have to spend anything. What is your opinion on that?
Okay, that's, I mean, who end up going to hold the copyright? The trademark copyright will be. But then I may say okay, but I think the university also may have a say if you found the compound in the university. So university also may have some decision because you affiliated with that particular institution sometimes. Talking about this particular compound stuff, because normally we quite strict in terms, I think every country want to hold, if the compound end up in Malaysia, I mean, you're found in Malaysia, they want Malaysia to have an interest, not only you. That's the reason for certain country, they impose the regulation, they not allow you to export any biological sample or even natural sample outside the country. Like, so for instance, Indonesia imposed that. They cannot send out the biological sample out. Same thing for China. This is slightly different from your question. But we end up, what happened is, for China, because they are really important, we try to do everything in order to cater to their needs. For Indonesia, we end up not even doing any trial over there. So that's because of the economic situation. But in your particular case, you say you send it to NCI. I think there's certain other consideration about, for sure, is it still hold by you? And then the question where you end up found that particular compound, you need to do a preclinical first anyway. So are you finding it yourself? Everything? Yeah, so then the government will have a say on that one. So in terms of knowing our government, I mean, I reserve my comment anyway. Because sometimes Malaysia is too ambitious. We're announcing we give you 100 million ringgit to start embarking on clinical trial. In real case situation, 100 ringgit, not even able to, maybe if able to fund you first in human and 1A, not even 1B or phase 2. You need another 500 million in order to go up to phase 2. Then another 1 billion for phase 3. We are talking US dollar, not Malaysian ringgit. So I think if you're lucky enough to have a really good compound, develop that until phase 1, it got really good data, then calibrate with a big pharma. I may say that's the best strategy, at least I think. I'm not sure Dr. Pan agree, but yeah. Because maybe I'm a bit more skeptical because we do not have that financial strength to take that kind of risk. You need to take it because the government may end up coming suing you and you not getting anything and end up that particular compound successful. Yeah, certain legal consideration need to be taken. I mean, may need to discuss with legal team and in the law faculty. Yeah, we can send because we have a couple of incidents. People bring compound from Sarawak out. Then the question, they may develop something from that. Are we going to benefit anything? That's the reason why Indonesia is so kancong spider that prohibit everything to be exported because there's one incident, they bring out the blood product, then they're able to develop something. Then they impose this material transfer regulation, then end up nothing been approved. Nowadays, there is not many trials in Indonesia at all. So they end up getting too strict. China, same thing, but because China economical power, we're still able to cater to them. Yeah. So if Malaysia is strong, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Professor Hasniza for giving a token of appreciation to the speaker. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, next up is Dr. Izian binti Abdul Wahab from the Faculty of Pharmacy. So Dr. Izian basically is a Malaysian pharmacist, and she's also a pharmacy lecturer at Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacy Practice. She has been working in the academia since 2009 and have at several universities, including UiTM and University of Cyberjaya. Then she joined in late 2020 during the MCO period. So her main area of interest are medication safety and pharmacy education. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Izian to give her talk on student mobility as well as medical literacy.
All right. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Janet, for the kind introduction. I'll promise that it's going to be 10 to 15 minutes saying, all the ratings, and everyone wants to go back early. I understand that. But to end this series of talk for today, it's going to be a very light sharing session in conjunction with the Health Academia Month and also Research Carnival. Let's not forget our students who actually bring our name to the world and perhaps have some sort of lifelong impact to many across the world. So I'm going to share with you two of many activities at the faculties. How to actually, student mobility and also medication literacy, all right? So the Faculty of Pharmacy is the youngest faculty at University of Malaya, all right? And we have started to send our pharmacy students across the world to Egypt, all right, to Indonesia, to Thailand, and to the National University Singapore, with the objective of to share knowledge, practices, local and also at international level, all right. And then these are examples, all right, to the Egypt, all right. International Pharmaceutical Society Federation World Congress in 2022, whereby Lo Cairo, our last year final year students actually brought our name to the world, whereby now, international students starts to coming in, all right? And then there's also our Amira Elisha in year 2 students who went to Thailand, all right? And also 13 students last year in December went to Yogyakarta for Universitas Gajah Mada outbound mobility program for 10 days period. All right, and also Hong Sheng, all right, Mr. Hong Sheng just now this morning shared with our freshies. He went to Bali for the 68th International Pharmaceutical Society Federation Conference, whereby representing Malaysia, all right, and then also won award for several competitions. So this is actually also in parallel with the Faculty of Pharmacy Strategic Planning 2021 to 2025, whereby one of the objectives is to increase the visibility of the Faculty of Pharmacy. All right, so we are really proud of our students who can bring our name out and also to sell our names, not only the students, but also as a faculty as a whole, all right? And also, few students, not only few, 18 pharmacy students went to NUS and also Songkla University and shared their experience in learning and also how actually Asia with other students at And because of that, okay, there are more students, internationals coming in, all right? So this is actually boost pharmacy education visibility through the exchange, sharing local pharmacy practices, research, and so on. All right, so students from Ethiopia, from India, and also we actively engage students through online mobility program, all right? And also the latest one, we had several batches of Universitas Gajah Mada, postgraduate students and also undergraduate students undertaking several courses with us. And they are very happy because they know that at least cultural-wise, almost similar, but not that similar, whereby they, in fact, they claim our durian is much more better than them. All right, so I think not only that, you know, this is how the informal experiential learning being imparted to all students, all right, not only within the vicinity of the four-wall lecture hall. Okay, so what's next for our Faculty of Pharmacy Mobility Program, all right, who will be handled by Dr. Raja, all right? He's not here, all right? So we hope that to target our students to go abroad to Australia or even Philippines, all right? So that's our target in 2024. So the next second activities by our students, all right? Last year, they actually did a final year project survey about medication literacy in medication safety among communities. So who are the communities? They're students, they're non-academicians, and also academicians. So what is actually medication literacy? It is actually a knowledge, skills about medication for that patient to handle the medication and make informed decision. All right, so the objective of this small research, the first one was to determine medication safety literacy level among these three sub-communities of Secondly was to determine medication education preference. All right, so they are actually based on the 5 moments of medication safety by the WHO. There are a total of 27 statements about medication from starting, taking medication, when adding, reviewing, and stopping. And then they assess whether all these 3 sub-communities, whether or not they're aware or not aware. All right, and the findings are, okay, there are 3 findings here: students, non-academicians, and academicians. Let's have a look at the academicians. We rate 3 clusters. The good medication literacy scored more than 80% of all the 27 statements. That's a basic statements, yeah, asking about whether they're aware about their names, when to take it, what to do. Actually had good medication literacy score. Do you concern about that? It's actually a concern, all right? And among the non-academicians, at least, all right, more than half had moderate medication literacy level about medication safety, all right? And for the students, almost the same with the non-academicians. So from the finding number 1 is actually, we are quite surprised, concerned, because only half of the samples at best have had good medication literacy, right? The second objective, what are their preferred medication education if they want to learn more, all right? So among the academicians, they preferred infographics. Secondly, they also preferred videos through social media. Among the students and also non-academicians, it's actually videos and infographics, almost similar. All right, and the least one is actually text messages, the journals or the papers, pamphlets. No, not really. They are actually engaged more on infographics and videos, right? So from the findings number 2, the preferred medium for medication education intervention, all right, is actually through infographic and videos, not through papers anymore. Should at best exploit, take full advantage of this medium to propagate medication safety education, which in fact at the department, all right, we have several small projects already embarked targeting at special population. For example, deaf and mute. We are actually engaging with the pharmacy department from UMMC to build videos for informing how to take medication. All right, so this is actually very important. Not only that, every day when you go back to work, you drive through at the LDP, there's a big signboard, kenali ubat anda. All right, so I think there's I think as a pharmacist we need to do more. Okay, to do more on how to educate the public about medication safety. So what's next for this project? We want to develop, we are actually developing already, improve medication safety literacy using the preferred tools through collaboration with, we cannot work in silo. We don't really know about how to actually, use social media appropriately, efficiently, that catching thing, all the psychology thing. So we need to work hand in hand with the perhaps Department of Education, Linguistic and Social Science expert on how best to propagate medication safety education. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isian. So I would like to invite Prof. Hasniza again, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Isian. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Prof. Has, as well as Dr. Isian. So actually, that concludes the session for today. However, we have an exciting event coming up next, which is the Pharmaceutical Pilot Plant Workshop. Experience the tablet manufacturing process at the Faculty of Pharmacy. So for those who have registered, please follow the signage that has been put up along the corridors, or feel free to ask any one of us for direction. Okay, once again, thank you everyone for attending and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Walkie-talkie, walkie-talkie. Saya letak sini ya. Alright, thank you.